topic number one is. Go ahead. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, and then I'll look at it when she pumps back up. Go ahead.
Let me read it off.
So
Anthony's
before the
gonna
world
Nelly, just to
hates
let you
you,
know,
it hates
Anthony's gonna
you.
be a whole ass problem.
Yeah, I know.
The topics tonight are topic number one. If the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? As we will get a display of from Anthony here in just a second. Topic number two. If I am twisting scripture and leading people astray, choose that topic to prove it and come with facts. Come with the thing that I said and come with the scripture and come with evidence that I twisted that scripture. Topic three. If you are deconstructing but identify as spiritual or you still believe in a God, choose topic three. If you're open to challenging what you currently believe. Topic four is, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death? Tonight is Maddie's hour, so the age to come up and discuss and have a conversation with the host is 18 and up tonight, as long as Venus is present. Maddie is on bed rest right now, so she is resting. And then Pisces is studying for finals. So we have Venus tonight, and she's going to hold down the fort. All right, go ahead, y'all. Oh, wait. Hey, YouTube. What's up, fam? Make sure y'all say hey in the chat. Like the stream out. Like the stream. Share it out. Love y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. All right, go ahead.
God causes division because he speaks the truth.
Can you elaborate on that?
That's just like Paul even said. He said, "Do you hate me because I speak the truth?" And there's a lot of people who want to be in denial because they love their darkness and their instant gratifications. So they're gonna hate truth. They wanna be comfortable with their sins and their darkness. So they're gonna try to silence you so they can enjoy it.
So, what about the hate?
Well, that's yeah. I mean, that's of course they're gonna hate you. Look at what happened to John the Baptist. Or yeah, prime example.
So, you a Christian?
Yes,
Do you hate other Christians?
I don't hate anybody.
So when you called me a bitch yesterday, what was that about, Anthony?
I was mad.
That's hate.
Yeah, I don't think that was hate.
That's hate.
Came back.
That's hate.
I think muting my mic and talking over me, but not allowing me to articulate and make a point one time is hate.
Anthony, you talk like this. Yeah. Death is duh. That's how you were talking yesterday.
That's
And
hate.
you kept repeating yourself over and over and over again.
I
And
kept
I
starting
contend
over.
like how you're talking over me right now, Anthony. Like you don't want me to talk over you.
Well,
But
if I
you want
don't
to,
say anything, you're
Anthony,
just gonna
shut your
keep
mouth,
going.
Anthony. There you go. There
You're
you
just
go.
gonna
There
keep
you go. Like
compiling
you
all these
you
different.
misogynistic ass men. Like you have
Oh, I
nothing
love
of
women.
substance. You have nothing of substance to
I love
to
women.
say. Sure you do. Sure you do. You love to abuse women. You forgot to add that to abuse. You love to disrespect women. You forgot to
See,
add that
you
part
don't
in there.
fight fair. That's not a fair fight.
Mm-hmm. Sure. But I just want everybody in here to know while Anthony talks about the love of Christ, that Anthony called me a bitch yesterday in the name of Jesus Christ.
I sure did. I
And you're
repent.
proud of it?
No, I repent. It was wrong. I agree. I think I should have done
Hmm.
that.
Do you have anything else to add, Anthony?
Yeah,
Because what you really said, I
I'm glad.
mean,
I'm glad it didn't hurt her. I would have hated for that to hurt her.
Like, guess who says that they just like to remind women to stay in their place, and I love that because your place is on the block list. Reminded. Okay,
Yeah, I
go
would
ahead.
never say that. I think I would appreciate any type of. Well, never mind. That's not how I think about women. So
So
yeah,
that's all you needed to say is just the reason why is because of the scripture and what Paul said and all of that. That's pretty much it.
yeah. Why does Christianity? If Christianity is love, I mean, love is love going to be enabling and condoning?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what my problem with it is that my problem with Christianity is that Christians seem to believe that Christianity was spread kumbaya and love and hugs and kisses and all of that stuff. When the truth to the matter is that Christianity was spread through violence, through murder, through uh, a whole lot of bad things. It wasn't love,
You're talking
that's
about.
for sure.
Sorry, you're talking about Catholicism.
I'm talking about Christianity.
Well, didn't Jesus say to love one another so that they will know you're my disciples? And even Paul said he was careful not to offend any man. And
Who do
so
you?
what you're
Okay,
talking,
okay. So who was Jesus talking to? You think Jesus was talking to you?
Jesus does talk. Yeah,
Jesus wasn't talking to you. Jesus was talking to the disciples. And Jesus made it very clear who he came for. He came for the children of Israel.
and then he told his disciples to go into all nations, baptizing them, teaching them to observe all things that I command.
Uh-huh. How did that work out?
That it's working out, and so the violence that's Catholicism that tries to spread Christianity and disassociate the truth. Catholicism is the mother of harlots and revelations.
You don't think that your God is violent?
Oh, God is definitely violent. When he comes
Okay.
back, I think the end times and the tribulations is going to be his most violent.
So let me ask you this. Did God love the Canaanites?
Uh, I think that he wants, the New Testament says that the will of God is that all men be saved. So I believe he does love them.
Oh, you believe that he loves them, but I mean, does the scripture say that he loves them?
Well, isn't it Ezekiel that says that God is not finds no pleasure in the wicked perishing? I think it's Ezekiel.
That's still not answering my question. I'm asking you a question.
Can you repeat the
Does
question?
God love any other people outside of the Israelites?
Yes. He called the Israelites out to be a light unto the world. And he was so harsh on the Israelites and judged them
Hmm.
so fiercely because of his love for the
Hmm.
world. They were supposed to be a light for. And he said, I didn't call.
Hmm. Well, let's walk down that road for a second there, Anthony. Let's walk down that road. How did the Israelites get into slavery in the first place?
They sent Joseph into slavery.
Okay. What I'm saying is, who's responsible for the Israelites being enslaved in the first place?
The Israelites.
No, that would be your
You
God.
think, don't you think that would be a judgment for what they did to Joseph?
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you who's responsible.
Right,
It
but I
doesn't
know
matter what the judgment is.
I'm asking you too. I mean,
Do you want to say that whatever they did it was a punishment, so God put let them be enslaved in Egypt, right?
I'm asking if you can rule that out.
I can rule it out, but you can't, so I'm gonna give it to you.
Well, I mean, I I know that God delivered them.
Okay, well let's see what let's that's why I said let's go down the road a little bit. Okay, so God is responsible for putting them into slavery for whatever they did. He put them into slavery. Then he turns around and decides that he wants to get them out of slavery. So then he gets Moses and he tells Moses, you're going to go in there and you're going to do this, that, and the third. And you're going to tell Pharaoh to let your people go or let my people go. You following me so far?
Yeah, I'm with you, except for
Okay.
I believe it's more like God allowed them to be in slavery than put them in slavery.
Okay, well, look, God allowed them to be in slavery. See, there you go. But that's okay. You can defend your God. I know that's what you're gonna do. So let's just say He allowed them to be in slavery. Then He got to Moses, and then He told Moses, you're gonna go in there and do this, that, and the third, and you're gonna tell them to let my people go. Are you following me so far? Okay, great. Then when he goes in there to get Pharaoh to let the people go, just when Pharaoh getting ready to let them go, what did God do?
He hardened Pharaoh's heart.
He hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he wouldn't let them go, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, that was a perfect move, don't you think?
I think it served a purpose.
And what purpose did it serve?
He
Made it harder for Moses, didn't it?
made an example out of Pharaoh. I mean, you can. That's the thing is, you can. It's just like you. You can keep wrestling with God, and there's going to be a point to where, okay, I got God, I'm going to come to you, but then He's going to harden your heart because you kept hardening your heart, just like Pharaoh did.
So God play games. God like to play games. What you're
Yeah, I mean,
saying?
I won't say no to that, but didn't Pharaoh say no on his own like the first 3 or 4 times?
But was Pharaoh gonna let him go?
Right, but I
Was he
mean,
gonna let him go? That's a yes or no. Was he gonna let him go?
I think the first 3 or 4 times, and I could be wrong, he said no on his own.
It doesn't
And then
matter if it was three, four, five
Pharaoh
times.
started.
Before God hardened his heart, was Pharaoh gonna let him go?
So Pharaoh, like the third or fourth, after the third or fourth plague, I
I
believe. So
just gave you 5 times. You can pick any one you want. Was he gonna let the people go before God hardened his heart?
I've said yes every time, but I'm
Okay,
also
great.
now I would
That's
like
all,
to.
we don't. There ain't no explanation for that, eh? You don't need no explanation for that.
Well, I think it does need an explanation.
What explanation do you need to say that he was gonna let him go? What more could you add to him gonna let him go?
The whole point is Pharaoh said no like 3 or 4 times. So it's more like Pharaoh after on and found out he was the one playing games. He was playing games with the very loving God.
Well, we're gonna get to your loving God. Okay, so I'm gonna let you have that too. Okay, I'm gonna let you have these things
I appreciate it.
because yeah, I'm gonna let you have it because when we get to the end of this, you ain't gonna be able to explain it. So anyway, so now he hardened Pharaoh's heart so that he wouldn't let him go, made it harder for Moses, and then he goes in and does his wrath, of course, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he does all that, and then finally he done made everybody sick and all kind of stuff. He just made his wrath clear.
Right.
And then finally Moses gets the people and he leads them out of Egypt. And you know the story from there. They go out and then they go to the Red Sea and all that stuff. And he opens up the Red Sea. Actually, his brother, I can't think his name. Who was it? Think of the one with him, his brother.
Aaron.
uh,
Aaron.
Aaron. It was actually him and Aaron did that shit together. But anyway, no matter. Opened up the Red Sea and they went on about their way. Now they done went on down and they free and he done already drowned everybody, all the soldiers and everything,
Oh,
swallowed them up.
kind of brought that on themselves by chasing.
It doesn't matter. He killed them. Did he kill them or not?
They killed themselves. Why would
It
they
doesn't.
pursue? Why would they pursue God?
Okay, they killed themselves. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. They killed themselves. Now let's move on.
That's in
Now,
Leviticus.
so yeah, I mean, yeah, you seem to know the story very well. So we're gonna just run with your theory. Now, so he put them into slavery, or he allowed them to be in slavery, and then he got Moses, and then they did their thing, and he got them out of slavery. Then he goes, and the first thing he teaches them is how to be slave masters.
Or you mean to give order and structure? What's so bad
Give
about
order and structure to what?
structure to what? I mean,
Let me explain before you go into it, then you can answer. You telling me it's okay for you to go into other nations and enslave those people, take those people and pass them down as slaves as an inheritance with your kids, and it goes on and on and on and on. You think that's okay?
they weren't supposed to be kept more than 7 years.
Nope, no, nope. That's two different types of deal. The 7 year thing was only for the Israelites. That wasn't for
They were
the outside
Israelites.
nations. That wasn't for the other nations. He had a set of rules for the Israelites, and then he had a set of rules for the other nations. He said you may go outside of your nation, in any other nation out there. You can enslave these people. You can
Well,
ask them, hey, do you
they
want
were,
to be slaves?
they were supposed to ethically cleanse them.
Who said that? Well, show me that scripture.
They were supposed to destroy all the Canaanites and the Palestinians and all the different
Okay.
tribes.
Okay. All right. Well, it's time to go to scripture now. Okay. Because obviously you making up stuff now. You're making up. I done allowed you to make up shit about them going into slavery. I allowed you to make up shit to why he hardened Pharaoh's heart. I allowed you to do all this. But now we get to the nitty gritty. You getting ready to make up some shit that ain't even there. Now, I can't let you do
I don't
that.
remember God setting each tribe to go into each area of the promised
Mhm.
land and to cleanse it.
Okay. Did God tell the Israelites that they could go into other nations and enslave those people
I
and
honestly
pass
don't
them
remember.
down as an inheritance? Did he
I,
not say that?
I honestly don't remember that. I only
Oh,
remember reading that he told
okay.
them to go into,
Well,
into destroy them.
okay. Well, don't worry. We'll pull it up.
Lie.
We'll pull it up.
I'm
Hold
being
on.
honest. I have no reason to lie. Why would I?
What? Why?
I'm not gonna.
Hold on for a second, y'all. Why is it saying that I'm battling somebody right now?
I don't know.
It's saying that I'm battling somebody named Nikki.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you help me out? Think of what is that scripture I'm looking
Leviticus
for?
25.
Look, that's what it is. Leviticus 25.
I thought we
I'm
were talking
looking at
about the
something
story.
else.
Yeah, why you looked that up? Does TikTok automatically put us in live battles now?
No.
Why is it saying that I'm battling somebody right now?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I thought we were talking about the story going into the promised land.
He's finding a scripture for you. No, he's talking about slavery. Like it's interesting to me that you were very proud about your God telling the Israelites to go into another land and genocide. You said that
Not
you
proud of
said
that.
your
I
God
wrestled.
judged the Israelites very harshly for the things that they do. But this you don't know about. Like I find that very interesting.
No, I didn't. I don't like. I wrestled with that for a long time, actually.
Wrestle with
Thought
what?
having the Israelites, the 12 tribes of the Israelites, to go in and to ethically cleanse.
But you I guess you wrestle with it and it fucking won.
Well,
I don't know
one
what's the
thing.
point of you telling me you wrestle with it. Like you
That's
stated it
what
as if it was something to be proud of. You called it love.
I'm
You
not
literally
stating
called it
something
love.
out of it.
You
I'm just trying to
literally
recall.
called it love. Like I don't give a fuck about the fucking weak ass fight you lost with morality. Like you called it
So
love.
one thing that I realized is what the 12 tribes were. Not only were they not cleansing, but they were going in and they were adopting their gods and their ways, and God never rebuked them for not cleansing.
That's a
He
damn lie.
rebuked them
That's
for
a
taking their.
motherfucking lie. Like y'all get up here and y'all just say shit without even having read the damn story. That's
I
a
do.
lie. Yes, the fuck he
So,
did. He
so when
did
you
get
read,
mad at them for not doing what he told them to do.
No, he only called them out for taking their gods,
No, he called them out for not completing the task.
for not cleansing.
Yes.
Okay, show me the scripture. Teach me.
That's not my fucking job to teach you shit.
Well, I mean, I read through it, and I'm just recalling what I
And
remember.
I'm telling that you need to go read again. You
I
lost the
agree.
battle.
Exactly.
You lost the
I
fucking
agree.
battle with reading the same way you lost the battle with morality.
I agree. I need to read it.
Nelly, do you have the scripture for his ass?
Oh yeah, I got it. I want him to pull it up though.
What's this start to?
Leviticus 25, and I think we can start. Let's see. We don't have to read the whole thing. Um,
I'm battling for my life right now.
Nigeria,
Brutally tackled.
let's start at sorry, the man said the redeemer is all over, so full year in the house. Okay, so we can actually start, I believe, at 29. Um, and what version are you reading? I just want to make sure because I don't want to hear that King James, all that shit. So which one are you reading?
I read the KJV, but you can read whatever you want.
Oh no, we'll read KJV because you gonna say that I made that up, or you gonna say something. I don't want that.
Read the
We
NIV.
okay. So you have it pulled up?
No, I'm listening to you. I trust you.
No, I don't need you to trust me. I need you to pull it up in your Bible. Do you have access to a Bible?
I do.
What's up,
Okay,
K1?
so pull it up. This ain't about trusting me or believing me and nothing.
You said 25.
No, yeah, Leviticus 25 verse. We can start at verse 29. You think that's a good place to start? Or or should I go back a
No,
little
go
more?
to verse 39. What are you looking for? The slavery scripture?
Yeah, that's what.
Start at verse
It,
39.
Did you used to be a
okay.
Christian? Is that how you know all these scriptures?
No, I just hate Christians. No, I'm just playing. Yes, I used to be a Christian.
He gonna take you serious.
25. Which verse did you say? Did you conclude?
Yeah, we'll start at verse 39. And I do not want to read this in the KJV because it's going to throw me off.
Do you want me to
What
read it
verse do
for
you
you?
want me to read? So
Yeah. Thinker,
Yeah, we definitely not finna let dude from American Dad read it. Hold on.
you got it pulled up, Anthony?
yeah, if your brother.
I'm gonna read it.
Okay, that's it. Oh, yeah.
Okay. If any of your kin fall into difficulty and become dependent on you, you shall support them. They shall live with you as though resident aliens. Do not take interest in advance or otherwise make a profit for them, but fear your God. Let them live with you. You should not lend them your money at interest taken in advance or provide them food at a profit. I am the Lord your God.
That definitely
What?
wasn't the case.
Stop. Y'all don't start that shit. Like if you in here reporting the live, like get the fuck out. And y'all, I have to do a restart. It's too fucking early to be on a restriction. Like they've restricted the whole entire live. So unfortunately I have to do a
Damn.
restart. It's too fucking early to be on a restriction. Like this is
No, I'm
ridiculous.
not reporting it.
Hold
Somebody
on,
said
let me see if it's a 10-minute. Hold on.
I'm not reporting anything.
Uh, this is fucking ridiculous. Like I swear y'all get on my goddamn nerves. Nope, they
She said,
restricted it for the whole live in a 10-minute. So we got two restrictions. So I got to start over. We 40 minutes into the live stream. So I'll be back.
All right, come back, Ant.
That was fact.
It might have been the joke Nelly did. It, just thinking about it, it might have been the joke that you did, Nelly.
So what version were you reading? Because I couldn't.
Hold on for a second. Nelly, did you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
So
think that's probably what it was.
yeah. So we just got to be really careful with stuff like that. Um, the AI, the TikTok
Oh,
moderation. Nelly, I mean Anthony, please hold on. The TikTok moderation, we have to be careful with the things that we say up here, as far as things like that, like anything that could be
Hmm.
considered bullying and harassing. Like we can say bitch and shit like that. They don't give a fuck about stuff like that. But using the word, that word hate, and then that other word in the same sentence is gonna sound like religious persecution.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all know what we need y'all to do since we starting back over. Um, get us to 100 shares. Y'all gotta feed the beast. Get us to 25,000 likes in the first 15 minutes. I appreciate y'all. So sorry that we have to do this all over again. Go ahead. Let me finish reading. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from the families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for you to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Y'all keep sharing the live. We're at 67 shares. Help us get to 100 shares, please. Please tap the screen. I hate to ask y'all to do this again, but this is for the success of the live. We got 11 hours to go, y'all. All right, go ahead.
So, what do you think about that, Anthony?
sounds pretty lenient.
I think you must have you wasn't listening, was you? Tell the truth, you wasn't listening.
I was listening. I remember it talked about you're not supposed to take them as servants. You got to let them go in the year of Jubilee.
Okay.
Go back
Now,
to
who was that? Who got to be let go in the year of Jubilee?
Israelites.
Right. Now, as far as the other nations out there, what did he say about them?
Yeah, I got lost because I'm reading. I'm trying to follow in the KJV, and it's a different. It's a different. I got a brain injury too, so I can't really keep up. I'm reading a different version of what she's reading, so I got lost.
Mm.
Hired servants, not bond servant, right? Heathen. Oh, heathen may be both thy bondmen.
Also, it's only the Israelite men that get to go. Exodus 21, verse 7 tells us that if you sell your daughter into slavery, she shall not go at the end of the 6 years as the males do. So only the Israelite men are being released on this Jubilee.
Where does it say that at?
She
I
just
literally
gave you the
told you
scripture.
before I said it.
What verse was that?
Exodus, just worry about the first verse. Worry about what Thinker just read to you that you didn't hear.
So 46 should take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them for possession.
Inherit his property.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Moreover, the children of
So,
Israel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor.
but as for
Good.
your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So they couldn't do it with each other, but they were free to do it with other nations. So now I ask you again.
Sounds pretty prejudiced.
Oh yeah, you think?
Great job.
Like,
I mean,
It's almost like it's the fucking prompt, isn't
right.
it?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it might be a light bulb just came on a little bit. We got a little flicker. So once again, so now we go back and look at the whole story again. God allowed them to be enslaved, got them out of slavery, and then taught them how to be slave masters.
So in 47, when it's talking about if a sojourner or stranger wax rich by you, and thy brother that dwells by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger. I mean, it goes on and on and on.
I mean, like that's literally just saying if a free foreigner lives in Israel and an Israelite sells themselves to a free foreigner, that foreigner has to allow the Israelite to be redeemed by another Israelite. A foreigner cannot own an Israelite for life, and they don't have
Right.
to wait to Jubilee to free him.
I see that now.
So once again, now do you see why I said what I said?
So you see it as God showing favoritism for the Israelites.
No, your God, your okay, literally, your God is responsible for the Israelites being enslaved. Your
Right.
God is responsible for getting the people out of slavery. And your God is responsible for teaching them how to be slave masters.
Right. Do you think that currency can make people more of a slave than anything?
I don't know what that has to do with anything I just said, but you can run with that.
I'm just talking about the fiat currency is obviously enslaving this entire country and world.
So it goes back to the topic that you chose. If the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? Your God is the one producing the hate and the division.
What's up, Kill
This
Bill?
ain't this ain't got nothing to do with, well, in real life, it has everything to do with the human being who believes this shit. That's the reason why the division is there. But in the book, you can clearly see that your God is the one with the hate and the division. He has a hatred toward other nations. He has a hatred toward any other people outside of his precious Israelites.
So he doesn't.
So he what?
Until he doesn't.
Until he doesn't. When did he change his mind?
He sent his son.
Oh, when he sent his son, and then when the Israelites basically told Jesus to go do something with himself, then they decided to go ahead and say, okay, we can take anybody else outside of the Israelites, because since they don't want to be around no more. I mean, honestly, the only reason, and that's some Paul shit anyway, by the way. But anyway, the only reason that was done is because the Israelites turned their back on him.
And the promise was made a stumbling block for the Jews so that he could be presented to the world.
Help me understand this. Help me understand why y'all keep saying this shit. And then Christians uh, go you go on and you be anti-Semitic, right? But
I'm not
y'all believe as Christians believe that your God had to choose a group of humans to be a light to the world. But these same group of humans that your God chose to be a light unto the world are the same people that rejected and killed your savior.
our savior.
Your savior.
So it says that he came into the world.
Now help me understand this. He had to choose this group of people to be a light, and then everything this group of people that your God chose, y'all deny. Like
I
I'm
did
I'm so
not.
I'm so fucking confused.
I don't. I mean, Jesus said himself that many will come from the east and the west and sit at the table of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but the children of the kingdom will be cast out. They're the ones who rejected their maker.
Right, but your claim is that your God had to choose this group of people to be a light and an example to the world. I mean,
Well, he
but
honored
what?
his.
Hold on. But what you believe about this group of people is that they rejected your savior and killed your savior. I'm
Well,
so
did they
fucking
honor?
confused. They couldn't keep the law according to y'all. That's why your savior had to come. Like
Well, it was.
the example that they are to y'all is how to disobey your God.
What did they not reject?
That's
They
the
reject.
example. That's the example. Like what did they fucking teach you? What light are they to you? Like y'all just say shit and then you don't even think about what it means. What light are they
Exactly.
to you that they had to be chosen?
Well, the promises and the way things unfolded are quite a few things to unpack,
I mean, can you
and
answer the
each one
question
of
that
them.
I just asked though?
I know. I mean, it just seems like you're. I don't know. Understand the question.
Of course, y'all never understand my questions. What light were the Israelites to the world? What did they teach the world? What example were they for the world?
Well, it looks like they failed miserably.
What was the example? So your God failed then.
Oh,
Yes,
he
he did.
provided.
If he chose this group of people to be the
He
example for
chose
humans,
them.
why are
He
you talking
chose.
while I'm talking, Anthony? If he chose this group of people to be the example for all the other humans of how to be, and they failed, then your God failed.
He also chose them to be the people that the promise comes through, which is
Mm-mm.
Jesus.
That's not what you
Mm-mm.
said. That's not what you said. You said he chose them to be a light unto the world, to be an
He
example.
didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if they failed, so did your God.
He didn't fail.
Oh, so now they
But you
didn't
know
fail?
what? Moses actually presented that argument to God when he wanted to destroy the Israelites in the wilderness.
So wait,
He
so
and
wait, so
Moses.
wait, wait. So now they didn't fail. So if they did not
Moses
fail, what was
said
the
it.
example they taught humans how to be?
Moses actually presented that exact same argument
Okay,
to God.
cool. And can you answer my question, Anthony? If they did not fail, what was the example the Israelites taught the world?
I said they did fail.
But you just took
God
it
didn't
back.
fail. I
If they
said God.
failed, if your God chose them to do a job and they failed at that job, your God failed.
Right. So what I'm saying is God chose them to be the people that the promise Jesus Christ comes through,
That's no, it
which he
doesn't say
did.
that. Nowhere in this
Mm-mm.
text, does it say he chose. Nowhere in this text does it say he chose them for that, and that's not what you originally said.
Yeah, Jesus is the promise. That's what he promised.
No, he's not.
God promised to Abraham that his
It,
offspring would be
and
more
he did
numerous.
not say whatever the fuck Paul did with that scripture. It doesn't say that in the Hebrew scriptures. Nowhere in the Hebrew scriptures does it say that he chose the Israelites so that
Promise.
Jesus. Stop talking while I'm talking, Anthony. Nowhere in that scripture does it say that your God chose the Israelites so that your Jesus could come from the Israelites. Nowhere. It says that he chose them and that they would be a light unto the nations, that they were to rule the nations. That's what it says.
Promised Abraham that his offspring would be more numerous than the stars in the sky and the sands of the beaches.
Yeah, and
That
Paul
was
changed that and said that the offspring was singular and not plural.
even Abraham knew when he was told to take Isaac up into the mountain to sacrifice him. Before even Abraham knew he was telling Isaac God will provide for himself a sacrifice.
Y'all just say shit. Like there
Abraham knew.
Mm-hmm.
you're just bouncing all over the place. Like there's no motherfucking logic in anything that you're saying.
So you're saying, I'm making sure I understand you. The Israelites failed, but your God didn't fail, correct?
God provided the promise. Jesus remained faithful, and he was able to, and because
So yo, so
Say
so yo, so what you
beautiful.
telling me, Aunt? Let me make sure I understand you now. I need you to understand what you telling me. What you telling me is that your God is not all knowing. He didn't know the Israelites was gonna do what they did. He didn't know.
What did he say
Because
to
if he'd have
Abraham?
knew, he wouldn't have chosen, right?
What did he say to Abraham? He said, "Now I know."
Now, okay, so if I say now I know, what's wrong with that? If I say now I know, that means I didn't know.
That means he gave us free agency.
No, that means that he didn't know.
Right, because he gave us free agency. He
So
gave us
God doesn't. So
free
God
will.
is not all knowing, right? He can't be all knowing and talking about now I know. So he
Right,
can't be all knowing, right?
right. He's all knowing to an extent, but he doesn't know what we're gonna do. He
To an
doesn't know.
extent. Hell, I'm all knowing to an extent.
Right.
I mean, come on
Do
now.
you know whether or not you're ever gonna repent and get baptized?
The
You
whole
say what?
point.
I said, do you know whether or not you're ever gonna repent and get baptized?
I know that for a damn no.
You're never gonna repent and get baptized.
I'm never gonna be repent. I'm
Trying to
never
say.
gonna get baptized
The
again.
whole the whole point of being all or omni means that there's no limitations. So you can't say all knowing to an extent. That is literally an oxymoron. That's not how it works, dude.
The
You
only
can't
thing
have all and a restriction in the same sentence. That's dumb. In case you don't know what an oxymoron is.
the only thing that God doesn't know is what decisions you're gonna make. That's called free
Then
will.
he's not all knowing. Simple.
That's the only thing he doesn't know, though. You know, Satan wouldn't have rebelled if
This
hell.
isn't rocket science. Like, all knowing means you know everything. If you don't know something, you're not all knowing.
I
Like,
agree. Why do we keep revisiting it? Let's
because
move
you
on.
won't
Like that's
accept
the
it.
only thing he doesn't know though, but he's all knowing.
Why,
It's
you
like
know
in
that
Mama Bash's live earlier, a guy was like, um, what other law could God have given to stop men from raping women? I said, the very fact of you saying what other law could an all powerful God do is a limitation. Like you're putting a limitation on your all knowing, all powerful God.
Yeah.
it says in the Psalms that the Israelites limited the Holy One of Israel.
You see what they do? Like it just it
Yeah.
irritates the fuck out of me because like they don't finish a
I agree with
thought.
you.
They don't finish a thought and
Mm-mm.
then they just bounce to the next thing. Like who can conversate like that? Who can
I
think like
finished
that?
my last thought. You kept interrupting me. So
Don't
I was
stop
just
fucking lying. I've been sitting back here vaping. I haven't even been in this conversation.
not you,
Fucking lying and shit.
didn't
Like that's how like y'all you
the
just
last thought.
lie.
You guys keep interrupting me.
So
No, the only
is it
reason
fair to say, hold on, is it fair to say that your God is flawed? In some way, form, or fashion, he's flawed.
you say slow,
Flawed. He has flaws.
no, I wouldn't say God is flawed. I know he knows exactly what he's doing.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Only thing,
He's
well,
all knowing, but he don't know.
he repented and
That's a
make
flaw right there.
he repented for making man. He
Okay,
repented.
so that means that's a flaw.
He
If I say
repented.
if I repent for something, does that make then that means I had a flaw, right? That's why I'm repenting because I had a flaw,
Right.
and I need to repent for that flaw.
Can I ask you something?
So no, hold on. Well, let's get. You said God repented. Now, since God repented, I want to know who the hell did He repent to? He's God. He repented to Himself.
It means he regretted making man, just like he regretted making flooding the earth, and just like he regretted taking the Israelites into Babylon with hooks through their jaws. He said, "What I did was evil."
So that means your God is flawed.
Yep. Well, so that means
He said, "Well, so." Say, you got to say that again. I'll make sure we got that on recording. You said, "Well, what?"
so, and he also owned up to it, right?
You said what?
Doesn't that make him perfect that he owns up to it?
Does that make you
What?
perfect because you own up to something?
I believe so.
No,
Oh, I would believe that would be an attribute of perfection. I mean,
because when
as
you perfect, you don't have to make up shit.
well, I mean, do you think that you could create mankind and it would go perfectly without making them robots?
Well, if I was God, let's just keep it real. If I was God and I wanted everything to be perfect, well then I would have designed it with no flaws.
I gotta
I
ask a
wouldn't.
question. I got to
Let's
ask a question right quick. Like,
let's keep it
hold on,
real.
wait. Because I saw a video. Like, I keep hearing this God didn't want robots argument. You trying to tell me that your God put a tree in that garden, gave y'all free will so that y'all wouldn't be robots, and you think
What do you
your
mean,
God? Hold
y'all?
on, Anthony, down.
Okay.
You think that your God was thinking about 21st century uh technology that y'all are just coming into knowledge of when he didn't even give them fucking toilets, that like, you think that the word robots or the concept of robots was even in their minds back then when they were writing this shit, and he didn't even fucking give them toilets? Where is this coming from? God didn't want robots. Where the fuck is this argument coming from? I need to understand it.
What do you mean when you say y'all? Aren't you a human being too?
Answer the question, Ed. Where's that coming from?
Right. I don't understand the question. What I was getting at is, can you create a race of human beings with free will and it be perfect?
The fact that you don't even understand the question, like, y'all shouldn't be saying that shit. Like, just throw that shit out. Throw that the fuck out. Because there's
Okay.
no fucking way that
Okay.
your God gave y'all free will or put that fucking tree in the garden because he didn't want y'all to be robots. First off, y'all are bots. Y'all are bots.
Yeah,
But the
who's
concept,
y'all? Are you not a human
but
being?
the concept of
Are you not
robots,
are you not a human
stop
being?
talking over me. Damn.
And come
The
on now.
concept of robots at that time most definitely was not in your God's mind or the mind of the men who wrote this shit. Like, some dumb fuck said this shit and y'all are running with it. And not y'all just say shit and then you don't even ask yourself, like, how, why, what, when, where. You don't ask these questions, and you don't validate or invalidate whether the statement makes any logical sense. Like, they didn't even fucking your God, the most forward invention in that fucking story is bread. There's no fucking way that they were thinking about robots.
You on mute, Anthony. We can't hear you. Come off mute.
This whole robot thing is like a gross misunderstanding of free will and subservience versus like being threatened. It's we don't have free will. We're robots to an extent. We're a slave to our desires, like David Hume said. We don't pick those desires, yet they dictate what we do. We know we don't have free will. We are robots based off of our brain chemistry and wiring. So what is this whole free will thing? What is this robot versus free will thing to you, Anthony?
Do you think Lucifer had free will when he rebelled against
No,
it?
I think your God constructed a reality where certain events would unfold, and he chose to construct it that way. So, why is he punishing people for him making them a certain way?
It's not punishing them. He
Well, he
tells
cast Lucifer out of heaven,
right,
right?
but he rebelled.
Okay, he punished Adam and Eve for eating the fruit he knew they would eat if he made reality that way.
He did.
Yeah, isn't that nonsensical?
He also sowed fig leaves and covered
So they're
them.
robots anyway, like Thinker said. What is this robot thing? They're robots anyway. You've just agreed with that.
Not robot.
He went straight to fig leaves.
Mind you, a believer yesterday called the fig leaves clothes. Like
Oh,
what?
mm,
It's still
mm,
clothes.
Are you not
mm.
human beings? Like, I don't understand when you say y'all, like you're not included in this.
Anthony. Let me just say this, man, and I hope this sticks to you, and maybe you want to go back and think on it or something like that. But I really need you to pay attention to this.
Let's keep
What
it
I'm
real.
about to tell you, okay?
Yeah.
Pay attention, Anthony. All I'm trying to say to you is this: you asked me, could I create a race of humans and make them perfect
With free will.
with free will? With free will, let's just say free will existed. Now,
Free
in
will.
order for me to make that, in order for me to make that happen, let me show you. I'm gonna show you where your God fucked up because you don't see it. So I'm gonna
Do you,
show you.
do you reject God and Jesus Christ?
Man, come on. This don't need to preach to me. I just need you to listen. That's all.
It's simple yes or no. It's the only question. I
I
won't answer.
don't give a damn about no Jesus Christ or God, Jehovah, or any of the rest of
You
them.
have their free will to reject him.
Can you stop running from his analogy? You know what's coming next, and you don't want to
He
face it.
know. He know.
Carry
You
on.
know what's
So,
coming
I
next.
just wanted to make a point. You guys make points
okay.
all the
Do you mind?
time. You have the
Okay.
free will to reject Jesus Christ. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for that point. I appreciate you. Now, let's get back to your God's creation. Now, I need you to understand that when your God was doing all the creating, your God is the one who created the chaos too. Your God is the one who created the evil. Your God is the one who put the serpent in the garden. Your God did all of this.
He gave Satan reign over the garden to keep it. And Satan
Where does it say that? Show me a scripture that says he gave Satan reign over the garden.
can't
Show me
Why
that.
the fuck would he do that? Why would he give Satan control over the garden?
because Satan had not rebelled yet.
Well, you do know that for
Wow.
some reason Christians believe that the Garden of Eden is it. No, it's the Garden of Eden. Eden is the place, and there's a garden in the place. And there's
Right,
other shit out in Eden besides that damn garden. So it was an enclosed area
right.
where he decided to make this man and make this woman, right? When he decided to do all this and gave him the fruit, but yet he put the tree of good and evil there, and he also stuck the serpent in there with him. That was mistake number one,
It wasn't a
right there.
serpent.
Well, I don't give a damn if it was a snake. I don't care if it was a dragon. I don't care.
He was judged and
Every time
made to
Nelly
draw.
say I don't give a damn, it makes me think of this part.
I'm
Oh
just
boy.
trying to get you to see, Anthony. All I'm trying to get you to do is just use logic. I don't care. I'm not trying to tell you not to believe in your God. I'm not telling you to stop praying. I'm not telling you to stop going to church. I'm not telling you to stop believing in Jesus. I'm not. I'm just asking you to use logic.
That's all I used
And
to.
logically, you can sit up there and say God is the creator of all things, but yet you pick and choose the things that he's responsible for. He cannot be the creator of all things and then be not the creator of this, that, and the third.
Yo, it's saying that
He,
I just lost a battle. Like, how the fuck? How the fuck did I lose a battle that I didn't sign up for? Like, why is TikTok doing that?
I have no idea.
It's definitely a glitch. Like right now, it just looks normal. Like you'd be able to see if someone was in a battle, right?
It's
From
up
the
in the
Yeah.
panel.
corner. It's up in the corner. It has me matched with somebody named Nikki, and it said that I just lost the battle. It said that I lost in a draw. Like I didn't show up for the battle.
Mm.
Like I think
That
it's
is
I don't know.
absurd.
I think it's automatic now because I like yesterday it said I got a notification that said my battle was canceled. I think they're automatically throwing our lives in battles now,
Wow.
which means
Whew.
That's
yeah,
weird.
right. So like while we're talking, somebody else they got us matched with somebody, and I think they're like listening to our like I don't know, I don't know, but
That's
yeah,
weird. That's some weirdo stuff.
yeah, it's crazy. Go ahead. No, I didn't get an
But
invite to battle. It said it was scheduled. It's scheduling it. Go ahead,
so
y'all.
so okay. So Anthony, all I'm trying to get you to do is just use logic. That's all. Just think for a second, man. Take your head out of the clouds, jump out of the matrix for a second, and just think about what you be saying. You're saying the God, well, you just admitted that the God is not all knowing. We know that. But you're saying the God is perfect at the same time. Then you turn around and say that the God doesn't make mistakes, but then you turn around and say he repents. I mean, you got to hear what you're saying, my friend. That's all.
I think I'm being pretty reasonable.
I think you're being pretty reasonable on certain things, but it's just certain things I mean, you got so tied down in one little corner, you just said, so what? I mean, that's
I mean,
stuff kids say.
I maintain that position.
So let me ask you this. So you telling me there's nothing that this guy can do to make you say, well, hold on, I gotta question that God. I don't think that's right. Ain't nothing the God can do.
Not through the lens of Jesus Christ.
Not through the lens of Jesus Christ. So ain't Jesus God, or is Jesus separate from God in your book?
God is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in one.
So they all in one. So Jesus is just as much responsible for this shit as your God is then, right?
He came here and he taught love and he commanded love and he's slow to
He
anger.
commanded love. He commanded love. That's why he called that Canaanite woman a dog. Yeah, because he loved her so much.
Love one
Yeah,
another.
I can see why he loved. I see the love. I really do.
He
I
also
see the
commended
love.
her on her faith and said that he's never seen faith like hers.
Huh?
But he also commended her on her faith. I mean, you could call me a dog. I got some pretty amazing dogs. I would see that as a compliment with the dogs I have.
Really? So now we're
Wow.
being dishonest. Like a dog is an insult. Calling someone a dog and
See the way my dogs are?
putting them in the analogy as if they're under the table waiting for the children's crumbs is obviously meant to be an insult. Like he's telling her she's the bottom feeder. A
Wow.
dog. Like that's why are you lying to yourself and to everyone? No one's that stupid, right? We know what it means to call someone a dog and say they're eating crumbs from under a table.
I just think that, like I said, Anthony, I just think that you probably need
Say
to
that that was
go
rude of
back,
God. Let's say that was.
Anthony.
We can say, okay, God, that was rude for you to call the Syrophoenician woman a dog.
Okay.
So we.
Anthony. Anthony. Like I said, it's obvious, listening and talking with you, that, I mean, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You just can't. And it's okay. It's all right. So did you have anything else to add to the topic, man?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, even if God is, if you think God's unjust, or do you think His judgments are gonna be too harsh? I mean, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna be powerless over where you end up. He did provide His Son for salvation, for a way out.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes. His wrath comes from His love towards the
Mm-hmm.
victims of sin. So
Jesus died on the cross for all your sins, right?
correct. So you can
He
see
died
it.
for all your sins. Yeah, he
See it
did.
both
Yeah,
ways. Yeah, God's a harsh God, but
yeah.
wouldn't He be harsh if He loves the people who are victims of sin?
Yeah, he's a loving God.
Is that a good
I see the
point?
love. I see the love.
If you had children and somebody was wronging their children, wouldn't you want to harm those people who are doing wrong to your children?
But who did? Ain't nobody did nothing to the damn Israelites.
That's it.
Ain't nobody did nothing to the Israelites. The only people that did something to the Israelites was the people that was in Egypt, and God is the one who put them there.
And also he rose up Nebuchadnezzar to bring them into captivity, and they overdid it. They were harsh.
Why did we get to Nebuchadnezzar when we talking about the Israelites? Man, you jump all over the place.
He said nobody did anything to the Israelites.
Who did what to the Israelites? You got to say it. I know. Go ahead.
Egypt, you're right, the Pharaoh, and then
The Pharaoh. Hmm.
the
Okay,
Babylonian.
stop right there. Stop. Who put them there?
God allowed them to be there.
God, quit saying he allowed them. He sent them there as a punishment. Quit now.
You realize that had Joseph not even been in Egypt and to
In Genesis
organize
13:15, it
his
says to
country.
Abraham, "Your descendants will be slaves for hundreds of years in a foreign land."
Right. And
It
then
is a
it wasn't even a
punishment.
punish. It wasn't even a punishment. It was just a part of his sadistic ass plan.
Yup.
Yeah, he got their ass before they was even born.
When they crossed that Red Sea, it said there wasn't one feeble knee. There wasn't one
Mm-mm-mm.
sick person. There wasn't one feeble person. Look at America now.
You're a bit quiet. Would you mind speaking up and stop mumbling?
I'm sorry. When they crossed the Red Sea, there wasn't one feeble knee. There wasn't one sick person. There wasn't one sick Israelite.
What?
Mm,
That
mm,
isn't
mm,
true. Like
mm.
literally, his whole beef with the Amalekites is that the Amalekites attacked the weak, the elderly, the sick, the children, the women from behind. So why are you lying like
Mhm.
that?
Because there's a psalm that says that when they crossed the Red Sea, there wasn't one feeble knee
So then they
out of
lied. So then your God had the Amalekites
out of
killed
the
for no fucking reason.
600,000.
Then so then they lied. It looks like
I
you
don't
just
ever
it
remember
looks like
reading.
it looks like you just brought up a lie.
I don't ever remember reading any. You
Hey,
said the
Because you
Canaanites?
didn't read it. Because you've
What
never
about
read
when they
it.
left Egypt?
Duh.
hey,
When they
and
left,
I noticed something else too. When I'm speaking to you, man, and I'm talking, man, you don't be interrupting me like you do Thinker and Venus. Why do you do that, man? I mean, why can't you show them the same respect you show me?
thought I did.
Well, I mean, you trying, you a little better today, but I mean, man, come on, when they talking, let them get their thought out, man, and
I
then
said,
answer.
did you say the Canaanites? It doesn't matter. All I'm saying
Yeah.
is, God's a merciful God. He provided His Son for a way out of His wrath and His judgments.
Now I need you to hear what you're saying. I want you to listen to this. God is a merciful God,
Correct.
so He sent His only begotten Son to get crucified on a cross.
Correct.
Why is it so much blood with this God of yours, man?
Why? What do you?
Come on.
I don't even know how to begin to answer that when you look around and you see all the pain and suffering that is wrought by people's sin.
So if that's the case, then Jesus died for nothing.
He didn't die for nothing because anybody can come to God through Him now and repent.
Do you still sin,
Like anybody has access to eternal life now.
Anthony? Do you still sin?
Yeah. Do I
Okay.
still
And when
sin?
you yeah,
Well, I
oh
thought
yeah,
you
you
said, do I hear what I'm saying? No,
well
I
you
don't
you
sin.
yeah,
No,
you
it's
sin.
not.
You sin every day. You sinning
No,
right
I
now.
don't. Nope.
You sinning right now.
I am.
Yes, you are, man.
How am I sinning right
What
now?
are you what are you wearing right now? What do you got on?
What?
What do you got on right now? Well, tell me what you got on. What kind of shirt you
What are
got on?
you? What are you talking about? I
I
got
know you're
on
not
What?
butt naked.
What
I
kind
got
of shirt do you have on?
a cotton T-shirt on.
Okay, what kind of pants you got on? Or shorts?
I got cotton shorts on.
Cotton shorts, you got cotton drawers, cotton shirts, cotton everything
Everything's
cotton, huh?
cotton. I don't wear polyester or blends.
You know, you need to quit your damn lying. See, now you just made me mad. You lying. You don't own a pair of jeans.
Yeah, all my jeans are cotton though.
I
I
know
look at
you
my
wear mixed
bars.
fabrics. How can jeans be cotton?
He said,
Yeah,
"All my jeans be cotton."
It's cotton.
That's my next song, motherfucker. I ain't playing. All my jeans be cotton. That's my next
all my
song.
jeans be cotton. I'll be rocking in my jeans be cotton.
Now you're just being a
Mm.
clown
Cotton.
You know
because
you're lying. It's okay.
No, I
It's
don't lie
okay.
because I know that wool and linen vibrate at about 5,000 hertz, and when you put them together, they phase each other out.
That
what?
doesn't matter. Like I said, you still sin.
I'm not sinning. Take it back.
No, I'm not taking it back because you still sin. You sinned
Take it
yesterday
back.
when you called think a bitch. You sinned
Yeah,
then.
yeah, I sinned. I repented. I'm sorry.
No, so if you say I'm sorry, it's good. As long as you plead the blood of Jesus, it's all
That,
good and fine and dandy, ain't it?
that's up to her. That's up to
No, that's
God.
not up to her. That's up to you.
It's up to
Cause
her
that's in
whether
your mind.
it's up to her whether or not she accepts my apology. I mean,
But Jesus forgave you, didn't he?
I don't know. It would help if she asked Jesus to forgive me. I know
No,
that.
I'm talking about you. Do you feel that Jesus forgave you since you repented?
No, I'm hoping she'll ask Jesus to forgive me too.
No, that ain't gonna happen. So if you hoping for that, then you just gonna stay sinning. Cause
No,
that ain't gonna happen.
Can
That's
I
not
ask
going
a
down.
can I ask a question about an earlier point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you mentioned before that God is merciful. What do you think it means to be merciful?
so like a lot of people want to take and act like God's not
No, no, that's
gracious.
not what I'm talking about. What's the definition of mercy?
Mercy is to not exact a punishment when we deserve it.
Okay. Would you say that that's essentially the suspension of justice? To not execute someone's punishment that they deserve?
Let's say forgiveness is conditional.
What?
I will.
Is mercy
God's forgiveness is
is
conditional.
mercy based off of the definition you just gave us, the suspension of justice?
Is it mercy for God to give us an opportunity to repent when
No,
we
just answer
deserve
the question. You don't need to, this doesn't need
separation?
to be biblical. I'm just talking about definitions. You don't have to apply it to anything.
No, I don't think it is.
You said that mercy was not enacting a punishment that someone deserves. That's what you said, right?
How did you put it though? That was.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. God requires mercy over sacrifice. He
That's not what
requires
I
us.
asked you. What are you
He wants us
doing?
to be merciful.
Dude, I just asked you for a definition of mercy. That's
Thank you.
all.
I gave you one already. It's not
Yeah, so I
exacting
was
a
asking you.
punishment when we deserve one.
Yeah, great. So I was asking you if that definition that I repeated to you was correct. Is mercy not enacting a punishment on someone that they deserve?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So wouldn't that be so wouldn't punishing people for what they deserve be justice?
I suppose that would be justice. Yeah, if somebody deserves
Okay,
a
so
punishment.
if your God is just, how can he also be merciful at the same time? Is he not always just? Are these difficult questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. One thing I wonder is why people reject. Because I agree, the Old Testament God is a harsh God,
No, that's not
but
what
why
I'm
are there
talking
people who
about,
would want to
Anthony.
reject Jesus?
Why don't you engage with what I
I don't
said
know what you're
directly
talking
without
about.
applying it to the Bible?
Because he can't think outside of that book.
So you're saying that God cannot simultaneously be just and merciful, and that's
Yes,
why
because
He had to send His Son into
no. No one's talking
God.
about his son.
God,
They're antonyms, mercy and justice. You can't have both. That's like your room being dark and light at the same time. You can't have mercy, which is the suspension
merciful.
of justice, and justice. That's a direct contradiction.
I don't know how taking what we deserve un, and unleashing it on your own son. Oh, that's not merciful.
Yeah,
I think
so,
you're kind of
but
missing the point.
I didn't say it's not merciful. I said, can it be merciful and just at the same time? Or was your God not
It's
just?
merciful and it's just.
Yeah, but
It's
they're
just and merciful.
they're antonyms. How
We
can you
took
be
our
just?
Was it just for
Anthony,
Jesus?
Anthony, stop interrupting
Was
me.
it
Your mic
just
is so muffled, like I doubt anyone can hear you if you're talking while I'm talking. The point is,
right?
you agreed that justice, or you agreed that mercy is the suspension of said justice, not enacting a punishment someone deserves. That's justice. Not doing that would be the suspension of it. How can you suspend this justice but also enact the justice simultaneously?
I mean, I feel like that's what I was trying to articulate, but I get cut off. So if I begin to try to articulate that again, you're going to interrupt me.
Go ahead.
I want to ask is how is it not? How is that just? Jesus to have to take our sins on?
Why do you
How,
guys do this? I ask you a question and you say,
just
"Oh,
a,
how is it not?" It's like if I ask you, "How was your day?" and you say, "Oh, how wasn't my day?"
you
That's
ask that question, and when I start
yeah,
to
but you
answer, you
no,
interrupt me.
you tried to flip it around and immediately you're gonna say, "How is it not just?" Or how can you not have mercy and
Is it
justice? That's
just?
what you were gonna say.
Is it just for Jesus to take our sins on the cross?
No. So how can it be just and merciful?
We receive the mercy. It's merciful for us. Somebody has to pay the price. He's our substitute.
Okay, so the
So what do
action
you
in
think
of itself.
what do you think will happen when Jesus provided it, or when the Father provided His own Son to take our place?
Okay, so when we look at that for Jesus, was that just and merciful at the same time? Because I'm not talking about multiple people. That would be them encountering or
Some,
experiencing a different scenario. We're talking about the person who is innocent here, which is supposed to be Jesus. Is it just to punish an innocent person
no,
for someone else's mercy?
no. That's the whole. That's why it's. That's what I'm saying. It's not just for Jesus to have to take our sins, but He did.
So your God does things that aren't just?
Out of His love for us, He did.
Okay, so all you had to do was agree with my first point that he's not always a just God.
Don't you think that was for the better? If you're someone who's lost,
Why would an innocent man dying for crimes he didn't commit be a better alternative than punishing the people who are guilty?
Because he loves us. That's the hope.
But what, I don't care about that. How is that fair?
Why
You can
would
say because he loves us, but
That's
why
why
would
Paul
punish?
wrote. That's why Paul wrote that while we were yet sinners, Christ commended his love for
Anthony,
us.
why can't your God just punish the bad people? Why do innocent people always have to get caught up in this?
Well, only his son,
Yeah, he's
and it
still
was only
innocent. I don't care. One life is still too much. Why does your God not just punish the bad people? Why did he wait 400 years? Why is he punishing all of us for the original sin? Why is he punishing Jesus
do you
for the
feel
world's
like
sins? Why can't he just ever punish the guilty people?
do you feel like and I'm that's valid because I do take that up with God when he says vengeance is mine. It's like, okay, why do we got to keep waiting? But do you feel like God's punishing you?
No, I don't feel he doesn't exist to me, Anthony. Why would I feel like I'm being punished by
Well, I think
forces that don't exist?
God exists to you more than any Christian I've ever met.
Are you
There's no way God
are we
doesn't exist.
are we having the same conversation, or
There's no way you'll never convince me God doesn't exist to you.
I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to show you that your God can't be all just and merciful at the same time.
Well, yeah, he is. To some people, it's just. To some
Yeah, so
people,
he's not all just. You're agreeing with me. To some people he's
God,
just,
Jesus' sacrifice was merciful to people while it
but
was
not
unjust
just.
to some.
Okay, so it wasn't
Actions have
all
different
just.
ramifications to different people, right?
That's the point. He's not all just. He's just to some people.
To some people, he's merciful. It benefits some. It costs Jesus, and for the benefit of others.
Are you not seeing the problem here?
I do see the problem. That's the thing. Is the problem is sin.
I'm done.
Well, Ed, we appreciate you. We thank you for coming up. So you have a good day, my friend.
Before it's too late.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Well, we don't need you to preach. Just have a good day, man. Catch you next
Bye.
time.
Bye,
Bye
Anthony.
bye.
All righty. Bye, Anthony.
It's just I wasted my time. I was like, oh, we're
Yeah.
actually getting somewhere. And then he just do what he did with Mr. Nelson and just say so. Or just,
Damn.
oh, because of sin, just something stupid.
I laughed so hard when he said that. I knew he was backed in the corner. He got in that corner. He just said, "So what?"
I'm over here working on all my jeans be cotton. So y'all gotta hold it down because I'm over here writing. But also I need the chat. Y'all keep continue to do your thing. Thank y'all so much. Like the live up. Is it Ro? Ro, are you there on purpose or on accident? Okay. Whoa. Queen? Queen, are you here on accident? Not done yet. Are you in the box on purpose or accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, and you are 18 and up tonight. Normally 18, 19, and 20 don't get a chance to participate in these conversations, but tonight is the night that we set aside for that age group to participate in these discussions. You will be talking with Venus, but not only Venus. Um, so if you are interested in having a conversation and you're 18, 19, or 20 years old, go ahead and submit a request. 21 and up can still request up as well to talk to the regular host on the stage. And don't be afraid to come up. Um, I need somebody to come up here and have a conversation so I can get back to writing because I'm in the zone. I feel like the song has to be written right the fuck now. Like, I feel like it needs to be done.
Yeah, that's a good title right there.
Hmm. Come on, y'all, come on in the room. Don't if you are someone who identifies as spiritual, like if you're in your deconstruction journey and you're still holding on to the idea of a God, maybe you believe in energy or force or something like that, and you are willing to have what you believe now in this moment in time challenge, so that you know, challenge what you think you know. It is not for us to tell you that what you believe in isn't true, but you may be able to share some information, some knowledge with us, uh, but also allow us to challenge what we think we know. If you are interested in doing that, option 3 is on the board for you. We haven't had a lot of people who identify as spiritual or agnostic on stage, so this is your opportunity to do that. Z Select,
Yeah,
hi, how are you?
not too bad. I was getting up on regard to 3.
You were doing what?
Oh, I was coming up for 3, for number 3 of
For number
your
3.
prompts.
Okay. All right. How old
Yeah,
are you?
I'm 30.
30. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and partner you with Venus. She is 21, so I think that she can handle herself. She has the mind of a 35-year-old. Uh,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Go ahead.
I'll say basically like I don't know if good is like real, and when I say real, I mean in an ultimate sort of sense. Like it seems to me that good is only like relative to whatever group of people or single individual we're talking about, but I don't know if good exists as like a spiritual thing.
Well, it's definitely not spiritual because nothing is spiritual because no one can define what a spirit even is. No one can give it any sort of utility or definition. So, good would most definitely not be anything spiritual.
No one can give spiritual any utility. That's a very bold claim, and I mean it's like surely, I mean on some level spiritual is hard to define, but that's only because it's like in reference to other things which we can classify as being mundane, I guess.
Well, it doesn't have any utility because it's completely arbitrary. It's useless. The things that we attribute to a spirit are all processes that occur in the brain. They can all be broken down. That's the whole field of neurochemistry, right? It's very apparent that the brain is responsible for those things, and adding anything like a spirit or a soul to do those roles is just an extra presupposition that doesn't have any utility. What do you think it has utility for? What is a spirit?
I mean to frame reality in terms of utility alone isn't like is not the right way to is not the only way to frame things. And I
No, no,
mean
that's not what I did. No. So, spirit isn't something that we can touch or observe, is it?
it is. I mean, and when you say touch or observe, it's like
Okay,
we
what's a
can
spirit then?
a spirit is something that is on some level not immediately physical.
Yeah, you just told me what it isn't. I asked you what it is. What is
I
that? I didn't say
mean,
what it isn't.
we go down really, really far saying what it
You see what I
is.
mean? He just proved the
I know.
point.
Okay, okay.
They
I mean,
can't
if you,
define spirit. Why can't you just tell us what it is? You want to tell us what it isn't, where it isn't, what it doesn't do. Just tell us what it is. I'll give you an example. A fruit or an apple is a fruit that comes in the color red or green. Apples grow on trees. Now tell us what a spirit is.
Can you tell me what light is?
Okay, so light essentially is made up of particles called photons. Light would be a photon traveling at a certain wavelength.
But particles don't actually exist. They're excitations of like underlying
Are you
conditions.
aware that we can look at atoms under a microscope?
Are you aware that what makes up atoms are just excitations along a underlying set of
Why don't
conditions?
you, okay, you know what? Before we go down this route, can you tell me what is an atom made up of?
An atom is made of protons and neutrons, electrons, and various other forces that I personally don't understand.
No, so there's no various other random forces, but you did get the composition of the atom correct. But either way, this isn't defining a spirit. Honestly, I shouldn't even entertain the whole light discussion. Just
Well, the reason I pointed to light is because, like, I could say that a spirit is,
light is light. We don't. Why are we redefining light? Light is light. We know what causes light. We know how to generate it. There's what's a spirit? I thought you was gonna say something smart when you asked me what light was. Just what's a spirit, please?
it is a localized element of consciousness that is a basic form.
A localized. Let me write this down. A localized
Or
element of consciousness in its.
the basic form isn't part of the definition if you want to put it there, but
Okay, so
like,
I asked for the definition. Did you miss that part?
did you miss the part where it was provided? Um,
Yeah, then I recited it, and then you said, no, it's not just the definition. Like, what the fuck?
oh man, I'm all right,
Can
all
you
right,
just define it?
all
Like,
right.
look, this is like,
This is
you're
not.
doing too
It's not
much.
easy. It's not easy because it's like on some. I don't want to be like difficult or hard, but like on some level, yes, you're right. It is difficult to define what we call spiritual because it's like it doesn't exist as a thing by itself. Like there's an inherent like subjective and embodied experience of what
How do you?
spiritual is. But I feel like on some level, you know what it is that
No,
we
I
are talking about.
don't. No,
Do
I
you?
don't.
You truly don't.
No, because it doesn't exist. You guys can't tell us what it is. All I know is you guys attribute it to things that the brain is responsible for. You don't even know what it is. It's this ill defined term that comes from religious dogma that you guys take out of the religion and try to apply to consciousness. Like, spirit has definitions. Well, not really a definition, but it has a purpose in a theology. When you take it outside of the theology, there's no point in using terms like spirits and demons. They're just lost causes. It's why you can't define it, because you're taking it out of its origin and applying it to your own framework.
So let me ask you this: how would you define consciousness?
Consciousness is being aware of your environment.
It's awareness.
It's being aware of your environment.
Only your environment.
What else is there to be aware of?
Well, so we'll say aware of the environment, right? Does consciousness also? So can are humans the only things that have consciousness?
No, animals are conscious too.
So and that consciousness again is just awareness of the environment, and I imagine that awareness
Yes.
like has varying levels. So in me, because it's not just
Yes.
the environment.
Yes, you can be aware of yourself if you have a brain that is a certain level of sophisticated. You can become aware of yourself and look in the mirror. Like, what does this have to do with the spirit?
Again, the spirit is not something. I'll make a claim here that
I
maybe
didn't
you
ask what
can.
it isn't. Every time you say it's not, it isn't. It just irks. It's like a grinding in my ear because I'm asking you what it is, not what it isn't. You see how I told you what an apple was without telling you, oh, an apple is not a carrot. It doesn't grow underground. It isn't in the ocean. I told you what it is. So could you give me the same liberty for the definition of spirit?
A spirit is something that I
Can't define
can
very
only
obviously.
no. I mean, the to say that I can't define it, and it's like if what I'm identifying as spiritual is something that like has to be embodied on some level, and like
We've been doing this for 15 minutes. If you had a definition, you would have given us one by now.
Mm-hmm.
I so and because I cannot define it by what it is, but only can point out what it is not, and I can only define it in relationship to
That's
other
not
things.
defining it.
It doesn't it doesn't exist. Like because I
Well, you
can't
can't
say
demonstrate, mate. Well, that's not why it doesn't exist. That corroborates to the reason why most people wouldn't accept it because you can't even define it. So we don't even know what we're looking for in terms of trying to provide evidence for a spirit. Like, how are you going to give evidence for something you don't even understand or can define? So I don't know how we'd go about proving that it exists when we don't even know what it is.
well, I wouldn't be trying to give evidence for something, empirical evidence at the very least, for something that requires like that is mostly experienced subjectively on some level.
Okay, tell me what it is and tell me the evidence for it. If you can't do that, I'm not sure what you want to talk about as it pertains to a spirit.
Well, I mean, I want to talk about the fact that like reality, all of reality is not empirical. Like it can't be subject to empiricism.
Okay, what is it then?
Reality includes things that are empirical, also includes things that can only be experienced subjectively.
No, then that's not included in reality. That's included in your experience. Your experience isn't reality in of itself. You don't decide what exists and what doesn't based off of your singular perception. That's not what truth is. Like
It's not.
how do
Go
you
ahead,
know, for
please.
example, if no one else can see, detect, hear, or experience this thing, how do you know it's not a hallucination if no one else can detect it?
I'm not going so far as to say that no one else could detect it. What I'm saying is that part of reality can only be experienced subjectively.
Yeah, so that means
And
that
that
you're the
claim
only one who can
is,
detect it. That's what a subjective experience is.
I don't mean to say that I am the only one, but like as a human being, you have subjective experiences yourself.
Yeah, duh, but that's not what reality is. It's why they're called different things. It's why one
So
is subjective and one is objective.
can you like give me a
Can you
description of what the
define
color red
spirit?
is?
Can you define spirit? Red, well, if you know what the electromagnetic spectrum is, red would be a wavelength of light in the visible light spectrum of the
What is
electromagnetic spectrum. I'm not doing this with you. What's a spirit?
the reason you're saying not to do it with me is because it's like it's not something that you can easily
What do you
define
mean?
in
I just
isolation of
defined,
other
dude, I
things.
just defined red for you. It's a wavelength of light in the visible spectrum of the
But to say it's
electromagnetic
visible,
spectrum.
to say it's visible is not to describe what the actual experience of
I just
perceiving red
told you what
is.
it was. I told you it was a wavelength of light. Did you miss that part?
That is not describing what the experience of perceiving red is.
The experience of perceiving red?
Yes.
Well, of course it doesn't tell you what it is. That's why there's red, and then there's your personal experience of red. There is the electromagnetic spectrum, then there is your cone cells in your brain. But red exists outside of your head. It's why we all know what it is, and people who are not colorblind can point to it. We can agree that apples are red, cherries are red, and pomegranates are pinkish. We can agree on that because we know what it is outside of our subjective experiences. So, can you tell me what a spirit is?
I would say we know what red is because in
I
part
didn't ask
outside of
about
our
red. I
experiences,
don't want to
yes,
talk
but
about. I don't want to talk
it's
about
exemplary.
colors.
The reason I'm talking about it is because it is exemplary of the relationship that exists here. We only
Yeah,
know
but
what the
we can
color red
define what
is,
red is. We can define what red is.
but we
We know
define what
that
red
red.
is on the
Yeah,
basis
we.
of the fact that we can see it, which is a
Yeah,
subjective
I can't tell
experience.
you what a song looks like. Certain things in reality are reliant upon different senses. I can't tell you what the color red tastes like. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
My
You
claim is
can't
not
tell
that it did
me,
not exist, is that
yeah,
we
so
rely
so
upon subjective experience to
no,
experience what
we
red
don't
is.
rely upon subjective experience. We rely upon subjective experience for things like your favorite movie or your favorite color. but not color in of itself. That exists outside of your head. You can see that. You can point to it. We know what it is. Tell me what a spirit is. Like, I don't know why we always have to do this with you guys.
I mean, when you say you don't know, perhaps you mean to say you don't think it's useful for us to
What is a
indicate.
spirit?
I would say that a spirit is localized consciousness at the very least. Like that's the most
Localized
basic thing I can say.
consciousness. What is
Yeah.
localized consciousness?
So you have consciousness, which you describe to be as an awareness of some sort. Yeah. I mean, you didn't say a lot of what that awareness is,
Why
but
isn't all consciousness localized? Where can we see consciousness floating around in the depth?
I mean, could you not say that culture is a form of consciousness?
What the fuck? What the fuck? This is why, you know what, Thinker, this is why you didn't have this prompt up before. It is this is a this is a headache, and all you're doing here is demonstrating to 400 people that you can't define a spirit. You tell us it's localized consciousness, yet local you're just adding the localized part to try and differ from the original definition, because all consciousness is local. It's local to a brain, which is what I explained to you, that this spirit you're trying to define into existence is just a brain. It's just the features of a brain. So please just tell me what a spirit is. I don't know why we have to do this.
Let me see.
My
I haven't been
uh,
listening. I've been over here writing. But okay. Try with me. What is a spirit? What are you saying?
He hasn't
I'm
defined it yet, Thinker. We've been doing this for 30 minutes.
Well, okay. What? Try with me. What are you saying?
if you guys, this whole point is just be like, because I can't say definitely what it is and I'm relying on things that are in relation to it to define it, then I mean, okay.
Okay.
But like that's not engaging with like that's not really engaging with what's on offer here. Like
Yeah.
you won't find anything deeper than just saying like, oh well, we can't isolate it from everything else around it. Then
Okay.
sure, you can say that.
Start with me. Like brand new conversation. I wasn't listening.
Mhm.
So I apologize. What? First off, tell me what is it that you believe right now? Like, do you believe source, a God? What is it?
I mean, I do believe in a spiritual world, and I can say it scales from there. But yeah, I do believe in like the existence of a spiritual world.
Okay. When you say a spiritual world, is that similar to this world, and it's just
Um,
immaterial?
I would say it's a yes, basically yes.
So kind of like a replica of exactly what you already know. Uh,
Not a replica of everything that I know, but I would think that the spiritual world exists of a different substance than what our physical world does. But I mean, I would have to talk for longer to
yeah, that's okay. That's
flesh it out. But
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what this prompt is about, right? Um, okay. So when you say of a different substance, right, that would be immaterial. But is it a like a perfect picture of what you already know here? Just this is the material, and then what you're calling the spiritual world is the immaterial version of this physical world that you know.
I mean, effectively, like it's difficult for me to say yes without getting the specifics. Like so really quickly, the idea of quantum physics, quantum mechanics, that there's this quantum field which kind of just is pervasive everywhere. And then as you scale up and how matter and energy is constructed, you get us, you know, things exist at different levels of abstraction, have different properties. Some properties are emergent, so on and so forth. Um, I think on some level, what we identify as the quantum field can ultimately be associated with what we identify as spiritual in some way that is as yet very, very difficult
You're
to
talking
point
about
out.
what energy does, what right, like what particles do, and that's what you're calling spiritual.
I mean, that's the closest that I can relate it to something that might be of the physical world. But considering that, particles are excitations of, again, the lowest form of what we know is like the quantum field theory, like absolute lowest form of matter. And not even matter, just like what we consider just anything at all exists as quantum fields. So that is what I'm identifying as being like the most fundamental reality. And I think what is spiritual is analogous to that, but
Well,
I can't really say
how
much.
would it be analogous to that when you can't articulate it though? How do you know that it's analogous to it? And then you're calling it a world, and what I'm trying to understand is what is actually in this world and what goes on with this world, and how is it different from the physical world that you know now, that you experience right now.
I mean, considering that I only experience what is spiritual partially, I wouldn't be able to say definitely.
But what
Um,
is the experience that you're calling spiritual though? Right? You're
oh, what
putting,
are those? It's
yeah,
a
like,
plethora.
well,
It's a plethora.
well, not really, because I'm still asking you about this spiritual world. Like, for you to know that this spiritual world exists, that means you've experienced it on some form,
Yeah.
right? And so what I'm asking is you to explain that experience and what it is, how it is different from the physical world that you experience here. What do you see when you go to the spiritual world? What do you see?
Well, what I see is not is superimposed in some sense over my like own physical experience. Like, I
So
mean,
it
a
is
lot
a
of the
replica. It is a replica. It's an immaterial replica of the physical, of what you
I
already
wouldn't
know.
limit it to that, but it does include like it. I'm not trying to be difficult, but like the mechanism whereby I'm trying to describe this is like really the best rendering I could offer because, um, it's like whether it's things that I feel in my body, whether it's me engaging in a particular ritual and then seeing outcomes, stuff like.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you to go more in depth with. It sounds like you're kind of holding back on doing that. Like, so if we identify that there are some aspects of this spiritual world that represents, I mean, that oh God, why did this word just fucking leave my brain? There are some parts of the physical world that mimic your spiritual world, that mimic the physical world, right? But it is
Mhm. Yeah.
immaterial. And you said that there are other aspects that do not mimic the physical world. What are those aspects?
I mean, conceivably, it would be uh, something that doesn't mimic the spiritual world. Like,
That you experienced when you're in this spiritual world? You see a immaterial version of the physical world, but you're saying that you see other things too, or experience other things too, in this immaterial world that you're calling spiritual. What are those other things that are not also seen or experienced here in the physical?
okay, for one, knowledge can be one. Like having knowledge about things that I would not otherwise know about.
Okay, can you
Um,
share one of those experiences? Like, what knowledge?
yeah,
And then, like, so the knowledge is, are you saying that here in the physical world, knowledge is limited to you having to search for it, I guess, or being told about it? But in the immaterial world, you have, it's unlimited knowledge and you just have access to it. Is that, it's like instant knowledge?
I mean the exact means whereby this information comes is like not clear. I can only pinpoint to the fact that there have been multiple experiences where people around me have had knowledge of things that they could not have known about at all.
It was this experience in the in the physical world where you
Yes, it was in the
okay,
physical
so
world.
I'm asking about the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, you're saying knowledge is a part of that immaterial world, that is an addition to what you don't already experience here in the physical. So how is this knowledge that's in the spiritual world different from knowledge in the physical?
I suppose it doesn't is not solely contained within my own mind and isn't entirely derived from my senses, if you want to put it
So
that
it's
way. I
instant. So
mean,
it's in the spiritual world, knowledge just is.
I suppose. Yeah,
And
that's
so
a way of
and
saying it.
it's
Yeah,
unlimited and you have access to it.
yeah, to
Okay.
some of it.
Uh,
Yeah.
and do you retain this knowledge when you leave the spiritual and re-engage with the physical? Or do you lose that instant knowledge access?
Um, I think there may be brief periods of time where people do gain the information, but sometimes the knowledge does remain with them.
Why is there a sometime? What happens with this instant access to knowledge when you are engaging in this immaterial world and you re-engage with the physical? What happens?
I mean, it could be a variety of things. It's like a person could simply forget. Um, the information. I mean, the information which came to them could leave them. The understanding was there for a moment, and then it no longer was available for who knows why reasons, really.
And what are you using to know in the immaterial? If your physical brain is here, this is where you retain knowledge or information in your physical
Hmm.
brain. Um, and so a person could forget something, right, in their physical brain. So it sounds like when you're in the spiritual, that you don't have access to that, right? So what are you using in the immaterial world to know? And to know, like, you remember the experience of knowing, but you don't remember what you knew.
Yeah, the content of knowing. I mean, there's a variety of like schools of thought, whether that's like us having a spiritual body. Um,
Right,
and
right. But
yeah, go ahead.
what I'm asking is, so it still sounds like a immaterial version of your physical self. Because in order for you to know that you are experiencing this level of knowledge, this instant knowledge, there has to be something that's helping you with this awareness. In it to retain that memory of that awareness, right? And in the
Mhm.
physical world, your brain does that job. And so, but your brain is here in the physical. What is helping you do that in this immaterial world? Do you have an immaterial brain?
I mean, I'm unaware of how deep some of the thought goes in that regard, but like, I mean, I'm not trying to suggest that I can experience the physical wholly devoted, the spiritual wholly separate from my embodied experience. Like, I'm presently alive with all of my organs and stuff like that. I mean, I can't distinctly say that the spiritual is altogether separate from my embodied experience. It's just that the spiritual is maybe above and beyond what my normal faculties might afford me to be able to do. Um,
But you
maybe
do
afford me to
realize
be able
that.
to see. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
but you do realize that if you are saying that you have access to a different type of knowledge, YouTube, I don't know what's going on with the mic. It's as loud as it's gonna be. It's up. It's turned up to the max. My mouth is like literally touching the thing. I don't know why it's so low. It might be a YouTube glitch. Um, but like you do realize that if you are saying that you have access to this extra knowledge or this different type of knowledge, and you are aware of that, right? This is instant knowledge, but you can't explain, right? That there is a lack of knowledge here. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, there's many things that I can't explain that I'm able to interface with still.
So then there is not, it's not a higher level of knowledge. Like, you're not getting access to knowledge that we don't have access to here. It's not a different type of knowledge, because it sounds like you have a lack of knowledge and even being able to explain what it is that you experience in this immaterial world.
I mean, do I need to understand how, my car's motor works in order to effectively drive it?
That would be a lack of knowledge. You are claiming a higher level of knowledge. This is the same limitations that, if here in the physical world, what you just described would be a limitation of knowledge. But what you're saying is, when you go into this immaterial world, there is no limitation of knowledge, and what you just described is a limitation of knowledge.
I mean, this would be better explained within the context of an anecdote, which would demonstrate the principles that at work. But it's difficult for me to definitively say what the principles that are at work spiritually are, because they're so manifold.
I mean, is it
Like I,
difficult for you to explain, or is it that you don't know? Like, saying that something is difficult to explain would be like, I know what it is, but I'm trying to find the right words to be able to explain it to someone who may have a lack of knowledge. Saying that it's difficult to explain when you have a lack of knowledge is being intellectually dishonest. And so, what I'm asking is, do you know, right, the mechanism for how you are aware of this experience and this knowledge in the immaterial world, and why someone would lose that knowledge when they come back and to engage in the physical world? Or is it that you can't find the right words to explain it?
I mean, I wouldn't know all the factors involved, really. I mean, and
You would or
I,
you
I,
would
I just
not?
don't. I do not know all the factors involved to be able to itemize them for you. No, I
Okay,
don't.
so that is a limitation. So you have this same limitation to knowledge in this immaterial world that we all have here in the physical.
I mean, I suppose in the sense that it's possible for me not to know something. Yes, like
It's the same
maybe it'd
thing.
be
It's a
easier if you
replica.
say,
What I'm getting at is that it sounds like your spirit, what you are calling a spiritual world, is a replica of your physical world, right? And with this immaterial perspective, right? And it's when you go into these meditations and you have these vibes and these feelings or vibrations, right? These are the things that you are considering as otherworldly things, that's connecting you to this otherworldly experience. It's your brain is still operating and producing images for you, right? It's still processing these feelings that you are having in your body, and you are attributing it to what it is that what you're calling spiritual. That's all it sounds like. It just sounds like a another. It just sounds like a imprint of the physical.
can I give you an anecdote that you can respond to, and that may be a bit more productive? Okay. So I had one of my friends come to my apartment. I want to say back in September, and he has various spiritual practices that he does. He performed a ritual that's basically called a cleansing, where he lit a particular herb and had a vessel, and he kind of used that smoke to go around and cleanse my physical space. Um, and I'll make this as brief as possible, but there is a bit of context just to explain what was going on. So I was in a bit of a weird situationship with someone for several months, and this person really had messed with my personal life. But they ended up going away about around the same time that this friend came to my apartment, who does this spiritual stuff. And one of the things about this situation that I had going on is that they left a yoga mat in my closet. And at some point in this closet, out of concern for, if things move forward, I don't want to have this thing in my house anymore. I didn't exactly want to throw away either because I didn't know if the person was going to come back to get the yoga mat. So I put the yoga mat in my car. So fast forward to my friend here doing his spiritual cleansing and stuff like that. One of the objectives of the cleansing was to remove the presence of the person that I was in this kind of situation with. And towards the end of the ritual that he was doing, he was looking around and he felt that, that there needed to be a piece of something that the person owned in order to just kind of put the final nail in the coffin, that he wanted to burn and bury this particular thing that the person owned. And the thing that I did have was the yoga mat. What was interesting though is that my friend actually pointed to the closet where the yoga mat was previously. He said, "It's right there." That was interesting. It wasn't actually there, but rather I held the yoga mat there for quite some time before I decided to move it into my car. But he pointed to the exact place where the yoga mat was and told me that it was there, in order for me to kind of bring it up. And that would be an example of him having knowledge of something which he could not have possibly have known about. He did not visit my apartment prior to that. I didn't tell him about this at all. Didn't mention the yoga mat to him at all.
Okay. Did you believe that the person was messing with you spiritually before this ritual was taking place?
No.
What What was the purpose of the spiritual if you did not think that this person was, that you were connected spiritually in some, like you needed a cleansing? What was the purpose of the cleansing if that was not your thought?
Well, I mean, I got into I was trying to get in a relationship with someone else who was very spiritual. And I didn't want them to possibly be able to perceive the presence of this other person.
I
So
mean,
it
where
was a
did the
precaution
idea
I was
come?
taking.
I mean, so then you did believe that this person's spirit was still around you prior to this ritual taking place.
I didn't know that this stuff worked that way, honestly. My
Not
friend
that
just
it
told
worked
me
that
that.
way. Where did the idea come from that this person's spirit was still around you? Where did that idea come from?
Or that came from my friend who said that he suggested I had the cleaning. I didn't request the cleansing. I didn't know that was a thing.
Not the idea for the cleansing. Where did the idea come from that this person's spirit could still be around you? Where did that idea come from?
That came from my friend. I
Okay, so you were
wasn't thinking in that way.
all right. So you were talking to them about what that made them say that.
I mean, he was familiar with the situation that I've been in, and he also was aware of the fact that the person that I was trying to date also was very spiritual. So he was like, well, she's about to come over. This is what you should probably let me do this for you, which he did. That's why he did the cleansing.
Okay, and so you didn't believe that spirits, that people could mess with you in the spirit. You didn't believe in like uh, curses or hexes or spells or anything like that until your friend suggested that this could possibly be what was going on.
The specific thing
I'm
that
sorry. Give me just a second.
mm,
What exactly what was going on that made you feel like her spirit was still with you?
So I'll be specific. It is the specific reason why he came was to do a cleansing of the presence of this person. I did not think that this lady cursed me. I didn't think that her spirit was following me or anything like that. I
Okay.
just told my friend that I was trying to, date someone else that was spiritual, and that he had said that she likely would be able to perceive the presence of this other lady here. So
Why?
that's why he
Why
did
did
the
he?
cleansing,
What made him say that? What made him
because
say
he could perceive it himself.
why?
And so he thought,
What was it that made him say this woman's presence is still around you or in this place? What was it?
I mean, he came in and he perceived it.
What was it that made him perceive it?
I mean, that is I mean, I have some maybe astrological explanations, but I can't give you the exact like mechanistic step one, step two, step three, step four that
So
occurred
I guess I'm
within his
asking, like,
mind.
were you talking to him about the problems, like any issues, or like when he walks in your house and he just goes, "Oh, her presence is still here," and you just go, "Okay, yeah, it is."
No, no, no. I
Okay.
mean, we kind of discussed this. Like he got in to do the cleansing from us having talked about the idea that this person who was also very spiritual was about to come over.
So, I mean, in addition to that, he also like identified, I had some candles. He identified which candles were lit by, which were purchased by me, which were purchased by somebody else.
Hold on.
He identified the place.
No, no,
Sorry,
no,
go ahead.
not asking about his magic tricks. I'm still
Yes.
trying to
Right, right, right.
find out what made him say her presence is here. What made him say that? Did you push back on the thought when he said those words, or did you just accept it as truth?
Well, I accepted it as truth, and but the reason I did is because he was able to identify other places where this person spent, a majority of the time within the actual apartment without me giving him any additional information.
Well, that was after you allowed him to come into the house to do the ritual, right?
I mean, so I was there with him directly while he was doing it.
Right,
So
but I'm
I
not.
opened the door, we
Yeah,
walked in
hold
at
on,
the same
but don't go.
time.
Don't go to the ritual yet.
Mhm.
I'm still trying to understand why you accepted the claim that he made that her presence was still there. So don't go to anything that he did when he did the ritual, right? What made you believe those words? Her presence is here.
So it's not as though he explicitly said that to me to get inside of my apartment. When he came, he actually didn't tell me what he was going to do. I kind of just learned afterward. And then, it was just through the course of him stopping at various areas and being like, oh, you need to cleanse this and stuff like that. Oh man, you really got to take care of this particular. She was right here, wasn't she? Like those were the sort of words that were used to describe what was happening. Like at no point did he explicitly say, she's still in your apartment. You need to have it cleansed.
Okay, so this was someone that you dated. Did she live with you?
Yeah, it was kind of something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so he walks in your house and he stands in a specific spot and goes, "Oh, she stood right here. Oh, she chilled over here." And you go, "Yep, man. Oh my gosh. Yep." But she lived there. Like not one time did it cross your mind that she most likely stood at every inch of that house if she lived there?
So particularly, there were particular spots that he went to on the couch where we would sit in parallel, and the place that she would predominantly occupy is the place that he stopped deliberately at and identified being one. And it wasn't just one event, one particular place in the house where he did this haphazardly. Like he identified particular areas where she occupied space. In addition to me having candles, which I bought myself, and other candles which were not purchased by me, which were in the same area, he was able to differentiate those candles which I purchased versus those the other person had purchased without me giving him any additional information.
You don't think that a person can tell uh for one, men and women have different taste in candles. Um you don't think that he could look and see that this type of candle is most likely going to be purchased by a man versus a woman?
I suppose that could be the case.
Hmm. And then you said that he pointed he pointed to the closet and said the item that you need to burn is in there. And it wasn't in there. And then you are the only one that knew you had the yoga mat, and you are the only one that knew that the yoga mat was in the car. Like I would be more impressed if he had told you to go, if he had said you have a yoga mat here that belongs to her, that is still tethering her to this place, and it is in your car. It's not in the house, but I can feel it close by. I think it might be outside somewhere. It might be in your car. Had he been more specific, you know, I would be more impressed. But what I think happened is when he pointed to that closet, because hello, if someone lived in the house, there are items that most likely would have been in that closet at some point in time if they lived with you. So he points to a place where people keep things. And the thing that he needs is not even in that place. But what you do is your mind goes to the yoga mat. Your mind goes to, oh, there was a yoga mat in there, but now it's in my trunk. He didn't do anything supernatural there. You filled in the blanks for him. And what a lot of people do in this field is they use they do cold readings. They use uh, biology. They use um, pattern recognitions and things like that, and we do the work, right? Like we do the work. I tell a story about about when I talked to this psychic a long time ago, and the psychic told me that a loudmouth brown skinned girl was gonna come into my life, and she's gonna cause trouble. And she told me that I wasn't supposed to marry the guy that I was dating. She said, you're not, she actually told me I wasn't going to marry that guy and that I was going to marry a light skinned, wealthy man. And I cussed that psychic out. And I told her I am going to marry him. Like, I cussed her out and I told her she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Well, months go on and a brown skinned, loudmouth girl does come into my life. And it was his ex girlfriend from high school. She came and lied about the child she had in high school was his. And hold on, first off, I didn't even think about the fact that I saw her friend at I was in college at the time and I was getting food stamps while I was in college, and I was at the DHS, and I saw her friend there. Didn't even think about the fact that her friend knew that I was dating him, right? And the months later, when she called him to tell him that the child she had in high school was his, I automatically thought about the psychic. I automatically assigned the conversation that I had with the psychic to her, ignoring the fact that I had saw her friend at the fucking DHS. Her friend saw me and him together, knew that uh, we were dating. I did end up marrying him. We have 4 kids together, and I did not. I did date a light skinned wealthy man, but I didn't marry his ass. But a lot of and he wasn't really light skinned. It's caramel. I don't really date light skinned guys. Not that I have a problem with light skinned guys, but I like brown skin and like caramel dudes. But um everything that as life went on, mind you, I didn't date this wealthy guy until 8 months after my divorce. So probably around 2010, 2011. This conversation was had in 19 fucking 98. And I just, as life goes on, I'm just thinking about the psychic conversation. And I'm attributing what the psychic said as a post hoc rationalization to that conversation. Right? We tend to do the work of these people who are claiming these abilities. Now, it would be different if you are saying to me that he came in and when he pointed at the yoga mat, that he was very specific, and he said there was an object in here. Her energy is here, but it's not there anymore, right? Um, what I'm seeing is a yoga mat that she left behind. Like, if he was more specific, I'd be more inclined to believe that maybe something otherworldly is going on. But it just sounds like what we all have done and what believers do when they attribute miracles to their prayers, right? To their God answering their prayers, is you filled in the blanks for him and thought about that yoga mat.
So I mean, I won't deny the fact that like with some of these spiritual things is sometimes people may see certain elements very clear, other things may not be as clear. But in this incident of the yoga mat in particular, like I will say, you know, it's not what he pointed to was a closet where my washer and dryer are, and the yoga mat sat above, like kind of on a shelf where all the you know, like washing, all the implements to wash and clean and stuff were there, and then also there's like a closet in my bedroom and stuff like that. He and it was towards the end, the final point, you know, of what we were doing, that he had pointed to the closet and saying, like, there is where you kind of need to, the object that's in there is what you need to retrieve. And at least for myself, my life has kind of been replete with a variety of examples about like my friend or, just other people kind of having information or knowledge or being able to engage with me in a way that like on some reflects that this person couldn't have known this just through like mundane means or just like I don't know. There's so many. None of this is in isolation of everything else. I mean, and with your psychic example, like I don't know if you said, "Well, I'm never going to see a psychic again after that." Nothing else spiritual happened in your life. I don't know if that was the case for you, but for many people, they give these anecdotes that just don't exist in isolation of anything else that they've experienced. That further like corroborate and more deeply entrenched in this idea of the spiritual being a real thing.
But what
So.
I'm saying, I'm not totally discounting the possibility, right? Because I haven't talked to everybody. But what I'm saying is I don't hear any uh anything supernatural that this person did from what you're sharing with me. Because he was wrong. The thing wasn't in the closet. It was in there at one point in time, but it wasn't there when he pointed at it and said it was there. You filled in the blank. He was wrong.
Oh. I mean, I suppose if like the partial, it being partial, if that is like the deal breaker for you
I
in
mean, he
many of
what was he
these.
what do you mean partial?
No, I mean like
He said
objectively, he was
something.
incorrect.
No, he said something, right?
Hmm.
He didn't even identify what that something was. Like the likelihood of her having something in that closet is very high. He didn't even identify what the something was, and he was wrong. There's no partial to that. That like he took a guess that human beings keep stuff in a closet.
So let me ask you, like, if see, it would be different. It was like, hey, the thing that she left is in the refrigerator, and then and he could have, he still could have this level of like partial information, but there was nothing in the refrigerator that could have been left. He could have said it was actually in the cupboard. He could have pointed to the cupboard. And then
Humans
there was
keep,
nothing in the.
but see,
Go
like
ahead.
humans keep things in closets. There, that
Hmm.
the likelihood of him taking a shot in the dark at that and being right, like I guarantee you, he thought he was going to be right, that there was going to be something in that closet, but it wasn't. You ignored the fact that he was wrong. He took a shot, missed, and you fixed it for him. You thought in your mind, wait, there was a yoga mat in there, but it's actually in the car. Like you did the work for him. He was wrong.
So I do hear that. It was like he was wrong flat out, right? So in that moment, we're in the process of doing the cleansing. It was wrong of me because I intentionally put the yoga mat there, not any other place. I intentionally put it there for a duration of time, and then I removed it. Like the yoga mat was there physically for an extended period of time, and it was another place before that, but I explicitly put it there. In that moment where he said is right there. Any association or history with the yoga mat being there should just be thrown out and
He was
just full stop.
wrong. He
He
didn't
was
say
wrong. He
the
was wrong.
yoga.
He was wrong.
He didn't say the yoga mat, and
Right.
he like you know what I'm saying. Like he was wrong.
Hmm.
That's the important thing here. And I like a lot of times we want to believe it so bad, and I sometimes I think like when a person feels that there is a hex on them or a curse on them, and the only thing that will help them feel better and believe that the hex is gone is performing a ritual. If the medicines don't work, you know, give them what they need, because they're going to believe that the ritual worked, and then the hex is going to be gone because it wasn't there in the first place. It's all a mental thing. No one can hex you unless you believe you can be hexed. It's psychological.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to the considering how much time I can leave, to allow for other forms of conversation. But I mean, my point is like if I had like a larger meta point, um, the world is not just empiricism, and like as human beings, we need to experience things subjectively, even to like participate, to understand what reality is. Like the early example I was talking about with the color red, like yes, we can scientifically describe the amount of energy that's within like light, like red light. We can describe that as like an amount of energy that's there, as differentiated from like light that's maybe blue or yellow. But the actual quality, like what does red look like, you cannot describe that to someone without them also needing to physically see red. And
I, th- I,
go ahead.
I think like no one is saying that it isn't possible, right? We're saying that there is no evidence of it, and when we should be able to test, validate, and reproduce it if it actually is a thing. And I talk about, for example, infrared light, right? This would be somewhat similar to what you are describing as a immaterial um, substance within what you were calling spiritual, right? The things that we cannot see. And but when someone engages with uh, this type of light in a tanning bed, we don't know that the light has engaged with the material world until the the in the tanning bed, if a person is their body is there, the flesh begins to darken, and that's how you know that infrared light was present. Right, there's evidence left on the surface. We don't see that in your story, right? So like when I'm asking these clarifying questions, the him claiming to use some supernatural knowledge to tell you, you know, that you need to burn something that belongs to this person, he was wrong. There was no supernatural knowledge there. And so we should be able to claim, we should be able to test these claims and expect truth, right? Expect that the claims that they line up in order for us to say, okay, I've tested that, and that is true.
I don't think all of life is so easily able to be contained and isolated, and all the factors like accounted for so as to be able to be reproduced.
It
Uh,
should be.
not like surely a good portion of things about life, even things that we consider true, like anything in history, for example, like anything that's prehistoric or anything that happened in the lives of like a historical figure, we don't have the ability to like actually go back in time and look that up. And whereas we can do certain like we can have like the corroboration of different stories that are told about a particular person, we could try again and say, oh well, there's a likelihood that this was happening during this time and this so it likely happened. But like that's an entirely different form of knowledge as opposed to like being able to reproduce something within a controlled environment.
I guess I'm
Like
confused. Like, help me understand. Like, what do you mean that you can't go back and research or look it up? I'm so confused right
what
now.
I mean to say is like there are different kinds of like knowing. I want to use
Hmm.
the word epistemology, but it's possible that I may not be using it correctly. But it's like in empirical knowing is not the only way whereby like we navigate life. Far from it. And not everything about life is an exact science because it cannot be subject to like scientific scrutiny. Like we can't control for all of the variables in every given situation.
Like, give me an example of what you're trying to what it is that you're trying to say. Like, I'm not saying that we have knowledge of everything, right?
Right.
But when we come into knowing, we can only know once we have tested and proven that it is true. So so I'm confused on like if you could give me an example of what it is that you're trying to say.
So I'd have to root in. So let's say like knowing that someone has bad intentions for you. They haven't upright come to you and said, "I intend to do you harm. I intend to take something from you."
But do you
But
know?
well, I mean, do you know in the sense of like empirically? No, no, you don't. No, you don't. Now you may have things that intuitively lean you to, you know, assuming something, and then you may even make decisions in light of your intuitions, and these intuitions can be proven correct.
Right,
You
but
could,
that's called a theory. That's not knowing. So
I mean,
that
it's not a scientific theory, but
no,
go
but
ahead.
it doesn't. All theories aren't scientific. Like you have a theory that such and such
Mhm.
have bad intentions for you, then you test that theory out, and it either is a true theory or a false one. And if you prove it true that this person has bad intentions for you, then it no longer is a theory. It becomes knowledge.
I suppose then, like, for that, before you have the ability to test something, and let's say there are times where you don't always have the ability to falsify it. You may, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what is that to you? I mean, and I'm sure you would agree that intuition is like a real thing.
I mean,
Like,
I do. Yes, I think that people have uh, fears, memories of experiences. So they do risk assessments, um, anxiety, hope. This is all things that create or create that experience of intuition. Does that mean that those fears, anxiety, emotions, hope, risk assessments are always true? No.
it does, and I agree with you. Like, but they don't have to always be true in order to be like invalidated as means of like ascertaining information.
What information do you ascertain from them? I'm confused.
Well,
Like
I
if
mean, it's like,
like
mhm.
like I'm a little bit confused as to how you're saying you use intuition to acquire information.
Well, if intuition, you said if someone could develop a theory if they first have either a hypothesis or an intuition and they test that thing, right? Like, what causes them to even have that feeling?
That's what I just said. It's our fears, our memories of experiences that we have experience of, or other stories that we've heard of other people, pattern recognition,
Mhm.
anxiety, hope. All of those
Sense,
things are
yeah.
working. Curiosities, yeah. All of those things are working in our brains. That is causing that feeling that we're calling intuition.
Mhm. And that includes information that we see, things that we hear, maybe the things that we process at a subconscious level. Yeah. And so, like, someone in the comments that said like that I'm trying to like use irrationality as a basis for making sense of things, but like not all of life is rational. Like, just it's not. And so trying to
What,
superimpose rationality, go ahead.
what's an example? What's an example of something irrational in life?
Your senses. Like, the taste of something being sweet is not rational. It hasn't.
Right,
Hmm? I'm sorry.
it's a
I feel you're cutting out.
what makes a sense. Oh, my bad. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sense rational is how we think. What do you mean?
It's bugging again.
Fee, can you say it one more time? You cut out again.
Is this better? I had to turn off Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, it's
lot
better.
better.
Okay. I'm asking what makes taste irrational? That we taste based on our taste buds.
When I say is irrational, it is not like the product of it's not the product of like logic. It's not the product of the mind.
It is a product of the mind. What are you talking about? Like everything that all of our senses are predicated on our brain. Venus was talking to you about this earlier.
So when I say the mind, like you are not okay, or even simply like moving your hand. In some sense, yes, if you moving your hand is a product of your mind in the sense that your brain is associated with your mind, and your brain is ultimately enabling you to have like some sort of ability to move your hand. But you cannot think about moving your hand. You have to move your hand. Air
I
quotes.
No,
literally
I can.
just thought
I can.
about moving my hand and didn't move it. Like what? What do you
No,
mean
no,
Think
thinking
of.
you
about moving my
cannot
hand?
think. You cannot think your way into moving your hand. Like if you try to mentally imagine your hand moving, like if you try to use the mental work of just
This is sad.
It
What?
no,
really
it's
is.
Just like
so you
I'm
guys don't
waving at you right
go
now
ahead.
in my mind with my hand. I'm so
So
confused.
is there a difference between thinking about taking an action and actually performing the action with your physical limbs?
Yes.
Right. So the fact that you cannot simply think about moving your limbs, but you have to
I
decidedly
can.
move your limbs. Like
I
there is a
can.
difference here.
No, no, no.
Maybe
No,
it's too
like
nuanced.
no, it's not nuanced, it's irrational. I can think about getting up to go get a cup of water and I don't have to do it until I actuate it. I'm not sure what point you're
Yes,
trying to make here.
actuation is not rational
What do you mean it's not rational?
in this because if I'm defining rational as saying as a resulting from the mind, thinking about it, engaging in some sort of logical process. You
You're
actuating
not making
your
sense.
body parts is not rational.
See, you're literally not making any sense at all. If I'm currently lying in a bed, right?
Hmm.
I can think about getting up and walking to my hotel room and like my hotel door and checking to make sure it's locked. But
Yes,
until I actually get out of the bed to go do it, I'm not sure what those are two completely different things. What are you saying?
that is what I'm saying, ma'am. I'm saying that in the same how there seems to be people who are trying to say, oh well, this spiritual thing is like not rational. To engage with reality, there are things about it that are inherently irrational.
Name
Like
one of
they
them.
do not.
That's what we're asking you to name one thing that you're referring to as irrational.
And you, as you just named, the difference between thinking about getting up and out of your bed versus you physically, like the actual action of you
What makes it
moving your body
irrational?
at all.
Hold on. What makes it irrational? This makes
Can
no
he
fucking sense.
define rational, and irrational, and in the way that you're using it? Because I think that's what's
Mhm.
confusing me. Can you define those two terms?
So rational means that it is of, relating to, or the product of thought or logical process. That is
Right.
rational.
So you're saying it is irrational for me to first decide in my mind that I want to go make sure that my hotel room door is locked. It's irrational of me to think of that before I actually go do it.
No, ma'am. I'm saying the literal action, like your physical movement is not like the way that you physically move is
That
not a
makes
result of hmm,
the way that I physically move is not a result of what?
is not a result of logical process.
Like,
This
do you
makes
think
absolutely no sense.
irrational is just the opposite of rational? Like, do you think that because
That's how I'm
rational
using
is
the word.
that's
Hmm.
what I think that where we're falling apart. So because rational thought is thoughts based on evidence and logic, you think irrational thoughts means a lack of evidence, like thoughts that never actualized. Is that where you think that is?
No, I'm not trying to ground rational and irrational just in the realm of thought. I'm trying to say that there are parts about life for which we are not like using our reason to engage with them. We're is not like a product of our mind. Like the use of our limbs is not a product of our is not the actual process is not a product of our mind.
That's
It's
not
not because
true.
we're
What?
thinking about it.
But that
That's
doesn't
not
make any
true.
sense whatsoever.
And it's also incorrect. That's just simply not
Okay.
true. Like, well, there are parts of our brain that function that keeps our whole bodies functioning. Just because we're not consciously aware of the subconscious functionality of our brain does not make it irrational. That's just not true.
It sounds like you're saying that if we think about standing up and we don't actualize that there's no evidence of standing up, therefore that thought was irrational. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Am I
That
wrong?
is, yeah, you're still wrong.
What
I'm
what makes
sorry that
the
this
what makes
is.
the thought irrational if you think about moving your limb, as you said earlier, and
Mhm.
you don't actually move your limb, you said that is an irrational thought. What makes it irrational?
So that's the misunderstanding. Like when I say having to do with reason, thought itself on some level is rational because it is a product of the mind. It is literally the mind doing something.
What makes it irrational to not move your hand when you think about it? That's what you said earlier. What makes that irrational?
Specifically, the act of moving any of your body parts is distinctly different from the act of thinking
So,
about moving that body part.
again, so if you think about moving the body part
Yes.
without doing the act, you are calling that irrational.
No, I'm saying thinking equals rational. Not
No.
thinking equals irrational.
Thinker, do you mind if I add something real quick?
Yeah, give me just a second. Am I saying something different than what he's than what he's saying?
No. No.
Because
I
I
think what
Maybe I'm tripping, I guess. Maybe I'm tripping.
what I'm hearing him say, I think you're saying that if we, like, using my example, if I'm lying in my bed and I'm thinking about going to check my door, he's saying that that's rational. But when I get up to go check my door, he's saying that's irrational.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he's saying he's not saying that.
Yeah. So I don't know why he's refuting
No,
that.
so like the second lady who just spoke now, you were correct. When I heard Thinker explaining it, I guess that it sounded like she was saying something different. So
No, she was
That's
saying the same
exactly what
thing.
I said twice.
well,
You're saying that when she actually does the act,
mhm.
that's irrational. But
Yeah,
thinking about it is rational.
yeah,
Yeah, so you
yeah.
think that when rational thought is thought based on evidence and logic, but when you actually do the act of what you are thinking about, that's the opposite of rational. It is irrational. That's what you think rational and irrational is.
Yeah, that's how I'm referring to them here. Yes.
Okay, why are you referring to it? That do you know what the actual definition of irrational is?
I mean, I'm looking at the definition of irrational here, and I mean, I thought about this being on a previous, I guess, live where someone was trying to say that belief in God was irrational, and I'm like, I don't know. He was using the word that way, so maybe I got caught up in misusing the word, or it's not helpful here. But my the point is to say it's like as human beings, we don't navigate life just by like thinking critically about everything that we do.
Some of
Literally,
us
like
do. No,
see
some do. Some of us do, Z. That's why we don't have people coming into our houses burning parsley, thinking we're getting rid of spirits that's attached to a yoga mat in our trunk. So, no, some of us do. We do think about things rationally.
when I say that, I mean it's like literally how you navigate life. Not all of it is just a product of you like, like, let me think to breathe right now. Let me think to blink right now. Let me think about having my heartbeat. It's like these are
Yeah,
not the product of thought.
You need it. They're the functionality of our brains. You need to study a little bit about neurology before you make these statements, because those everything that you just said is not true. We don't consciously think about those things, but our brains are absolutely handling that for us. That's what our what is it, autonomic nervous systems does. Like there are sections of our brain that are specifically designed to do that. So saying that that makes it irrational just shows that you don't know how our brain works.
Well, no, I'm aware that the brain is like the seat that's controlling all of these things. But my point is to say it's like your lived experience as a human being necessitates that like you are not consciously engaging in a deliberative process about every aspect of your existence. You are not. You cannot.
But that doesn't mean that it's not coming from our brain.
I'm
That's what
not
I'm saying.
claiming that it doesn't come from the brain. That I'm not
Right.
claiming that.
Right, but you're also trying to draw a false equivalency between that the subconscious functionality of our brain that we're not consciously aware of, and some spiritual world that's indistinguishable from your imagination. Like that's just the false equivalency.
And you are claiming that those aspects aren't coming from the brain because you literally said that you don't use your brain to move your hand.
I mean, obviously you are using your brain to move your hand, but it's not through deliberative process. But the other thing is like with just to address the other claim, it's like what is spiritual? Like I cannot separate my embodied experience from the spiritual thing very, very cleanly. Like anything that I know about that is spiritual at all is in relation to something that is physical. Like it's something that arises, in the midst of physical embodied things. If there
Well,
was something, if there was something that was physical, that was spiritual, yet it didn't touch the physical, I I wouldn't know about it to a certain extent.
well, you
It would be
can't tell us about
descriptive.
you can't tell us about the spiritual anyway. You Venus asked you for 30 minutes to define it, and you told her absolutely everything about what it wasn't and never about what it was. The thing that you all don't realize, and to Thinker's point, that's not to say that there's nothing, like we don't know. There's so much we don't know. But you all speak about spiritual while you call yourself defining it, but what you're actually doing is prescribing it. Spiritual is indistinguishable from your imagination. I have asked so many believers to tell me the symmetry breaker between those two things, and you can't.
This is what I was getting at when I was asking you if it is this spiritual world, if it is a immaterial replica of your physical world, if everything that you do, see, feel here in the physical, are you doing, seeing, and feeling in this immaterial world that you're calling spiritual? Because it just sounds like a translucent copy, like a uh, I don't know, like I think it's in your mind. It like imagination. It's in your imagination, but the substance. When you say it's a different substance, like it's just immaterial. Is all your yeah, like an overlay. Yeah, reflection. Thank you. It's like a reflection of your physical world. Is all it is because y'all do and say and feel the same exact things. You know the same exact things, and what you're calling spiritual, and the you're you you think that it's unlimited, like you're limitless there, but you also like you don't pay attention to the limitations.
I don't pay attention to the limitations within the spiritual world.
Right. That's when we talked about the knowledge, right? You originally said that you had access to instant knowledge there and that it was a different type of knowledge than here because the knowledge here is limited. But then when I ask about how do you retain this knowledge when you come back to engage in the physical world, do you still have access to this instant knowledge that you had in your spiritual world? You said sometimes, and then you said people forget. And I said, well, how are you retaining this knowledge? How are you even what are you using to know that you are even aware of this knowledge and you didn't know? And I asked, how is it that you don't know, you don't have this knowledge of this experience if you have instant knowledge or access to unlimited knowledge?
I think the problem with like the question of how can go so deep because are you asking me
But
like
it
what are
isn't how.
the
We already gone through this. It's not the problem. The reason that you can't answer that question isn't because the answer is deep. It's because you don't know, and you admitted that. You
yeah,
admitted that.
I mean,
And if you don't know, that is a lack of knowledge. And so you are dealing with the same limitations that you have in the physical world when it comes to knowledge. You don't know what you don't know here in the physical world, just like you don't know what you don't know when you're engaging with what you are calling the spiritual world. It's just a replica of your physical experience.
I can't say maybe this is my own limitation if you want to say it that way, but like I mean I don't see how recognizing that that what we identify as spiritual like is not easily separated from what is embodied. Like
You
just
don't
because
know
we can't.
you don't know anything different than what you know in the physical. In your spiritual world, you have human
Mhm.
bodies. You see the same type of things. You see trees, uh, chairs, clothes, colors, the same things that you see here in the physical. It's just a replica of your physical experience because your brain only knows what your brain knows. You don't
And
see
mhm.
anything other than what you know is possible to see.
You're making a distinction, but not telling us how they're different. Like I mean, like to Thinker's point, her line of questioning was spot on because if you're saying that there's some esoteric knowledge or some deeper understanding in the spiritual world, but you can't tell us what that is, and then you can't tell us how it differs from the physical world. You're just telling us that it's different, but not telling us how they're distinct from each other. That doesn't make any sense.
The only thing that you have said is the substance. It's a different substance, and that different substance is it's immaterial to you because you're not. It's in your mind. These are your thoughts.
So something would have to like in order for it to actually be spiritual, like it would have like what are the criteria for this? Like
But we don't know what
I
spiritual is because you've not defined it. Like,
well, I mean beyond like me is like you guys obviously have like these established beliefs or at least have thought deeply enough about this to
we
refute
haven't stated a belief.
pretty much anything. I
We
mean
have
it's
not
like
stated. We're asking clarifying questions. We've not stated a belief to you
you haven't, but like the questions that you are asking me are with the rhetorical goal of getting me to like
of
towards a
understanding and
particular
getting
point.
truth. We are listening to the words that you say, and we are asking you logical questions to clarify and understand based on what you are telling us. And if it refutes what you are telling us, then that means that it's not true. That's not our fault, but
I,
that's how
I'm
you
not
get to truth.
the truth that is here that is like is my present inability to define spiritual outside of relationship to anything else. That's the most true thing that I can say here. Um,
I don't think you're able to define spiritual at all. Like not only in relation to anything else at all.
so what is it that when people use the word spiritual, when people even say the word
Oh
spirituality,
my god.
what are they no like what are they actually referring to then? It's like
We
where have
don't
we
know. That's
erred?
why we ask when each individual explains it or tries to explain it differently. We don't know it. We don't have a definitive definition of what a spirit is or what is spiritual. We don't know. That's why we're asking you, and then based on what you all say, we ask clarifying questions.
I mean, when you say you don't know, is this like a is just this like a rhetorical position, or are you telling like definitively you guys are not able to like arrive
We
on what you
don't
think people
know.
are
And
talking
I
about.
spent 30 minutes trying to get you to tell us what it was. And you couldn't. You actually you couldn't do it at all. And then you tried to talk about field theory, which has absolutely nothing to do with spirits. It's like if you don't know what this thing is, like how do you even know it exists? Like why do you think it exists if you can't tell us what it is or give us any evidence of it?
I think like what's happening right now is you're kind of trying to accuse us of biases and rejecting your information because we have a pre formed bias against the idea of a spiritual world. But that's not what's happening here. Your information is illogical and it doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
I mean, keeping it a bean, I wish there was a spiritual world that I could access. I mean, I would absolutely utilize it. Like, if it made sense and I could affect change and positive change in this world. I don't think that our skeptical approach to a claim, a supernatural claim, is indicative of what you're trying to point to, because it's not true. If a thing is true, the more I ask you questions about it, the clearer the truth should become. That's just how true things work. This isn't any different.
So the problem with this, well, at least I'll say like the reason the reason I think the way that I do is not a result of me just simply thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? Like there were things that I exposed myself to, like think things that I experienced, and that those experiences built on top of one another. On some level, like if someone is asking these questions but like is ignoring or not really dealing with the fact that experience is part of this, I don't see how like
But we are taking your experience into consideration. For example, the experience with the witch doctor or whatever he was. You believed that after he did that ritual, whatever needed to be cleansed was cleansed, correct?
yeah.
Despite the fact that he was dead ass wrong when he pointed to that closet and told you that the thing that needed to be burned was there. But because you believe it, you ignored the fact that you had to fill in the blanks for him. You went and got the thing that you was holding on to. You went through a process of what would make you feel better, and you believed it. Therefore, whatever was boggling your mind or you felt was interfering with your life is now gone, despite the fact that none of what he said was actually true.
In that particular, I won't go at, but like even with that point, just me giving you how you rendered that is 100% correct. Like it was not that particular event that caused me to think the way that I think. Is like that is just an anecdote. There have been many of those that are like that, and ultimately it's my relationship to these anecdotes and what is illuminated for me that has caused me to have the sort of relationship that I have. It wasn't just like a result of like logical process. So on some level it's like I believe I understand the idea of what you guys are trying to do, of like using argument as a means of like arriving at truth, but I don't think you can just do that with this particular like aspect of reality, because
No,
subjective experience is part
no,
of it.
we can't do that with you. Like the your whole subjective experience, like you are choosing to ignore the other factors. Well, the major factor in what you're calling a spiritual experience is you. You're choosing to ignore how you work to make what these experiences come true or make them happen for you so that you can have what you are calling a spiritual experience. And what I'm observing and taking note of is the fact that you believed that you were uh, having some type of attack or spiritual attack. You believed that you needed a ritual cleansing, and therefore you orchestrated in your mind, in your physical world, for that thing to uh, be true. And when that happened, you no longer were believe that you were being spiritually attacked, despite the fact that the thing that you are claiming was the supernatural experience did not uh actually happen. You still got whatever you needed from that experience.
I mean, your anecdotes tell us that you believe a thing, not that it's true. So you have every right to walk away from those experiences believing what you believe about them. But if you're going to come to a space like this and talk through them, we're going to push on the points that don't necessarily make any sense. And highlight the things like Thinker highlighted with the fact that dude pointed to a closet, which shit is usually stored anyway, and he was wrong. Eh, have you ever asked yourself if your friend, say it wasn't this particular friend who was spiritual, but maybe a person who practiced a different belief system or spiritual system, one that does not align with what you accept, and they came in and said that, made the same claims that your friend made, would you have filled in the blanks in the way that you did for him? If they pointed to the closet and was like, it's in there, if you didn't already believe in the power of the whatever it was they were using, would you have granted that the concession? Oh, well, it used to be there, so giving him credit anyway. Likely you wouldn't.
I would. I mean, I have a particular the way that I see this sort of stuff. It would afford me to be able to, regardless of whatever religious tradition it came from. But I mean, I,
Yeah, well, then that just means that your guardrails are pretty loose. Like your standard of evidence to ensure that what you're accepting is true is just a little bit more flimsy than other people. Because I've heard other people say they wouldn't if they substituted their God or their belief system with one they didn't accept. They see it differently because what you accept, you hold in a specific place of reverence. If you aren't that person, that's cool. That just makes you a little bit more I guess, poly when it comes to your spiritual practices, which, go off getting whatever works for you. But the reality is, true things are tested in a specific way. True things are true whether I believe them or not. So if my belief needs to predicate the efficacy of a spiritual practice, then that spiritual practice doesn't have any power. I'm giving it power by virtue of my belief in it. Because I can tell you now, folks can come in my house and I mean, I burn shit in my house all the time. I mean, a different kind of green, and it doesn't cleanse anything. But I don't hold these spiritual beliefs, and I think you all lose sight of the fact that the belief has to predicate the power, and that's not true for things that have inherent or actual power.
I mean, I guess I'm not really sure what to take away from this because, like, I mean, I understand that asking questions certainly can like help to identify the gaps in my own information, which is fine, or the gaps in how I've thought about something, which again is fine. Um, and then in the anecdote that I provided, like the other things which were that maybe I mentioned or that I talked about could be dismissed on some level, but like at the very least, let's say the mat was already there. At the most, you guys would have said there's like that's interesting, or we can't really conclude very much from that. That's what you would have said at the most. And though, whereas I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm trying to accuse of bias. I'm not. That's not my intention. But ultimately, you guys do have your own biases that you are kind of bringing as you're formulating the questions that you're asking me here. And like that bias doesn't exist in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's because of, things that you guys have experienced, things that you guys have seen and all that other stuff. So like, I don't
Well,
think that, go ahead.
I don't think that's fair, though, right? I don't think that's fair because if there is a bias, it is a bias towards truth. If there is a bias, it's a bias towards identifying any presuppositions that we hold. Like you have to realize that the level of skepticism that we approach claims, whether they're about spirituality or science or anything, show me why that's true. Show me the causal connection between A that you said caused B. And if you are incapable of showing that causal connection, testing that causal connection, and even predicting with it, then I'm not obligated to accept it as true. Because true things, like Bash says, true things are related to each other. We identify true things by its proximity to the closest next true thing. That's just how truth works. So you're calling it a bias, but it's actually skeptical thinking.
Like, it's
I mean,
interesting
mm,
today. Like, I watched a video of a lady teaching people how to research, and she talked about the different levels of research. And when she got to
I
level
saw that too,
4,
thinker.
yeah, she got to level 4, and she's like, this is where you take all of your data and you start asking questions about why, what if, who, how, right? How do we know? When we ask these questions and these conversations, this is where we get accused of being demons, devils, um, biased, closed minded, because we ask the questions of how do you know? How did that happen? Where, when, why? Right? And it's level 4 thinking. And I commented on the video and I said, I said, I'm 100% sure this is why believers call me the devil, because I'm trying to have level 4 conversations with level 4 thinkers, and believers think they fit the category.
I thought the exact same thing when you saw I reposted it too, but I thought the exact same thing when I was listening to her go through those levels.
I think y'all have an interesting relationship with truth.
I mean, I imagine maybe my willingness to, have an experience and like not to engage with some level of like, I don't know. I don't think it's like inductive reasoning. That's probably not the right term, but like, you know what I'm saying? My it's like if everything that led up to the mat, you know, I just said, oh, he was incorrect. That's it. Never mind the fact that the mat was there, that I moved it, and that never mind that he was wrong. That's it. End of story.
That's an important fact when you are claiming something extra worldly. That's an important fact. The extra worldly was not there. That's your
It
entire
was.
claim, that he did something
Mhm.
outside of physics, and he didn't. You want us to ignore that. You orchestrated. You were the magic trick. There was no magic there. And you want us to ignore that, and we're not willing to. You were willing to do that, but we're
Have you
not.
Have y'all seen the artists? I have a lot of artists on my timeline. Have y'all seen the ones that will like have somebody make some random marks on a piece of paper, and then they create a whole piece of artwork out of those random marks on a paper? I feel like that's what y'all do when it comes to these prognosticating spiritual people. Like they'll say things that may be okay. Yeah, she sat on the couch. Like who doesn't fucking sit on the couch in a place that they live? She had something in the closet. Who doesn't store things in a closet? And then when you piece it together based on your like emotional connection to the story, based on your what you're calling your willingness to, I don't know, step into the unseen realm or whatever you call it, you are creating the story in your mind. And then when we say, no, like we just see marks on a paper, like, and we point out the obvious, that's considered to be biased against what you're creating in your head. And I don't think that's a fair assessment.
Like, I think the interesting thing is that those of you that do believe in supernatural uh, occurrences, is that you don't ask yourself uh, what also could be true here, right? What could be another explanation for what I just experienced? You don't go through that process to eliminate natural reasons before you get to supernatural.
I mean, it's almost like to be in this place where I'm trying to just detach myself from like where my where like my emotions and feelings and whatever else may be acting upon me at the time, like to be wholly detached from that and to try to deliberately look at why this could not be the case. I feel like that is to divorce narrative from like the human experience on some level. And
I
I
don't know
mean,
what that has to
yes,
do with what I just said, though.
well, what it has to do with what you just said is because like there's a narrative that I developed in my mind of the experiences that I had. You know, where you said like I didn't ask myself, well, gee, he got that wrong. I wonder what else he got wrong. You know,
No,
of all my previous
I'm not talking
experiences, like
about. I'm not even talking about that. Like, let's say
Mhm.
he got something right. Those of you that believe in supernatural occurrences, never stop for a second and ask yourself, what else could be true? Right? Like, what could be a logical reason for why he got that right? Right? Like, you skip the physical, the natural, logical explanations and jump straight to supernatural. I find that very interesting that you automatically discredit what you can know and jump to supernatural is what I'm saying. Even if he had gotten it right.
I mean, I'm sure there are some people, you know, who exist that like engage with like spiritual things and be like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know how this actually worked. And then maybe these wouldn't be the sort of people that would come up and try to like defend a spiritual position. They'd maybe be more intellectually honest in you guys' mind by just saying, we don't know what's going on, but I'm just going to continue to engage. Um,
That's not what I
and
said though.
no, that's not what
What
you
I'm saying
said.
is, like, for example, the candles,
Uh huh.
right? You gave that as a supernatural uh evidence, as supernatural evidence of this encounter, right?
Yeah.
An example of asking yourself, okay, how did he know that? Right? What else could possibly be true that would have made him point to the candles that I bought and say, these are the candles you bought and these were bought by somebody else. Right? Like, you didn't ask yourself that. And then the fact that he said, "Oh, you bought these, but somebody else bought the other candles." Like, how could he know? Why would he know specifically the candles you bought and not know who bought the other candles? Why is that information limited if he's having this access to, a supernatural database that you don't have access to?
I mean, again, the reason I said what I said is because I could take myself out of the situation that was occurring and, you know, like go down an inventory of things that it all could have been outside of what maybe, you know, my feelings were leading me to at the time. And it's like I have many spiritual experiences, but like I could engage with life from that vantage point, you know, which on some level, which I feel like is what you guys may say that you do. That if you're met with any sort of situation, you're kind of like immediately trying to become detached and be like, what's going on here? What's the quote unquote rational
But
materialist explanation for what's happening here?
all I hear is you saying
Mhm.
that you're justifying why don't deal with the physical, why you jump straight to supernatural. And you're saying, like, I mean, I could be the type of person that just deals with physical and never try to get to supernatural, and that's not what I'm saying. If something supernatural is actually happening, then you should not be afraid of examining physical reasons for what you are experiencing first or at all. Because if it is supernatural, if it is outside of the bounds of physics, and it is true, it will still be supernatural even after you investigate physical reasons for the experience.
I always say it's like I feel like I could have sufficient reason to doubt everything that I've experienced
It's
and
not about
dismiss
doubt.
the
It's not
majority of
about
it.
doubt. It's not it. No one is talking about doubt. We're talking about getting to truth. And it sounds like you are afraid to even investigate the truth. You want it to be spiritual. You want to call it spiritual or supernatural or otherworldly. And you are afraid to investigate the claim yourself. Therefore, you call it doubt.
The investigation would, I mean, again, you guys are trying to be like, we're just asking questions. You know, we're just asking questions to try to get down to things. But like, inevitably, in asking questions, I will hit areas where there's information that I do not have and I do not know.
And that's the
And
truth. And that's
right,
that's a truth that you would have to deal with. You are making a supernatural claim. I like you when you tell people that them asking questions means that they're doubting, that's you using blame shifting as a tactic. If it is true, it should hold up to scrutiny and you shouldn't be running from it.
I mean, I also think that by appealing to the supernatural is in my opinion an indication that the individual is not okay with saying I don't know. Because you can't demonstrate supernatural. You don't see even if you could, you don't like you'd have to identify what the source is, right? What is this force that's making this thing happen? So I think I don't know is a much more honest position. If shit happens that, a phenomenon occurs that I don't know how the fuck that happened, I'm not going to say I don't know how it happened, therefore it has to be. That doesn't logically follow.
we'll say it's like, you were right in that I do desire for there to be inherently, I do desire for spiritual to be part of reality. And it is my belief, which I feel like just by kind of listening to some of you guys here, that I feel like I would be right in that I think that you can hold a skeptical position, and that by just simply asking why or how skeptically and then arriving at the places that you don't know, you don't have any additional information that moves you one way to the other. And on some level, a person could spend their entire life asking how and why and being in this unresolved state of I don't know, or I don't believe. And I mean, I suppose for you guys would say that's more
I
honest.
mean, you
We
are
say at
still
the very
in that
least.
you are still in that state even with the supernatural claim. You think you know. And then when someone asks you what it is that you don't know. So you can keep telling yourself that you know. If you choose to be in that state, that's fine. But some of us who don't know are okay with saying, I don't know.
I mean, you just put a label on a question mark. We just left ours a question mark. Because you have absolutely no way of connecting whatever it is you believe in to whatever it is that happened. It just makes you feel better, which is your right. Right. Like if you want, I say this all the time, like you want to go in your backyard and pray to a head of lettuce named Chauncey because it makes everything in your house run smoothly. Do it. Okay. Love that for you. That doesn't make it true. And true things are what will help us in this world. True things are what move society forward. True things are what unite people. True things are things that we can utilize. I think this idea of spirituality brings you comfort, but everything that comforts you is not true.
But truth without narrative, like, is I don't you need something descriptive to go alongside with truth in order for it to be utilized in a given direction. Like,
You're not describing, you're prescribing. I keep telling you that. You are positing a spiritual world that you cannot define, you can't point to. It's just something you want to be the case.
mhm.
And he also hasn't even described this said thing that we need to observe. Like, I don't understand how, and I've said this a couple of times now, I don't understand how you go about proving something that you can't define or understand the characteristics of. It doesn't make any sense at all. And it's like we said over and over again, we both have presuppositions, but you're violating Occam's razor by adding an extra variable that can simply be attributed to the first, which is the brain. All these things that you're talking about have naturalistic explanations, and by adding the extra step called a soul, you just make your worldview not parsimonious anymore.
Well, I think he wants to skip that step. That's what he's fighting against right now. And that's what they call doubt, even in Christianity. Like he wants to skip that step. And he thinks that because we don't, it feels like a immediate rejection to him. I think in order for something to be spiritual, like you have to skip that step because you know that if you engage with that step, you won't get to otherworldly, and so y'all demonize that step.
I mean, I don't demonize it as much. Emotionally, it can feel as though those who are engaged, who are willing to say they don't know, kind of in perpetuity, or just like stay in a skeptical orientation. The feeling of engaging with you guys can almost feel as though you're positioning yourself in a place of superiority, which is not anything that anyone has said at all. But
How
emotionally,
so?
that is what occurs.
How
Like
so?
well, on some level, you're saying, well, if you were saying to me, if you would like to convince yourself of something, if you would like to believe, if you would like to engage in belief at all, that's fine. We, however, are not going to choose to do that.
Well, that's because of what you said. Did you forget what you said before that? You accused us of being biased for asking the questions of why, how do you know? So that was in response to what you said. Why don't you think that you are being superior?
You guys feel like I'm being
No, I don't
exerting
feel.
superiority
No,
over
I
you.
don't feel like that. No, but that's how you felt because I responded to your claim, your blame shifting. Like you forget that you are the one who accused us of something first, and
I
I
mean, am
didn't.
I
And
wrong
I,
though?
yes, you are
Sorry,
wrong.
not like that. I'm not bad, but
I already answered that. It's not a bias to ask how. It's not. We're not engaging from a biased perspective of saying spirituality or the other world, spiritual world, whatever, does not exist. We are asking you, what is it? How do you know? How does it work? And then when you give us an anecdotal experience, if it has holes in it, we are going to address those holes. And you feel some type of way because we say, wait, that doesn't line up. And because you've chosen to ignore it, that is your right, but we're not going to. That's not saying that we're superior. You feel that way because I think that you know that what you are saying, that you know that what we're saying is true. You cannot refute it. The guy was wrong. You can't refute that. And that makes you feel some way because you can't convince us to tear up our reality so that you can hang on to what you are calling a supernatural experience. We have this experience with believers every day. I'm not willing to tear up my reality to allow anyone to take a scalpel to my mind so that that person can have what they claim to be a supernatural experience.
and I mean, conversely, I mean, someone could effectively say the same thing about what it is that you guys are doing, and you may
And
say
you would have to be
neither of
able
you are wrong.
you would have to be able to show evidence of that because I just showed you evidence of yours. I just provided evidence of how you are doing that. You would have to show evidence or provide evidence of how I'm asking you to tear up your reality. and accept something that is not true. You could play tit for tat all damn day, but I'm going to do the same thing that I do with any claim. Where is the evidence?
I mean, by asking how and what in the questions you've asked me, that functionally that's you were. And I'm not saying you guys have a are exerting any form of superiority or doing anything to make me feel that way. But like, as I'm sure you already know because you have spoken to many people, like what happens is that you guys sit in a seat of judgment. Which again, we come on the panel, so that's what you're supposed to
We're
do
not in
anyway.
a seat of judgment because no one has condemned you. No,
You're judging my claim and
no,
my
no, we have.
reasoning.
I have not judged. Your reasoning. You offered the anecdotal experience. I never asked you for an experience. You offered that. You asked if you could give it, and I said yes. And now you are complaining because I don't take it as truth because it has holes in it. It does not stand up to scrutiny.
I'm not trying to complain. I'm saying
You
like
are complaining. You've accused me of acting superior. You are saying that me asking why, how, or acknowledging that the man was wrong, he did not get that right, acknowledging that you filled in the blanks for him. You thought of the yoga mat. You went to the car and got it. Acknowledging that there is a another explanation for why he pointed to the candles that you bought. And I literally asked, have you thought about the fact that men buy different types of candles than women? And that he could have used that piece of information and knowledge of pattern recognition to point out the candles that you most likely bought, and you confirmed it for him. These are the way I approach information is in a logical sense. If it goes beyond what's natural, then I don't have a choice but to accept it. But you've not presented anything that goes beyond what's natural. And blaming me for that, for the that's ridiculous. That's what believers do all the time. That's why we get called demon or devil. And that's exactly why I commented what I commented on that video.
well, I mean, I wasn't trying to like say anything negative of you. I'm just you probably
You
know why,
literally said that
really.
we think that we're superior. I don't know how you did not think that that would come off as negative.
What I mean to say is like the experience of having um having I guess my ideas be scrutinized like this.
It literally
Like
says,
it
and number three,
no,
it
no, no,
literally
I
says
appreciate it.
choose
I
this
appreciate it.
topic if you are open to challenging what you currently believe. You voluntarily chose that topic, even with that disclaimer there. No one dragged you here.
Yeah, no, I'm not like there is like no complaint or negative anything. I mean, just I think I was trying to offer an explanation as to why when people get up here thinking that they have something to defend or thinking that they have a point, if you do successfully, just by sticking to these questions, um, cause them to confront the fact that they don't know. If you do successfully do that, I mean, I feel like it makes sense that somebody would at least I don't know because it's like I feel like it's very easy on some level to adopt a skeptical perspective, or even if you don't adopt a skeptical, to simply ask how and why.
If it were
I feel like it's
easy,
easy
if
to
it
do
were
that.
easy, you wouldn't be whining right now. And yes, you are whining. If it were easy, you would not be shifting blame on us.
Blame for having done what?
Like I don't know what you think that we've been like, you literally accused us of being biased. Please don't. Yes, he is. You accused me of being biased. You accused us of being thinking that we are superior. You literally said that you called it doubt when we asked you the why, how questions. Then you said, then you started talking about why we do what we do in here. The whole conversation has shifted to the fact that we ask questions because you were unable to explain what a spirit is. You were unable to describe the spiritual world. Your anecdotal experience that you voluntarily shared did not hold up to scrutiny. Somehow we are at fault for that.
I don't know if it's like a fault thing. It's just like what occurred. I mean, I wasn't able to defend it. I mean, I'm not saying it's like a problem or anything. I was saying it's like somebody else in the comments said that I was just like, you know, um, that is the feeling that arises. Like it, at least in good faith anyway. Like I don't
You
know
started making
everyone
yourself a victim, is what you did.
a
You
victim.
st- you started making yourself a victim of ours. That's what you did. You became a victim of this whole entire conversation that you entered voluntarily.
So if I weren't being a victim, then what? Like what would I be doing differently?
You wouldn't be complaining. You wouldn't be calling us biased. You wouldn't be saying that we think that we're superior with the way that we think. You wouldn't be using words like you all just want to doubt. You wouldn't be talking about why we host these lives.
Well, I wasn't trying to say that you guys think that you're superior to me. I'm saying like in the face of this is like
You
that
you literally
that's
said
the
that we bring
emotion.
people up here to judge them. You literally said that. Like I don't
Well, I
why
mean,
yeah,
not
yeah,
judge in the
aren't
negative
y'all
sense.
like why aren't y'all like more aware of the words that come out of your mouths? Like you turned yourself into a victim. I understand that the spirituality and supernatural plays a big role in your life today and how you think and who you think you are. I get that. And having that questioned, having it scrutinized, and not being able to defend it can feel like a, I don't know, existential crisis. But nobody drug you up here. You entered this conversation voluntarily. And this is why I say to people who are filled with fear and anxiety, like if you are not comfortable challenging what you believe or what you think you know, this is not the live for you. Because we're not going to I don't sugarcoat. I don't sugarcoat because I'm here to challenge what I think I know too. I'm being challenged just as much as the person that I'm talking to. And when I push the limits and I'm asking logical questions, it is not just because I want to disprove what you are saying. I need to know that what I think I know is right and true because I could be wrong.
I believe that.
Earlier, you were saying that it's easy to be skeptical. Do you think it's more difficult to be spiritual?
I do.
In
I
what
do.
way? In what way?
I feel like it's easy for I mean, truthfully speaking, I mean, that's probably not a good way of rendering it. I mean, I think that for people that find themselves able to able to doubt, Um, it's perhaps easy to be in that place. For those that find themselves able to believe, it's easier to believe. I think, really. Um,
I
though
don't
I
know.
go ahead.
I don't know that that answered the question that, because of course it would be easier for me to be skeptical if my mind functions in a skeptical way. Of course it would be easier for you to believe if your mind functions in a less skeptical way. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you think in the world that we live in today, it's easier to be skeptical of truth claims as opposed to just believing them?
That depends on the what would make it difficult. I mean, there may be the external world that makes it hard for a person to, you know, disbelieve something because you can possibly be ostracized or viewed negatively if you happen to disbelieve something that's kind of like the culture or the environment around you believes. So it may be difficult in that sense. But
So when you were about to say it earlier, in what sense were you referring to it?
to have the like just a person in within themselves, like if a person chooses to say, I will resist belief in anything and I will only accept a claim of truth, like, or I will only accept a claim if it can withstand scrutiny and I can't scrutinize it any longer. I feel like that's because at a certain point, I would imagine the mind begins to search for, like, how can this be falsified? How is this wrong?
But why should anyone skip the step of verifying?
Exactly.
Like, I don't understand why you are advocating for that. You've not given us one reason that a person should do that. That's like saying, oh, just believe God exists. Don't try to verify it. Just believe that God told me to tell you that you should marry such and such. Don't try to verify it. Believe that I am an alien from the planet Mars. Don't try to verify it. Why should anyone skip that step for you?
I mean, I don't do that step because I think that if I were to try to have everything be verified, or if I was to maintain a skeptical position, like by default, I don't think I would see or experience anything spiritual
You aren't experiencing anything spiritual. You don't know what
or
spiritual.
anything that I
You
could.
don't. You aren't experiencing anything spiritual. You have not even identified what spiritual is. You are experiencing your imagination. Is what you are experiencing. You are experiencing your creativity because you orchestrated that story. You orchestrated that experience because what you said happened did not happen. So you are using your creativity. You are using your brain in order to create a experience that you are calling spiritual. And what you are telling us right now is that you do not care about what is true. And you have every right to live your life that way, but you don't have any right to try to force the rest of us to.
It wasn't my attempt to try to force, at least that was not my goal. And I did voluntarily come up here to have my ideas challenged, which you guys did do.
Yeah,
Um,
and because we didn't just go, oh my gosh, the spiritual world exists, and because we asked questions and we accepted logic, you started accusing us of doubt, of bias, of superiority. Like you started accusing us of things, of judging, so that when you start blame shifting and pointing the finger at us, you don't believe because you don't want to, not because what you said was illogical, not because of what you said wasn't true, not because of you couldn't define the thing that you are telling us that we should believe. It is our fault. It's not yours. It's ours. When you start doing that, that is you subconsciously saying that we should be willing to tear up our reality and just accept what you say as truth and just believe. The very fact of you blame shifting.
I mean, I wasn't aware that all that what I was doing suggested these those other items that you mentioned, but
Right.
I mean, the it's still I don't know. I feel like perhaps I've had my mind like going this too long, but like for real, it
I
no, I
think you're
lost it.
fighting with the
Lost it.
fact that you have to, because like you're fighting with the fact that you have to move forward with the awareness. Maybe you were not aware before, but you have to move forward with the awareness that you orchestrated that experience. That what he said when he pointed to that closet was not true. He was wrong. And you might not have thought about it that way before. And you've probably told that story many times. And now when you tell that story, it's going to hit different because that piece of information, that piece of awareness, you now have to face, and you have to decide. You're at this point where you have to decide if you are going to accept that truth or if you're going to keep telling the other story. And you're mad at us for that. And I'm not talking about mad like angry, but you feel some type of way for that realization.
I guess lastly,
Hey
like
Siri. Sorry,
the
sorry. I was talking to my Siri and my mic was on.
like to say that this is a result. I don't know. You're saying that this particular instance and is was the result of like my creativity or my imagination or my narrative my narrative orchestration or something. Um, it's it's difficult to hear that and then for my mind to not seem as though in the same way how by me presenting these anecdotes in this like argument that I'm effectively trying to have you up in your reality to accept something which I cannot defend. The inverse is also experienced where by having to engage with this truth, I'm seemingly having to upend my own reality. And it is that resistance to upending my own reality and dismissing everything as
But
imagination or
we're not
creativity.
no one is asking you to do that. That is a decision you have to make. That depends on how you want to move forward in your life and in your reality. You have to make that decision. We're not telling you that because we don't just tear up our reality and just believe what you say and ignore the facts. That you have to. That is a decision you have to make.
And we're
We are
not
going to
really
be there with
sorry.
you when you make that decision. Just know that if you come back in here and you have conversations with us that and you share any more experiences, we're going to ask logical questions. We're going to ask clarifying questions. If there is no question to ask, then we won't ask it.
All right.
We're not really asking you to like uproot your worldview. We're just asking you to use evidence. And it's like Thinker said, if you care about facts and you want to live a truthful life and you want to believe in as many true things, you'll take what we say into consideration. But if you don't care about that, then evidently you won't. You'll continue to believe in whatever you want to believe in without evidence. But if you care about truth, then what we said has to be taken into account and
I'm
dealt
not
with
even talking
accordingly.
about evidence. I'm talking about the fact that, like, the facts, because we don't have evidence for every single thing, but you do have factual evidence that he was wrong. I'm talking about things that are true. things that you know are true from this conversation. Like, you have to make the decision if you're going to accept that awareness of that truth, or are you going to keep telling the story the way that you have and believing the story the way that you have. Like, that's completely up to you. But I'm not. I'm just because we seek evidence in everything. I'm not saying that you have to have empirical evidence for everything that you think you know. But there's a difference between evidence and truth, right? You, if you go forward, the very real thing is that if you go forward and you continue telling that story the way you're telling it, the way you told it to us, you will be lying. That's a fact. That's a fact. Because you are aware and have admitted he was wrong. Do you want to go forward and tell and believe true things, or do you just want to keep lying to yourself? I don't know if you're on a phone call, but we can't hear
No,
you.
no. I said it's like you guys you guys sufficiently challenged me, and I cannot say or do anything else. So good work, and I guess that's it. So,
This is exactly why beliefs should be kept in themselves. Christianity, Islam, Judaism didn't do that. Um, Spirituality is one that also tends to share but not force. They don't force on people and try to convert people. Um, but I also give the disclaimer: if you come in here and you hop on this stage, your beliefs will be challenged, because and it's going to be challenged. Like, my goal in here is to challenge what I think I know, right? Like, I have a goal, and I say it every night. The questions that I come up with are questions that I am pondering, things that I want to know. And so when I push the limits and I fucking cuss somebody out for fucking lying and gaslighting or trying to tear my fucking brain up, it is because I have things that I want to know, and I'm not gonna let somebody try to force me into tearing up my reality. So if you are someone who is afraid of having your belief, your faith, your spirituality challenged, and you don't want to know if what you currently think you know or believe is true, this is not the lie for you. It it's not. Asia, Aja.
Hello.
Cinderwild.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Doing good. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer, I think, right now.
Okay. There are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
So, if God is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? I'd like to talk about that one because I think that I think that people do that. I don't believe that it is a product of Christianity itself. I think that it's just people who are full of hate sometimes and divide people sometimes. I really don't see it being a product of Christianity.
Have you ever heard the saying, "There's no hate like Christian love"? Have you ever heard that saying?
I haven't, no.
Yeah, there is a very popular saying, and that comes from people's experience with engaging with people who identify as Christian. And what that question is really asking is, if those of you who believe in this God and you believe that you are in relationship, um, can you go on mute for me? What are you there?
Uh,
Can, can you go on mute?
yeah, I'm here.
Your background has noise.
You might have to mute me. I can't actually tap anything.
There you go. Well then, shit. I don't know how you're gonna be unmuted then if you can't untap. Are you able to unmute also? Hmm. Well, damn. Uh, how did you get up here? Like,
That's going to be problematic.
I think
okay.
I'm glitched out. Like I can't. When I tap my profile, like it doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay. um, that question is asking that I thought for a second, and when he said he can't tap anything, I'm like, okay, well, how did you get on stage? Um, um, that question is asking those of you that believe that you're in relationship. Your background is really loud.
I'm sorry.
Those of you that believe that you are in relationship with this God, you believe this God is alive, right? And it does things. Its spirit is with you and in you. It guides you. The product of that relationship with this deity is manifesting a lot of hate and division. If the deity that you are in relationship with is love, why is the result of that relationship from those of you that believe in him hate and division? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I think that we see this in the New Testament as well, as far as like keeping the flock clean, keeping the flock of sheep clean. You have to, if there are people who are practicing bad behavior, you have to kick them out of the congregation in order to save the rest of the flock. It's like culling, you know. So there is a little bit of division in that sense, built into the faith, but I just don't see how it's like. I feel like there's a lot more hate coming from other angles than just Christianity.
Yeah, I don't think that you're being honest about the the landscape of Christianity, right? For one, there's 45,000 different denominations. That division alone is within Christianity. That doesn't have anything to do with others outside of Christianity. The hatred that comes from people who are homophobic, the hatred that comes from misogyny, right?
Sure. Yeah.
The racism that uh, was built into the religion itself. The very fact that on Sunday morning, the biggest division that happens within your religion is that most churches are predominantly white or predominantly black or predominantly uh, Latino.
What's wrong with that?
We're talking about division that you claim does not exist in Christianity, that you claim is outside.
I think that people like to be with, uh, their own. That's just what happens.
But in Christ, I thought there was neither Jew nor Greek.
Well, I mean, when I went to church, I haven't been to church in a while, but I went to church with. I'll say it was mostly white, but we had black people and Latinos in the church. They were a minority, but I don't see what you're trying to like.
Like you, I mean, the fact is that it is separated, it is segregated. You all don't worship together, but y'all are under,
I think we self.
but y'all are under one God.
Yeah, I think we self segregate. That's what I.
But the God is alive. The God is in you. Does the God not know that y'all are self segregating?
Well, I don't think God has anything. Humans are imperfect
But
beings.
your God is in you. Is the God alive?
No, my God is not.
Is
Yeah,
the
I don't know
God?
about
Why
that.
are you talking while I'm talking?
Sorry.
Is the God alive? Is the God guiding y'all?
Hopefully,
Do you know?
I don't know. Sometimes I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm not so sure.
Do you know if your significant other is alive or not?
I don't have a significant other right now.
Do you know if the people in the room with you are alive or not?
I'm alone.
Well, it definitely sounds like there's somebody in there with you.
Nope. I'm all alone. I have a cat. I can turn on my camera and show you my cat if you want.
No, no. Do you know if your cat is alive?
Yep. He's definitely alive.
Do
He's
you
looking
ever have to
around.
wonder?
Uh, no. If I had to wonder, I'd be freaking out, dude. I love my cat.
How do you know your cat is alive?
Cause he's just chilling over there. He's breathing. He's looking around. Is that a trick question or something? Like, yeah, I can see him. He's alive. He's good.
The interesting thing is that you all claim to have a relationship with this God, but you ignore the fact that whenever there's you all do shit that's bad, it's not the God's fault. It's not the God's fault. And then you don't know if your God is with you.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm kind of in between. I was raised very Christian. I was actually raised a Jehovah's Witness, and I went rogue from that. I went kind of like atheist, and then turned agnostic, and then within the last couple of years, I started praying again and finding a connection again with God or with Jesus.
How do you know?
That's the thing. You can't know.
So then you're
And
just positing again. Like
yeah,
I don't want
yeah.
to hear a testimony. There's no point in you telling me a testimony that's just gonna repeat what you've already told me. You don't know if this God is guiding you. You don't know if this God is present. So the behaviors that believers are displaying, that's displaying division and hate, is coming from people who believe in a God but cannot prove that this God is actually guiding them. Y'all will make the claim that he is.
Yeah.
You'll make the claim that your God is love, but what y'all are producing is a lot of hate and a lot of division.
Dude, I've been there 100 times. I was exactly where you're at right now. I was 100% atheist. I said, you know
I
what?
don't care about that. That's not
There's
what we're talking
all right,
about. We are not talking about whether I'm atheist or not.
right. I mean,
And this,
it's about why do you believe? Why
No,
would I
no,
believe
it's
in
not.
something that
No, it is
I can't
not.
prove,
It
right?
is no, no. The
Okay.
topic is about what the belief system manifests. Like this is ridiculous. I don't even
No,
think you
yeah,
came up
I
here.
get
I don't
yeah.
even think you came up here in good faith.
Uh, I'm sorry if I gave that impression because I really did. I
No,
wanted to
no, you
talk to you guys
didn't.
about this.
No, you didn't. You just want to talk about atheists. You just want to discredit
No, I
atheists.
don't. I
Yes, you
don't. I
did.
don't want to discredit you.
Yes, you did. You don't care about the things that I've said so far about the hatred.
I do.
No, you don't. You have not even acknowledged it. You've not even addressed anything that I've said. I shouldn't have to repeat myself regarding the things that I've said about the topic. You don't care.
Okay. You know what? You are right. There are churches that are segregated, and why are they, there are black communities that have black churches. There are Latino communities that have Latino churches. There's white communities that have white churches. Um, I just don't think that it's segregated because of Christianity. I think that there's a lot of segregation
You
just
it's not
in
about the
society
segregation.
itself.
It is not about the segregation of the churches. I honestly don't know. Tara, why don't you come up here so I can fucking yell at your ass? How about that?
Somebody's gonna chew me
Stop,
out. Somebody's
stop,
gonna chew me
stop,
out.
stop. Y'all's behavior is horrible. And for y'all to be
I'm a
claiming that y'all are in relationship with a God of love, y'all's behavior is horrible.
I'm a bad
Most of
boy.
like get the fuck off my stage. Leave. Bye.
Ew.
Get off my stage. Go find Tara. Go find Tara so she can talk sweet nothings in your fucking ear.
I'm not gonna leave willingly.
You didn't have to ask, motherfucker.
That was gross. Thanks for ruining my night.
Tara, I'm waiting on you to come up here.
He said, I'm not going to leave willingly. The fuck?
Motherfuckers think that we can't tell when y'all come up here to fucking troll. And then you get motherfuckers like Tara in the comments that fucking cap for that shit. I'm waiting on you, Tara, to get in the box. Oh, you scared? You want to talk shit from the chat? You want to talk shit from the chat instead of coming on stage? Come up, Tara. Get in the box. Are you praying about it? This what y'all do. Y'all talk shit in the fucking chat. Fucking terrified. Don't don't behave badly. Don't do shit that make me yell or cuss your motherfucking ass out, and I won't. Y'all scary asses. Daviosa, I don't give a damn if you've been following me for 10 years. That ain't got shit to do with me. I'm talking about the shit you talking about today. I don't even know who the fuck you are. Selena, you're not on mute.
Oh,
Mary? Mary?
Miriam.
Zilla.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Fantastic.
One
How are you
second.
doing?
Ramir, request again. How old are you?
I'm 42.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
All right, there are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
Um, do, do, do. Sorry, I just popped back here. Um, the first one, about Christianity is love and
Hold
why
on.
does it do
Fee,
so much
you see
hate?
that? Since when are you on a live 24 hours a day? You see that live?
What happened?
If there is a God, it has to be Fee. She's on live when I'm at work, asleep 24 hours. How?
That's a big ass lie. I'm usually asleep.
They just be
I'm only.
lying. Just
I
be.
know I'm only up because I'm on at a. I can't. I struggle to sleep in hotel rooms, so I'm like, if I'm gonna be awake, I may as well get on the live. But I know they're lying.
Like that, like what? Like they just say shit. Like I don't understand.
I don't
Like what's
either.
the point?
So I like the first one.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's pretty simple thoughts that I had on that. I think well, I believe I should say, not think. I believe God did make us out of love, and out of that love, He gave us our autonomy to do as we do with the will He gave us. He definitely gave us like a roadmap, and insight on how we can do better in our lives, but we have the full wheel of emotions that we are allowed to wield as human beings. So as we do on this earth, we do with our own will and with our own plight as human beings. And God is still there, but we can't like necessarily blame Him
Oh
for the
gosh.
plight of humans.
Sure. What is he doing? What is he good for if it's all humans? What is the purpose
What
of
is
him?
what is the purpose of God? I think um, He gives us the insight to be better, because as we see as human beings,
Mm.
we are what you derive in that last sentence, hate, like that can be a part of us, and we see that in this world
And so his
today,
insight
especially
is
like it's
failing.
godly. Well, so let me finish.
No, no,
Like
no. I don't
especially
need a
as
paragraph. You already gave us a paragraph in the beginning. It's my
okay,
turn
sure,
now, right?
sure. Go ahead.
Is his insight failing? Is it
No,
so? Then the manifestation of hate from those of you that believe in him are obviously not obeying him. So
no,
you obviously don't.
no,
I'm
no.
sorry.
That's not
Can
true.
you let me finish? The
Well, I was just saying that. No.
manifestation of hate that's coming from those of you that believe in him because y'all have free will, you obviously are not obeying him. So either his
No,
insight fails or y'all don't really
no,
believe that he is love.
no, no,
Then what is
no.
the issue? Why is hate coming from those of you that believe in him?
Well, I don't necessarily like believe that hate only comes from people that
I didn't
believe in
say
God.
only.
I,
Why is hate? I
uh,
didn't say the word only. Why is hate coming from those of you that believe in this God?
well, I don't see hate coming from the people that believe in this God either. I don't think that's like a correct
Do you
way
know
to
all the
state
people that
that.
believe in this God, Zilla?
No, no, exactly. That's
Right.
why I would say that. That would be
So
like a
Zilla.
denatured way to say that.
So you can't say that it's not. Okay.
No, you
So
can't say that it is
yes,
though,
I
right?
can. Yes, I can.
You can.
Yes,
Oh, so you
yes,
know that it is. Okay,
yes.
I didn't know that.
Okay,
Cool. You
Zilla,
can educate me on
Zilla,
that.
Zilla,
Educate me on that part.
Okay, sure, Zilla. Who enslaved West
Yeah,
Africans here
educate me on
in
that part. I'd like hit me to that.
I am why you display
Oh,
hateful
all right.
This
behavior.
is the hate she's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, my fault.
Zilla,
This is hate. Oh,
who
word.
enslaved West Africans
Jesus
here
Lord.
in America?
It was a lot of Catholics, Jews.
People that believe in this
Um,
God.
no, actually, most of them were Jesuits.
Do they believe in this
Um,
God, Zilla?
no, they do not actually.
Who is the
I don't know
God
if
of
you're in the. I don't know. I don't know if
Who
you're
is the
into the
God of
Jesuit
Catholics?
order. Do you know what the Jesuit order is?
Zilla, who is the God of Catholics? Who is the God of Catholics? Who do they pray to, Zilla? What name do they call?
Moloch and Baal.
So, Zilla, can I? Why does
You
the
gonna
God that
lie?
you believe in cause you to lie, Zilla?
It is not calling me to lie. I'm just
Zilla.
speaking of
So,
the Jesuit word.
when the
You not? Are you
Catholics,
not aware
so
of
when
it?
the Catholics pray, they call Molech.
No, they actually have like other deities. They have saints and
No,
other
Zilla. When the Catholics
God that
pray,
they pray to,
When the
like
Catholics pray,
they
Zilla. When
the
the
the they,
Catholics
the
pray,
Pope.
Zilla. Like y'all are insufferable. Those of you that believe in this God are insufferable, especially if you're male. It's impossible having conversations with y'all. Y'all are dishonest. Like y'all aren't even who I want to talk to. Like I literally want to talk to people who actually research, people who do scholarly work in your religion. Like you bottom feeders, I'm not interested in talking to. Y'all are a waste of fucking time. I'm not interested in yelling at you. I'm not interested in cussing you out. I don't feel like it. And you've already displayed the hate that topic number 1 is talking about and your dishonesty. You've already displayed that. So you can exit my stage. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Love and peace to you.
Like the it's something so insidious for a person to display such behavior, and it literally says those words, love and peace. Like you're hateful. Like it's the I've not even been able to describe what I feel when a person can call that type of behavior love. Like they are the cancer in society, the intentional dishonesty. Like it's the thing that makes me feel like we're fighting a losing battle, because there are humans who are willing to cause hurt and lie about having an intention of loving.
I don't know that they can even identify the fact that their behavior is what it is. Because again, this belief system doesn't require you to think. This belief system doesn't require you to be smart. This belief system actually filters out people who think and are smart. Just saw somebody in the comments saying, "How can you be black and an atheist?" And that shows how incredibly myopic and ignorant they are. You don't understand why black people would reject the God that slave masters forced upon us, and that seems weird to them. He's up here just over talking you, saying ridiculous shit, naming gods that he knows good and hell well Catholics do not worship, all in defense of this God, and then walks away with love and peace. They're not okay.
I'm honestly, in my mind, I'm just gonna start seeing them as the demons. Do not type in caps in my comments, X for prayers. You will be muted for doing so, and then you will message me, and then I will make a song about you. There you go. And because you did it twice, instead of the 5-minute mute, you're gonna get muted for the entire live, because you've shown me that you're gonna cross boundaries. So you don't get a 5-minute mute. You're muted the entire live. And now you can't tell anybody about your Christ. And when you are muted, you cannot come on stage. So you have silenced the Jesus inside of you for the entire life because of your fucking ego. You all do not make wise decisions at all. What I was getting ready to say is the demons that they believe exist. In my mind, those that behave like the guy that was just on stage, like, to me, that's all I see now. What would be called an imp or a demon? That's what they they are to me.
Yeah.
They're like the infection, the virus that has infected the body, um, that makes the body sick. That's what they are. And I'm just going to drop them because after watching that video, it gave me clarification of who I am looking to speak with. And I'm looking to speak with those people who have gone beyond level 1 and level 2 of research. Those
Yeah.
those of you who actually crack open books, who actually click the links on a website to read the full article. You go beyond the first page of Google. You go beyond the AI summary. You click links for resources, and then you actually buy books and you read them. You ask yourself questions of how do we know? What if? You form arguments in your mind. Though you are who I'm looking to speak with. I don't want you surface level thinkers because this live is not for you. It's just not. And I'm not trying to down anybody. But the only thing you're going to do is waste my time and yours. Because the only thing I can do with you is argue with you and cuss you the fuck out. I don't have patience for ignorance. And when I say ignorance, I'm not talking about a lack of knowledge. I'm talking about willful ignorance. I don't have patience with that. I don't want it around me. I don't want you here unless you are someone looking to learn.
It's a different kind of mental effort that you have to put into play to deal with people who don't think and who refuse to do like you were saying, those higher levels of research, actually doing research and not just searching for confirmation of what they already believe. I was talking to someone at a conference last weekend about when I first started working as an interpreter. I worked in a high school, and sometimes I would have to go work in the elementary school. And I did not like the elementary school work because it's additional labor. I've already got to, prepare for, I don't know, oceanography class and make sure that I know what I'm talking about and do the research. I don't want to have to manage behavior. I don't want to have to manage the things that come with elementary school students that you don't have to deal with on a high school level. And I feel like these conversations are like that. If we want to talk to people who haven't even cracked open the Bible, who haven't even considered the fact that you're reading an interpretation and there are multiple translations of this book, so it makes sense to go back to the original language, but those that scoff against that, those who don't realize that if you're looking up a truth claim, you need to give as much effort to what could falsify that claim as you do to what would validate that claim if you're actually doing research. Those are the type of people we want to engage with, not folks who are going to come up here and, be mad at us for being skeptical thinkers or put dumb shit in the comments that gets them blocked and, muted immediately. It's infuriating, and it's a whole lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done mentally.
I don't know why they like hanging around us. Like we we're not trying to be friends with you. Like you could go and create your own live and do all the shit talking you want to do. I promise you, we will not give a fuck. I have no idea why y'all want to hang out in our chat. That's just weird as fuck to me. Aussie mom,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I'm so glad that I found a lie that I don't think you guys don't seem judgy. And I went on one earlier tonight, and
Aussie, I don't want to talk about somebody else's live.
well,
Um,
what I was just trying to say is I'm sorry if I cut you off.
I,
I've read bits and pieces of the Bible.
hold on, Aussie. I need to know if you fit the conversation. How old are you?
I'm 54.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Okay. As an agnostic, the only question on the board that you can discuss is topic 3, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I guess my issue is I'm kind of having a hard time, with that topic. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of the kind of person, and I've read bits and pieces of the Bible. My mom was, she never made us read it because she went to Catholic school and was not treated well by the nuns because she was Spanish, and that's the only language she spoke when she was a child. So they beat it out of her. And I always thought if God was forgiving or accepted you
Hold
for
on,
who you were.
I'll say, I want to stop you real quick. So this isn't the place to talk about like why you don't believe in the God of the Christian Bible or to share your deconstruction journey. Topic 3 is focused on the fact that you still believe a God exists, right?
Oh,
And so if you
yeah.
want to, huh?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, topic 3 is if you want to challenge your belief that a God still exists, and why you believe that after deconstructing from the Christian God or the Catholic God um, that you were raised into. Did you come up to do that?
Yeah, I guess I must have misunderstood you guys. I'm sorry if I wasted your time. I did not mean to.
Oh,
But
that's okay.
I have been enjoying. I do enjoy listening to you guys though because you're kind of opening my eyes up to different things, and I appreciate that.
You're so welcome, Aussie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Night Fighter?
I'm sorry. I'm on here by mistake.
No worries. Have a good day, okay? Remy, hi. I saw you came up earlier on the live, uh, the end of the live this morning, and I know you're spiritual, and we've already talked to you about topic 3,
Yes, yes.
and that
Morning.
would be the only topic that you could talk about since you're not deconstructing or a believer. And so since we've already talked to you about topic 3, was there something that you wanted to add to what we've talked to you about already, or?
Yes. I think I needed more clarity regarding the question that you asked yesterday. The difference between the those who are in the tradition and those who still believe in God. Is there any difference and stuff? So yeah,
Oh,
and
okay. You said you need more clarification on that question?
yeah, but I needed us to discuss more about it. Uh, if we it will help. Yeah.
So do you have an answer today, or?
Yeah. I think that
Okay.
this is what I needed to focus on. Yeah,
Okay. What's the answer? What's the difference between the two?
yeah. I think as you saying, as you can experience yourself, people who are believers coming on the panel already stressing you because
No, no,
they
no.
still wanna force them.
No. That it's not about. My question was asking about your experience. Like, I'm asking for evidence that you going back to praying to your traditional gods
Yes.
does anything different than praying to the God of Christianity.
Yes. There's a huge difference because in my tradition, first of all, we do not force people to follow the tradition.
Right. No, I'm not asking you to explain the tradition. We talked about that this morning. I'm asking for evidence that your prayer to the gods of your ancestors actually produce what you are praying for versus praying to the Christian God?
Yes, yes. There is a according to my own experience. Yes, I've been Christian before, and now I am following tradition. Yes, there's a me praying the God of my ancestry. There's a huge difference. Yes,
What,
I see miracle
what's
every
the
day.
evidence? Like what I'm asking, if your aunt is praying to the Christian God and you're praying
Hmm.
to the God of your ancestors, what's the evidence that your prayer gets answered?
Well, uh, can I give an example?
Yeah,
Can I go
if
with
you,
example?
yeah, if you
Yes,
have an
yes. Okay.
example.
Yes. All right. Okay. So first of all, the when I pray to my the God of the ancestor, the sorry, the answer is authentic. It's quick, and
Yeah,
then
I think you told
the
us that.
results are quick.
I think you told us that
The result,
yesterday. I think you told us that
yes,
yesterday, right?
yes,
That your ancestors came to you and said, if your wound heals in this amount of
yeah, yeah,
days,
yeah,
and then, yeah, you told us that
yeah.
yesterday, and we addressed that yesterday, where, it
Mm.
just sounds like post hoc rationalization is the same thing that believers of the Christian God do when they're praying for, to their God. Like, what's the, like, I don't see any evidence of a God actually answering prayers, whether you're praying to the God of your ancestors or praying to the Christian God.
First of all, you need to know the God that they're presented as is a myth. So, and the answer of the prayer, it's because human they do not realize that they have the energy within themselves. So yes, they are creating themselves an image of a God that they are addressing the prayer to. You understand? It's more like you're projecting, you speaking to yourself,
So there is no need to
having
actually pray
having.
to a God.
There's no need actually. There's no
Okay.
need because you are the energy is within you. There's no need. So it's more like you duplicate yourself and then you're talking to your shadow, which it doesn't make sense. So instead of believing, knowing you not really believing yourself, but knowing yourself and going on the action that you project in your mind, in your imagination, and then yeah, everything start there. You imaginate something and then you go with actions. So I don't need to address my prayer to a something that I know it's a myth. It's not gonna answer me.
So,
Instead of talking to myself, because as I said yesterday, that energy is within you,
but that's
is you.
yesterday you said you pray to your ancestors' gods, though. So why
Exactly.
why do you pray to a God
That
then?
so that energy it can be placed to anything. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
It can be
understand that,
placed.
but I'm asking.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but I'm asking
Hmm.
if. So why do you pray to a God if there's
Because
no
I
need?
believe I as I said, I believe that we all come from somewhere. There's a divine energy that make everything to be the way it is right now. So we never we don't come from nowhere and then we just appear and then yeah. No. There's a there's there's a generation that was before us,
Hmm. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, we talked
So
about that.
yes.
This we talked about
Yeah.
that this morning. You believe that
Mm-hmm.
there is a divine energy. I got
Yes.
that. Um,
Yes.
but I'm asking. So like it sounds like we're just going around the same conversation that we've already had with you about this topic.
Pardon, come again?
I said it sounds like we're going over the same information that we talked about this morning, yesterday, on this topic. Like I know that you believe that humans came from a divine energy. You honor your ancestors. You told us
True.
about
True.
you praying to your ancestor, and you had a dream, and your aunt said if the wound heals this during in this many days, then this is the cause of it. If it heals in this many days, then this is the cause of it. We talked about
Yeah.
that. Um, we the the only thing different that you're saying today is that you don't have to pray to a God, um, which makes me ask, why do you pray to a God if there is no need to pray to a God? And I don't know that I'm communicating that in a way that you understand exactly what it is that I'm asking or trying to understand now. I just don't want us to go over the same conversation that we had yesterday.
Oh, okay. I understand that. Uh, I just wanted to give a clarity regarding what you asked, because after the panel yesterday, I heard that you needed a difference between praying to the God of the Bible and then praying to the God of the God of the ancestors. What's the difference? So yes,
Not what's the difference. Evidence
the the
that
the
it
evidence.
works.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah, evidence that
yes.
it
The evidence.
works.
So the evidence that works is yourself. First of all, uh you need to know yourself before uh uh project, as I explained, projecting a shadow, or projecting a myth of a god that
Hmm.
never existed, or that cannot even show us the evidence of that god. So the
But you're doing
god
the
that
same thing with the God of your ancestors, though, right?
it's that what I say, it's a energy. That energy can be within you. So
Right. So
I
there's no
believe that
need to right, and so there's no need to actually pray to a God,
you
whether
are a god.
whether it's
You are
the
already
God.
a god.
Right. So my question is, why are you praying to a God then?
Okay. uh Sometimes it can be by ignorance, but okay, you have to pray to a god. But the more you know yourself, you're like, okay, that power is within me. I cannot address my prayer to a god, but I can speak to myself and then get my decision and do whatever I want to do.
But where are you at that point, though? Or do you?
Yes,
So why
we
do you
grow.
pray to a
we
God?
we grow every day. That, as I said, I've been doing it by ignorance, right? I've been doing it by ignorance, but now I understood that the God that I have to address the prayer to is within me. So I have to do everything that I need to. So the good and bad is my decision, but I follow to do the right thing and then not doing the wrong things. So I understand. Even we were young. We were young and we didn't know what we were doing until we grow up, and then we found out, oh, this is the right way that I should follow. So exactly what I'm doing. As I said yesterday, I'm in a place where I do learn every day. As I'm this life, I'm listening to people. I'm learning what I can learn, and then I'm also ignoring what I can ignore. But yes, I've been told that I have to pray to the God of my ancestors, which is normal for me also. But I think it's not necessary to pray for that to imaginate that divine energy. It's into something that I need to address the prayer to, instead of speaking to myself. and then getting the decision, the right decision, and execute it. I don't know if I make sense.
I understood you're saying that it was done out of ignorance or tradition, and
Yeah,
you now know that it's just a ritual, and it's you, like the things that you desire. You have to talk to yourself or convince yourself of those things and actually do the things for yourself.
come again.
I was saying I understand you're saying that you originally were praying to the God of your ancestors out of tradition, and as you grow in knowledge or understanding, you realize that you don't have to do that, and that
True.
at the end of the day, it is you that you.
Yes.
I don't necessarily know why people have to identify themselves as God, as a God, but I get what they're trying to say. The thing that you once saw as a necessity for guidance or protection or love or peace or understanding has ultimately been you and in your environment, the other humans that you engage with all along. And I agree. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up. Did you have anything else?
Nothing more. Just also wanted to answer the brother who was here before who
Oh, I don't allow
trying
that.
to.
I don't allow that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. No problem. No problem.
All right.
No
Thank you so
problem. My
much.
apology.
No worries.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 18 and up, um, if you identify as agnostic, spiritual, or something outside of a believer or deconstructing, topic 3 is on the board for you. If you are like deconstructing and you don't know if you're spiritual or you're still holding on to the idea of either this God or a God or source or something like that, topic 3 is also on the board for you to help you work through that part of your deconstruction journey to see, if this is your final stop on deconstruction. Some people stop here, and that's totally your decision, but this is the place to challenge those thoughts. If you aren't comfortable with having your beliefs challenged, this is not the live for you. We are not going to allow ourselves to be demonized for you not being able to handle any realization that you have while you are in here. Enter at your own risk.
I'm sorry, Thinker. I didn't mean to join. I apologize.
No worries. Have a good one, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Queen Dot.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, hello, thinker.
Hi, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I actually don't have conversations about Islam. Did you come up to talk about Islam?
Yeah, I thought you're a Muslim because your text.
No.
Okay. Then I'm sorry then.
You said you thought I was Muslim because of what?
Because of your text.
What text?
If the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division?
Why does that lead you to the thinking that I'm Muslim?
Because when I'm a Muslim and when I like read stuff from the Bible, I see that it is, like you are saying, it has a lot of hate and like unaliving things and so on. So I thought maybe you were a Muslim because of this text you have.
Oh no, I think the Quran has some hateful stuff in it too. Um,
But
but yeah,
what
no, the
is your
Quran has violence and hate in it as well. But I don't want to get into Islam. But I thank you for coming up. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for bringing me.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
You too. Okay.
It's amazing to me how many people who hold belief systems based on these holy books don't realize how much violence is in them. Like violence prescribed by their God that they believe is nothing but love. That's kind of mind blowing.
Yeah. And they're pointing fingers at each other. It's crazy.
That part, crazy as hell.
Jay Saup. Okay. This be the hard part. Almost 700 people in here and an empty guest box, y'all.
Insane.
And it usually gets like that after we get somebody up, like the gorilla guy, and we gotta like talk shit. But then they get scared to come up.
So unnecessary. I feel like we have enough decent conversations in here. They may be, few and far between, but at least I don't know. I feel like it's enough decent exchange in here for them to realize that if you come up here and engage and actually, get inquisitive, it can be a really good conversation, but I don't think they want that.
Like, but I don't know. Like they sit and they watch, and which they should have the opportunity to observe. And it's almost as if that part, because they're so used to just accepting belief and not investigating, their time sitting here could be used to observe and investigate, and they don't even do that. Because if they saw the conversation that we had with Z, he outright insulted us and accused us of thinking that we are superior or um, approach just not uh, accepting his information as true, like as if he had presented a logical case with evidence and we were just rejecting it from a biased standpoint. And I could have cussed him out, but I didn't because it didn't warrant that, because he was not being belligerent in his insult, right? I know how to handle insults, um, and not have to cuss a motherfucker out. But when you come up here disrespectful, uh, fighting the mute button, talking over people, uh, constantly lying to try to force a person to think a specific thing or a specific way, then that's what you all see, right? You see our reactions to their behavior, and you don't see their behavior. And that, I feel like because we are atheists, you aren't going to you aren't going to see that. Kind of like the guy on Mama Bash's live could not see the woman in Deuteronomy 22, and how the law is punishing a man for violating the property of a man. He could not see that woman as a human in that situation, or the damage that was being done to the woman, and the fact that the woman needed to be vindicated, or get like her experience needed to be validated. And I think believers approach this live that same way. They show up to hate watch. They cannot stand our asses for shit. And it's almost like when um the disrespect happens, some sense of satisfaction comes for them because they can't express what they actually want to express. And I think they're afraid to actually express what they want to express in conversation with us. So,
Yep.
yeah, so they excuse the bad behavior of the believer that's on stage because they're actually serving a purpose. They're doing what they want to be done to us so that they can sit and judge us and say in their mind, see, this is why people shouldn't be atheists. It serves a purpose for them because they can't actually have the intellectual conversation with us. I think that's why they show up because the crash outs validate for them why they need to stay a believer because the logic doesn't do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it gets back to the histrionics and the emotions that most of these belief systems are tethered with. Like they're drawn to the high. They're drawn to the serotonin spike that comes when a believer's up here showing their ass. It's not about truth. They don't know what's in this Bible. And I do think that they kind of live vicariously through the ones that come up here. So they sit in the comments. And I also think that they're waiting to see if somebody's going to come up here and be like, yep, I'm going to debunk atheism, which is a ridiculous claim in and of itself. But I think that's another goal that they have. They're just sitting back to see if somebody will come up here, and we don't have any logical refutation to anything that they say or any historical refutation. And it's fruitless because, again, if they realize that we are here to learn just like they are, then it could be a mutually beneficial exchange. But they're too, I think, egotistical and defensive of this God to even allow themselves to do that.
I don't think that there's a lot of them here that's here to learn. Because what could they possibly want to learn when they have the idea of hell in their mind? Like anything that they could learn isn't going to outweigh hell to them, I don't think.
Oh, I don't think they want to learn. I think they want to see if somebody that's in their camp can best us. I don't think
Oh,
that yeah, I think if they were really willing to learn or interested in learning, they'd hop in this box and they'd engage in in the conversations that we want to engage in. Like show us something or a perspective that we're missing, but that will require them to study. So no, I don't think they're willing to actually learn something for real, not from an academic perspective at all.
yeah. Like they're hell bots. They're like, I don't know, salesmen for Jesus. I don't know how many times they think they can threaten hell. Like in their mind, do they think that we've never heard of the threat of hell? Or do they think that we have to hear it 1,000 times to accept it? Like I don't know if like when y'all come into the live and y'all start telling people we genuinely love you, we don't want you to go to hell. What goes on in your mind? Like we've never heard of hell before? That we're hosting these conversations because we didn't know hell was an option. Like what's going I really want to know. Eh, Like Joe, do you think that I've never heard of hell before? And then Joe, do you think that I would say, "Oh my gosh, look at Joe's butt. Joe genuinely loves me. Let me be a believer so Joe don't see me go to hell." Is that what was supposed to happen, Joe, from that comment? I I know you have. You seem to fail to realize how serious hell is. What makes you think that I fail to realize that, Joe? Hell is fire. Hell is eternal. What am I missing, Joe? Eternal fire. pain, suffering, immaterial teeth chattering, and gnashing. What am I missing, Joe? Gaslight. Are you a sleeper cell?
He can't answer you on a public platform, thinker. So I think we both know the answer.
Just put a nerd emoji in the chat. I just need to know. Queen Lavinda? Queen Lavinda?
Sorry.
No worries.
What is this you talk about?
You a sleeper cell, dude.
What is this you say?
Submit your report. Private.
Oh my gosh. That shit
Hey,
was
think
funny the other day. I was watching it live and I'm just gonna say Nano Nights. And when you was like, I just need to know. And then they was like, you can't say that on the platform. It's like, oh, where's my mind? I didn't know that when you said that you meant that they listening now. I was like, oh
so.
my God.
I think on Tashanga. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy page over there, and I have a lot of fun over there. But anyway, it's a and this is something I wanted to talk to you about. Now, I was a Christian, you was a Christian, and we learned about the soul and the spirit and all the things of the Bible, the whole constructs of the Bible. Now that we put that away, and now how we look at Christians now today, we're trying to figure out. I mean, what do we, the way that we look at life now, I'm trying to overlay it over what they still believe in and just try to relate with them, because I just kind of collapsed it all down to myself. But they still have the layers of the soul and the spirit and all of this, that, and the third. How do I overlay myself on them and show, hey, what you think of a spirit is my imagination, or what you think of as soul is just my mind, and just try to have some type of reference point between each one of us to show, hey, look, let's just come to the conclusion that we are naming certain things about our makeup with different words. Even people in the spirit, I mean, in the spiritual side of things, that you know, just how do I overlay myself with you to kind of have some type of connection? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's what we've been doing. And they reject the mind being the things that the brain does, right? They reject spirit being energy because they need it to be God. Like even having that conversation tonight, like we were accused of thinking that we were intellectually superior.
Wow. It's amazing that you know we once thought that way. I mean, to a certain extent. And like, look, I'm not just someone that just fell off the truck and just just coming at you now. There's a whole ass reason why we do this every day. I mean, look at the history of Christianity. Look at, there was one guy that did a poll on them. Well, did a live and asked them to come up and say, would you unalive your kid? And they said yes. But we're the ones with three heads. I mean, we're
I mean,
we're the ones.
look at the response. Listen to the host. She thinks the mind and brain are the same. LOL. They
Oh,
don't.
but this is a person with a gifted mind. They said earlier they have a gifted mind and that we're foolish for thinking that we're smart. But they're saying that the mind and the brain are the same. Like they're not well.
Mm-mm. Like we have those conversations. They don't want that. Like I think what I did learn from one of the conversations tonight is that because we stop at, like, there are steps, right, to proving that something is true before you should ever get to a supernatural claim. And because we are willing to go through those steps and not skip the steps where we investigate logical reasonings for certain things happening, or certain things existing here in our reality, because we don't skip that step and go straight to supernatural. That's what makes us demons, because we aren't willing to skip a step. That's what I
Right.
learned tonight. Analyzing and researching and asking questions of, how do you know? Why do you say that? Where did that come from? Asking those questions. Can it be true? Can it be proven? Can it be repeated? Those questions they call doubt. And doubt is from the devil. That's demonic. And those are all a part of knowledge as well. Knowledge is the thing that caused all the sin. So like they demonize that step because it blocks you from the supernatural, because there is a logical explanation for why they believe a supernatural claim. That's what I learned tonight.
That's crazy. And thinking I live off of what Jesus said Christians would be doing today. That's what I present them with most of the time. I really try to stay out of the garden, and I look John 14:12, and these things were actually from a biblical perspective after Jesus went back, and then the apostles were doing their thing and Paul was doing his thing. That was actually John 14:12 action going on, supernatural things happening in the Bible. So why I'm talking to Chris like, why aren't you doing those things that Paul was doing? Why aren't earthquakes happening and your jail doors opening? Why aren't these things happening for you? You're in the same dispensation that Paul and Peter and all of those folks, in the latter part of the New Testament were. Why aren't you operating like they were? Because why do you? What's the reason? Oh, but this is a sinful world. They were living in a sinful world too. What makes you? What separates you from what they were doing? Because that's the whole reason why he left. They left the Holy Spirit in you to do that work. And why is it not working in you like it was working in them? And they always have some crazy apologetic for that.
I, I, we ask them that all the time, and Bash will literally tell them to go drink bleach to prove it, because some of them will lie and say they do believe it, and he'll tell them to go drink bleach to prove it, but they won't. And I was talking about the other day how it's interesting that they don't believe the claims that they can do those things, right? But they believe the claims about hell. They believe the claims about them being born in sin, or endowed with sinful flesh. But these
Right.
supernatural claims that says that they should be able to do, they don't believe. And I think, like, it, to me, it speaks volumes for this so-called faith that they claim that they have. And it says that they actually, to me, it says that they doubt. They have more doubt than we do because they have this faith claim. We don't. It's
Right,
just not true for us. So there is no doubt there, right?
right.
They're claiming truth in this and faith. They're the ones with the doubt in this supernatural claim, not us.
Wow, that's spot on. I guess faith and belief is the presence of doubt. You got to cross that bridge with that. You got to cross your sea of doubt with that bridge. So yeah, that makes all the sense. And they always say to hey, don't tempt the Lord thy God. No, I'm just asking you. Let's not even put you in the picture. Let's just look at the numbers here. There are billions of Christians, billions, and we have Jesus just in 3 years. And the apostles in the years that they were operating, we're talking about just a few years, and a handful of people. Now we got billions of Christians over thousands of years, thousands of, let's just say, the past 100 years that we so well can document stuff. A billion Christians over 100 years. Now, what happened in the Bible? I mean, the Bible should be the size of a of a mile long of occurrences that we should have already recorded, of things happening just like they were happening in the latter part of the New Testament.
Hmm.
So why don't we have that history, that history of all of these occurrences happening like we see in the latter part of the New Testament?
Gaslight, we do. Like, you didn't see the video of the fish popping out of the forehead of the man and the pastor preaching, praying and exercising the demon out, so the fish died on the ground. Like, you ain't see that.
I stand corrected. Okay, uh, where's my Bible? I'm going back to church now.
Like, even the head on the man, like, I mean, you could see the big old head that the man had. Somehow he had two heads, and the fish was popping out of the big head that was on top of the little head.
Look at God.
And the lady that was filming it, somehow in her camera, as she's video recording it, that was a whole different scene in the camera. So the what was there wasn't really there. Her camera supernaturally was recording another place.
Look at God.
He showed up.
He showed out.
Plenty of evidence.
It's just crazy. Think I've been in these TikTok streets for almost 5 years now. Well, more than 5 years. I mean, I kind of like jumped into this after the big C event. So it never changes. It's just wash, rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
Are you seeing any difference?
I see a lot of people deconstructing. Is that what you're asking? Like, I do see a lot of people deconstructing.
Yeah.
I do see the outward barbarianism coming out, if that makes sense. Like, they no longer are hiding, or I don't know if we're snuffing them out because of all these conversations across social media. Um, but the what's been able to hide for so long under the guise of Christianity is being snuffed out, and they're having to be that in public.
Well, I do agree with you that in that regard, there are a lot more confidence in being a non-believer Um, and I do agree with that. That there's a lot more confidence in, being out, being and this app, just
No,
people just
ain't
don't have to
nobody
go
talking
outside.
about you, Jan. I
Yeah.
swear, trying to center yourself. Nobody even knows who you are.
Yeah, this app has liberated a lot of people, and I think that what it also has done is that Christians have never had a chance to really debate and have discussions face to face with non-believers. I mean, they've always been in the echo chambers of their faith to have these discussions,
I think
and
black Christians, I think white Christians have always had the opportunity, right? Like they've always had the uh, agency to debate whether this God exists or not without being um, ostracized at the level that black believers ostracize black people for not believing.
I agree with that because they really don't. Uh, they weren't really kind of just controlled by this faith like we were. It was something that was kind of like just beat into us.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm I can't confirm nor deny what we were talking about earlier. I can't.
Oh my gosh. I already confirmed it. I messaged Fee and I said he had sleeper cell like a motherfucker.
She sure did. Gaslight be in the ghetto.
It's one of those things where I love being with my people. I love being with my tribe over here. But it's like, okay, I don't know if because of my military background, I always like to go to crazy places and chop it up.
You're doing the
Uh,
hard work, the shit that some of us don't have the fucking galls or balls or patience to fucking do. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. And it's needed. It is needed. I'm grateful for it.
I just I could do better with getting more get more knowledge and just sit down and put things together. But I like look, I I I've preached sermons before where I didn't even prepare. So you just get up there and start saying some stuff and it kind of just comes together. So I don't know. It's I you know and I was telling this one guy yesterday, and this is the crazy part. This guy, we're about the same age. Um he has totally discounted everything in the Bible. But there is a God out there that has done all of these miraculous things for him, has protected him from car accidents. He said a tree caught him one time when the car flew off the street. And I'm like, you got God out here catching you out of the air with trees and shit, but he's not doing anything for the other person that just glimpsed down for a second and had a head-on collision. You know, why isn't? How do you connect with a God that's doing all this protective stuff with you and just letting everybody perish around you? I mean, one day you probably be that person. So how do you square that? But they don't want to have that discussion. Like I always tell them, like, look, the best compliment I can give any God anywhere is that they don't exist. That's the best compliment that I can give any God. Because especially with this Christian God, if we are to have a conversation that he do exist, Now I got to put all this stuff on the table that's in the Old Testament and even the New Testament. We got to put all of this stuff on the table now. And we need to have a discussion about that if we want to work in the constructs that he does exist. So let me just, give you an olive branch and say to you, hey, let me just say that he don't exist, and that's the best compliment I can give your God. And let's just keep it there. But if you want to go further, again, I got to put all of this stuff on the table, and we need to talk about this.
Yeah, but they don't want to do that until it suits them.
Right.
Yeah.
So how's your? I just kind of woke up maybe like an hour ago. How things going tonight? Or
We had a really good conversation with someone who identifies as spiritual. Yesterday was much better for conversations with believers. We were getting more of the higher end thinkers yesterday. Somehow we're back to the bottom feeders, the misogynistic men who just want to come up here and fight, and then it's their bottom bitches who want to advocate for him in the chat. I don't know. Somehow we'll end up weeding them out, and we'll get the believing thinkers. I do believe that there are believing thinkers who might not think, who might suspend logic and suspend skepticism, but I think that they at least think about what they believe in and they've justified it, right?
right.
So we're starting to get some of those types of thinkers in here. Um, but yeah, I don't know.
Before I go down, are you going to any bashes? One of the shows?
Yeah, it's gonna be my birthday weekend, so we're actually celebrating, turning it into a birthday bash for me and two other nerds.
When is what? Or is this something that you want to talk about here, or
No, all of the information is on the Discord.
okay, I'll go
Yeah.
check it out. I'll check it out.
Okay.
All right, Fee. I mean,
Well,
hey,
and it's
Fee.
the last place that we
Oh,
went. So
okay, I
yeah,
got you.
yeah.
Well, I'm already there. I'm already there. How you doing, Fee?
Good, guys. Are you planning to show up for the think you're talking about?
I'm already there.
Oh, sweet. Oh, I get to
I'm
meet you in
already there.
person. That is
Huh?
awesome. I said I'll get to meet you in person because I'll be there.
Okay. Cool.
I'm
Cool.
excited.
Cool. Definitely looking forward to it. Venus, Selena. Um, appreciate everybody supporting Thinker. You know, she been doing this thing, so I always appreciate you, Thinker. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for being out in the trenches and doing the hard work. I swear your job is harder than mine.
I agree. Like
Yeah.
I literally don't have the patience. Like people tell me and think all the time how patient we are. I don't have the patience to sit and listen to that. That shit makes my ears bleed.
Yeah. Like when they talk about gifts, that's a motherfucking gift.
I'm just wired different. I hate them this way. I do.
That's your superpower.
Look, that's why
Oh,
his name is his name. Cause I'm not
Mhm.
gaslight proof. Ain't no fuck. That's why motherfuckers get cussed the fuck out. Cause I am not gaslight proof.
and I thought long and hard about what I don't want my profile name to be. You say I've never touched it. I never even touched the profile picture. Maybe I need to spruce things up a little bit. I just threw something together and I just left it like it is. But I just believe I was well I know I was kind of gaslit my whole Christian life. People telling you what you thinking and who you are and maybe you should be doing this because this is what you really thinking and I'm like sitting there just gullible as hell and just falling in line with whatever pastor so and so desires that I should be doing in the church, and I'm like, okay, let me live my own life. Let me try this myself, because this ish is getting me nowhere. And I just started to deconstruct, and my life has been a hell of a lot better. You know, took advantage of things that I always was told to be still and wait on the Lord and all these things. And the day I said fuck you, Jesus, was a liberating day for me, because I thought I was gonna get, I was looking for the lightning bolt to come, but it didn't come. I'm like, okay, maybe it ain't real, and I just been moving forward,
You sound
but
like Rhea. She said in the car, she said, "Fuck you, God," like real low, and then she said, "Fuck you, God," waiting for it. She's, "Fuck you, God."
and yeah, so here I am. But you know me, I don't like to be around. I like to just dip. So let me get out of here. I think I've talked too much. So, but again, appreciate you thinking.
You're welcome. Thank you, Gaslight.
All right,
Have a
See you
good
guys
one.
later.
all right. I always wanted to say this. Let me down.
Gotcha.
A worthless slave for Christ said being skeptic made her turn to Christ. I think being skeptic made us turn from him. The fact that you name yourself worthless slave for Christ,
What?
what the fuck?
How does skepticism? What the fuck was you skeptic about? How
No,
does?
septic. She
Oh,
was septic.
septic. Oh,
Yeah,
okay, septic.
yeah. Her being
Oh,
septic led her to Christ. I said, us being skeptic led us away from him.
oh, okay. Kairos, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
Accident. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries. Have a good one. They will swear up and down that Jesus did not tell them to call themselves worthless slaves. And here you have somebody who have named themselves that from Luke chapter 17.
Yep.
It's a very crazy name. But Jesus didn't mean that. That ain't what he meant.
I mean, I think it explains why they treat other people so terribly, because they see themselves as worthless slaves. Like, how much compassion or decency can you expect to come from a person who's been trained and indoctrinated to see themselves that way?
That's true. That is true.
So I think I've been meaning to ask you this: which of the formats do you like the best? Like, do you like the TikTok format of conversations, or do you like the atheist experience, or on the line?
They seem the same for me.
Yeah, I think I think the only difference I see is that they probably get more repeat people coming back to like continue conversations.
Hmm.
And I guess we kind of do here too, in a way.
I think they get a more serious audience though. Like, um, I don't know. I don't know if I would say serious. It just seems the same.
Yeah.
Um,
I think the call screening process kind of helps filter
yeah,
out.
less trolls.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That probably helps, because you still got to do all that filtering work once they get on stage.
I need to get to the people that can get into actual history and biblical knowledge. They can talk about that know definitions of words. Like having to spend the majority of the conversation defining a word.
Yeah.
Like, God damn, bro. Go to a
And
different live. Like, no, this ain't that.
I could see us needing to define words that we use that they may be unfamiliar with. But us needing to define words that their asses are using? What? How do you not know what the fuck you're saying?
I just even thinking about the fact that analyzing and questioning is demonic, and that's doubt. Their relationship with words and that allows them to redefine, change, recreate in a matter of a moment. And Jesus being the Word, it's just all of this is leaning towards things that happen in the mind. Like it's all mental.
Every bit of it. Because the moment we ask for demonstration or even an explanation in the same way something in the physical world would be explained, it breaks down. But they refuse to acknowledge that. Like they will fight tooth and nail over the fact that their spiritual world is being defined as actually being built as they speak it, because we don't have access to it. They can't tell us one rule of what can't happen in the spiritual world, because it can't have any limits. It's whatever your mind can conjure is what it will be, but they swear it's real.
Yep. I've heard that claim of having like instant knowledge before, but like why can't they, if you accessed it, why can't you retain it? Like what happens to it? They make the claim that they can know things when they're in the spiritual world, but when you come back here, you don't know the things that you knew when you were there.
Because wouldn't that be an excellent way of demonstrating that it's real?
Hmm.
Go to the spiritual world, learn French, and bring your ass back here and tell me some shit. Like, go to the spiritual world and learn physics, and come back here and tell us what you learned. They can't do that.
And like the interesting thing is in this book, these things that we are talking about, like the on the day of Pentecost, the knowledge that they gained was to be able to speak languages that they had not studied, right? That they were not native to them. And these were real languages that people who speak these languages could understand what they were saying. That would be a supernatural claim. But today, because that doesn't happen, they have to use hermeneutics to say, well, it not native there doesn't mean native. Um, that refers to something else. Like they recreate the narrative right there in front of you and call it a spiritual interpretation, and then they shift blame and say, well, you can't understand what I'm saying because you don't have the Holy Spirit, or because you are a non-believer.
And I don't get that. Like it just they keep overlooking the fact that if your belief has to come first, if it has to start with accepting that something is true, and then you work your way into it. Like you don't even reason your way deeper into it. I think you just kind of you just float on the surface of this thing that you don't understand, but you're looking at other folks weird for not accepting it. I don't understand how they, like, but Bash talks about all the time, like when he walks them through how to identify something that is true. They can't deny that this cannot be considered truth. They have to accept it. Logically, they have to accept it, which is why they need to tear up our reality to justify how much they've torn up their own.
And then I didn't understand when he was like, I could say the same thing about y'all. Okay, you could, but what would be your evidence? Like that we're trying to tear up your reality and get you to think like us. We're just saying we don't accept your claim. That's it.
Exactly. But I think that lack of acceptance of their claim is what they interpret as being, judgment or looking down on. what they don't realize though is those are the thoughts that their mind came up with. That's the conclusion your brain reached based on what we've said, based on the logic that's been presented. When you juxtapose that between against what you're claiming, your conclusion is that it's illogical. Your conclusion is that it's nonsensical. We didn't say any of that. We didn't even say that, we're judging you for holding the belief. You consistently told him, believe what you want to, but you just can't expect us to ignore the blatant issues with your story and your anecdotes. I wish they sat more with that and realizing that these conclusions that you're reaching them for a reason. Like every projection is a confession, and you're projecting this accusation on us because that's the conclusion your brain logically landed on.
Nanny Klops, thank you so much for sending out the super fan box. I don't know how many was in the super fan box. I just saw somebody thank you. I didn't get a notification. But I appreciate you so much. How does that even work? Does it automatically assign, or how many was it, y'all? Can y'all see? Super fan box is empty. Oh, it's gone now. Y'all done grabbed them up already. How many was it?
I don't know what you're talking about. What you talking about?
Somebody sent out subs.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, you gotta click it. Thank you, Nate. Well, it said Nanny Klops. Oh, Nate Klops. What? Somebody said Nate Klops or Nanny Klops. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate you so much. Cass is a super nerd now. All right, y'all. There is 700 people in here. That is 1,400 ears, 1,400 eyes. I don't know how many fingers that can press requests to come up here and have a conversation with us. If you are 18 and up, there's 130 people on TikTok. I mean, on YouTube. That's what's that? 831 people. 831 people watching the live right now. 18 and up. If you are a believer, don't be scared unless you're afraid of challenging your faith. That I can't tell you not to be afraid of. I get the nervousness and having your faith challenged. I also think that a lot of you might be here because you feel like it is your duty to preach your God's gospel. And I mean, if that's what you're here for, um, it's going to get scrutinized. Like, we don't care about preaching here. But if you come up here and you think that we should accept your Jesus, we're going to ask you logical questions. Especially if you share a testimony. I should think y'all should keep your testimonies to yourself so that they're not scrutinized by me. I can't say that from everybody else. Don't be afraid of having your faith challenged if you do want your faith challenged, if that is why you are here. It is a scary thing at first, but you eventually accept information and move forward. If you are deconstructing, you already know what the live is about for you. If you want to come up and challenge what you think you know about one of the topics, if you're a nerd, you already know what you can do. If you're an atheist, you already know what the live is for you as well. Spiritual, agnostic, y'all are new to the conversation. Topic 3 is on the board for you. If you believe in soul or spirit, and you think you can explain these concepts to us, don't come up with the goal of trying to convert. That's not what the live is about. We are trying to understand. That doesn't mean that we accept whatever you say. We will challenge it if it doesn't make sense to us. If we have questions, we're going to ask you questions, okay? If you are deconstructing and you still believe in a God and you want to challenge that, you want to have that push to the limits, this is what this live is about, okay? If you want to come up here, yell and scream and do all that shit, and because you're misogynistic and you feel like alive with 700 people managed by women should not exist, and it's making you feel some type of way as a man, a god. Don't come up here. Like we're sick of entertaining you. Unless you are intellectual misogynistic ass man, and you can actually come up here and cook, so we can cook too. You are welcome. Oh goodness, I can't take the silence with 700 people in a room.
It makes absolutely no sense, especially when they're chirping in the comments still.
I don't fucking get it. Oh yeah. And if you are someone who is going around telling people that I'm twisting scripture, topic 2 is on the board specifically for you. If you could come up with the scripture that you're telling people that I'm twisting, so that we can talk about it. I ain't gonna cuss you out. I want to know exactly what it is that I'm twisting. I want to know why you think I'm twisting it. I'm gonna ask you for evidence of me twisting that, like what the scripture says, what's the historical context, literary context, all of that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will admit it. But that topic 2 is for you. Like, at least if you're gonna be out there lying on me or telling people that I'm doing something, you should at least come in here and back that up, back the claim up.
And the accusation is made almost on a daily basis. So it's plenty of people who accuse you of doing that. That's a wonderful opportunity. Grab the scripture that you think she's twisted. Come up here and let's talk about it.
Hey, Jess. I know Stoic. They're just saying it to say it. Like I want somebody to prove me wrong. Like I don't know why they acting all scared. But I think the you're twisting scripture is just coming from a place of hatred and not actual claims. It's just coming from a place of hate because I'm an atheist.
It's basically just a nuh-uh.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing else to back it up with.
You
Alex, how
saying
you doing?
one second. You saying
Sorry.
good luck? Good luck to who? To whom? Like literally, y'all are the ones making the claim that I'm twisting scripture. Who are you wishing good luck to? Jesus? That doesn't even make sense. Your carry on. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, mom?
I'm good. I'm hungry.
I feel it.
This microphone loud as fuck. Y'all about to hear my stomach growl. I can feel it coming.
Nah,
Um,
it's all good.
how
Is the, I'm sorry, go ahead.
how old are you?
I'm, I'm 31 now, 31. Yeah.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, an atheist, or spiritual?
I was agnostic and I am a believer in Jesus. Yes.
Okay. There are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you want to discuss?
The first one kind of piqued my interest. That was the one.
Okay. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking with that topic because believers tend to come up and take that all left field, and they just want to defend. They want to blame humans and defend the God. And what I'm asking is, if your God is alive in you, guiding you, having conversations with you, however He does that, and He is the God of love, why is it that so many people who identify as a follower of Christ, a believer in Yahweh, who whatever y'all call them,
Mm.
you read the text, you pray, you in conversation, in relationship with this God who is supposed to be love. Why is it that what we're seeing and experiencing from these groups of people is manifesting so much hate and division in the world today?
Okay. Well, with the word that you chose, that was a good one. And I'm going to kind of go from that manifestation is kind of what I believe evil has just kind of become, and the idea of sin, which is just the separation from God, and it's really that simple. So over time, like thousands, however, I don't know how old the Earth is or whatever, let's
Hold on,
just
before you go there, can I ask you a question about the separation? Because I want to
for
make sure
sure, for
you
sure, for
understand what I'm
sure,
saying.
for
So
sure,
I'm
for sure.
talking about people who are in relationship with the God. So how can they be separated from the God and in relationship with Him at the same time?
How can they be separated from the God and be in a relation? Well, that just sounds like a Christian who's just a straight who just contradicts, and they
Well,
just essentially just contradicting themselves, and that's
no,
and that
well, because I want to make sure you understand what that question is about. Because another thing that believers do, like you think I'm talking about hate in the world, period. I'm not talking about
what,
hate or sin being in the world. That's not what I'm talking about. The question
okay.
is not about non believers. The question is about people who believe in a God, in your God,
Uh-huh.
manifesting hate and division into the world while they are in
Oh,
relationship. Yeah, while they are in
okay.
relationship with your
Okay,
God.
okay, 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 okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. So yeah, that's the brainwash side of Christianity. Yeah, and it's absolutely a thing. Those are extremities. Just like on any figure or any belief, there's always an extremity. There's just like, with the Muslims, like, even though I respect Muslims to the fullest. I've been to Saudi Arabia, I've seen the culture for myself. I respect it, and so, but I also know about the the Arab slave trade, and the extremities, and the dark side of it. So I think what happens is that the message is, I still believe the message, but it's like a flip of a coin, because you got one side where you got the real true believers who actually do as they're supposed to and move accordingly as Christ told us and instructed us to do, or as the Bible did. But then you got the ones who take it to the full extreme and to a whole nother level, to where it you almost you blind how do I say it in a way, because I started off Christian, left it, and then came back because it clicked for me. But there, I do acknowledge the Christians that are within the community that are hypocrites, and who tend to say or do things in or they think they're moving righteously, but they're just doing it from an egotistical or arrogant point of view. So but it's all about respect at the end of the day. So and that's what I've come to that's where I've come to peace in mind with myself and my belief and on it, and why I moved away, and I respect folks for they believe, because everybody's on their journey, and I can't, and I know that can't be, everybody got their time and place, and what they believe, but that's where I guess I leave my ass. But yeah, my bad, ladies. I'm just jumping in. I just wanted to I just saw that little first thing, and I just wanted to kind of jump in on or say my little piece on that. It's all love at the end of the day, but yeah, I definitely I recognize like the evil in Christianity, but I also at the same time don't let that like deflect me from the message and the actual the message of Jesus and what he did, and was he a real person, and you you history will tell you it is in multiple religions. So it's once I came to terms with that, that's when I accepted. Yeah.
Hmm. What is it that you are saying the message of Jesus is? Because I'm talking about love, right?
Right. I
And
believe.
I'm sorry,
Mhm.
one second, Bond.
Go for it. Go for it. Sorry.
Um, so the topic is asking if Jesus is love, right? He's God and He
Hmm.
is love. Those that are in relationship with Him, that believe on Him, are manifesting the opposite. And they believe, they tell themselves that they're loving, right? Because Jesus said XYZ. For example,
I was gonna say, can you give
Um,
me an example of like something
yeah,
that they it manifest in?
yeah. Um, Jesus says that you cannot be his disciple unless you hate your mother, your brother, your father, your son, your daughter, and even your own life. He also, in Luke, that was Luke 14:26, Luke 12, 51 through 53, he says, "Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. No, I tell you, but rather division. From now on, 5 in one household will be divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. They will be divided, father against son, son against father, mother against daughter, daughter against mother, mother in law against daughter in law, and daughter in law against mother in law." And so, one of the things that we experience in society uh, from people who call themselves believers of Jesus or followers of Jesus and his teachings is that they will excommunicate or ostracize a family member or a church member for no longer believing in Jesus, right? Or for
And that's
believing
wrong.
in a different
Yep.
way.
Yep. And
Well,
that's absolutely wrong.
no, it's not because Jesus says to put him to love him more. He says to not even associate with what is considered darkness. He says if you are not with me, then you are against me, right? And so
Hmm.
when people believe that they are in relationship with this person in this book uh, through some supernatural voice, and that voice is interpreting these scriptures for them, or they have a pastor that's teaching them, and they're following that doctrine, they're following that what they consider to be supernatural interpretation, and choosing Jesus over son, daughter, brother, uh, daughter-in-law, that creates division.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, it creates arguments. As for me and my house, we're gonna serve the Lord. So they put their kids out. If you're not
Hmm.
gonna respect Jesus, then you can't stay here. Right? So that creates to me, that is the opposite of love. And to force someone into a belief out of respect or reverence of that God being called the creator is insane to me, especially when the it's being said it's relationship, not religion.
Hmm.
This religion
Right.
has
Right.
destroyed so many families. And if Jesus is real and that is not Jesus's goal, then Jesus isn't doing anything to stop the amount of families his name, his doctrine has caused, if he is in fact real.
Okay. 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 Well, um, I, I guess we can respect the point of view of like on if he's real. If I believe he's real, and multiple scriptures like believe he's an actual
I
historical.
mean, I'm saying,
But you're saying the division. Okay, I see
no,
what you're
I'm
saying.
saying if he's real, right? If he's real and he does not want this division, he isn't stopping it. And if people are in relationship with him uh incorrectly, right? He isn't the purpose of being in relationship with him is so that he corrects your wrongs, that he
Yeah,
guides you to doing what's right. And so many people who are in relationship with him are willing to destroy their families in his name. He's not correcting that.
no, and that's where humans kind of that's where the human flaw comes in because
Hold on, I don't want to talk about the human. We're talking about the God. What what is he doing? What is the purpose of him? If he is love, what is the purpose of him?
the purpose of him is to be back with his creation.
So he doesn't care about the division that's being caused in his name?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this: the division, the division is just a manifesto, because of it's the simple belief. But again, there are extremities to that, like in there, and then that can, and I wish I couldn't tell you the verse where it says, he said people will do things in my name, but it's not, of my doing or whatever. Yeah, basically doing wicked things in his name, and it shows. So
But hold on,
it's
this isn't something that's in his name that he didn't say. He literally says that you cannot be my disciple unless you hate your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your son, your daughter, or even your own life. That means you have to love him more. That means when you have to make a decision that says, let the dead bury the dead. Don't bury your father. Don't go to your father's funeral because Jesus wants you to do XYZ. You have to be willing to do it. Don't put your the love for your son over the doctrine of Jesus or the will of Jesus or the mission of Jesus. If Jesus says that homosexuality is a sin and come out from among them and be ye separate, don't commune, light and darkness don't have anything to do with each other, then that's what Jesus meant. It doesn't matter that that's your son or your daughter. that
mhm.
that what's being manifested is not against what Jesus says in this book. That's what I'm saying.
Mm. Well,
Like what do you think it means when he says that you have to be willing to count up the cost? What do you think he means when he says that after he says that you have to be willing that you cannot be his disciple unless you hate your mother, your son, your sister, your brother, and then you have to count up the cost. What do you think he meant when he said that?
when you wait, I'm sorry. My phone was kind of like jumping. Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, the cost of discipleship. Like what do you think he meant when he says that you cannot be my disciple unless you are willing to hate all of these people in your family? And then he says that you have to count up the cost. What do you think he meant by saying that you have to count up the cost after saying that you can't be his disciple unless you hate mother, sister, son, brother, daughter, and even your own life? What
What
cost do you think he was
what
talking about?
I'm gonna be honest with you, love. I'm not too sure, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm really not even too familiar with that. Can you actually tell me like what verse it is so I can kind of
Hmm.
get into that?
Yeah,
I'm just being
I'll
so
read it
honest with
for you.
that, for sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because most believers start explaining some shit they ain't never read.
No, I would tell you if I don't know. I
I
don't.
appreciate that. That means that we can have an honest conversation. Um, it's Luke 14, starting at verse 25.
Luke,
I just spilled my damn crunchy munch.
Damn it. I love me some Crunch Munch.
13, you said 14, verse 5. Which you have a donkey.
Luke 14, 25.
25, actually.
And you know when you get to the bottom of the crunchy munch box, and then you got the crumbs, and then the individual nuts, and
Hmm.
that be the best part, and that's what just spilled.
I hate that. Because the nuts have all of the flavor on it, the caramel, the saltiness.
Yeah.
Now, now great multitudes went with him. He turned and
Here,
said,
I'm gonna read it out. I'm gonna read it out loud.
Yeah, go for it. I see it.
All right. It says, now large crowds were traveling with him, and he turned and said to them, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even life itself, cannot be my disciple. Whoever does not carry the cross and follow me cannot be my disciple. For which of you, intending to build a tower, does not first sit down and estimate the cost to see whether he has enough to complete it. Otherwise, when he has laid a foundation and is not able to finish, all who see it will begin to ridicule him, saying, "This fellow began to build and was not able to finish." Or what king goes out to wage war against another king will not sit down first and consider whether he is able with 10,000 to oppose the one who comes against him with 20,000? If he cannot, then while the other is still afar away, he sends a delegation and asks for the terms of peace. So therefore, none of you can become my disciple if you do not give up all your possessions. And so, okay, Venus. So here, like if we think about, was it who was it? Was it Luke whose father had passed? One of their fathers had passed, and they was like, I'm gonna catch up with you. I'm about to go bury my dad, and then I'll catch up." And Jesus like, let the dead bury the dead. You got to come now.
Wait, you said with the I'm not sure what that one was. But with the verse that you had just read, you know that was I think he. Oh, you were saying like how is what did he mean by that one? I think that's
No. I'm giving an example of counting the cost to be a disciple of Jesus.
well, yeah, and they all died.
What?
Yeah,
I'm not talking about them. No,
all his disciples died. Yeah, no,
everybody
we
died.
aren't. We no,
Vaughn,
we are we are not the
Vaughn,
disciples.
hold on.
No, I'm just trying to make sure like that's
This
like
ain't got nothing to do with them dying. Don't have nothing to do with this conversation.
you no you talk. We're talking about the disciples though, right?
I'm not talking about no, Vaughn. No, hold on, because I don't make it where I compliment you too early. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Okay, what I'm talking about, I'm giving an example of having to count up the cost. The disciples having to count up the cost and put Jesus, following Jesus and becoming his disciple over family, over their own life. And one of those examples in this story where the disciples had to do that is one of the disciples' father died when he was before Jesus had chosen him to be a disciple. His father had just died. And when Jesus chose him and said, "Follow me," he goes, "Okay, but my father just died. Let me bury my father first, and then I'll follow you." And Jesus goes, "Nope, let the dead bury the dead." So that disciple at that moment had to make a decision between Jesus and paying respects to his father and mourning his father. That's an example of counting up the cost of being a follower of Jesus. And that's what Jesus is talking about here in Luke 25. He said, "You cannot be my disciple unless you are willing to hate your father, your mother, your sister." And here, believers will say that word hate doesn't mean hate. I hate going back and forth with them over that because it literally means to pursue with hatred or to detest. But here, I think what Jesus is saying is love me more, right? Put me first. Be willing. You're going to have to be willing to not take care of tradition when it comes to family. You're going to have to be willing to be divided on doctrine when it comes to family, right? You're going to have to be willing to leave family. When I say go, go. Even if your child is sick, right? This is what Jesus is saying here. That's an example. And we see
Okay,
that in the world today.
okay, I see. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that one. I'd have to see. I guess with the word hate. No, if that's what that word means and like what
Well,
is
don't
actually.
focus on that because I've already cleaned that up for you. I already cleaned that up for you. He's not telling you like I don't spend a lot of time focused on that word hate because what good does it do for me to say Jesus is saying you gotta hate your mama and daddy? That's not what this text is saying. This text is saying you have to be willing to put Jesus before your family and your like in your own life, which means that you might have to do things that would cause harm to your family, that will hurt your family. That is a level of hate, but not that the hatred like pursuing with hatred, right? That's not the important thing. What the important thing is that he's saying that you have to put him first, his doctrine, his
Yeah.
will, right? Which means, for example, in Deuteronomy 13, 6, okay, um, the Israelites, the law, in Deuteronomy 13:6. Uh, I'm going to read this to you. Now, but when I read this, this is an example of having to choose the God over your family. I am not, hear me closely, Vaughn, because I don't want us to get stuck on this. This
Mm,
is just to help you understand the type of loyalty Jesus is saying that you have to have. I'm not saying Jesus is telling you to do this, but this is what Jesus as Yahweh, this is a law that Jesus as Yahweh gave to the Israelites, okay?
mm,
In the Mosaic law. Deuteronomy 13:6. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go serve other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end or the other, you must not yield to or heed any such person. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there for just a second. So
mm.
what he's saying here is, if anybody in your family comes to you and tries to introduce another god to you, or say, hey, let's go over here and worship Allah, or worship Baal, or Vishnu, or whatever, he says you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity and don't shield them. All right,
Right.
right.
Mm,
Then he says, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. So, it in antiquity, in ancient Israel, the Israelites had to be willing. They had to be so loyal to this God and to the covenant that if their own children tried to convince them to worship a different God, they had to be willing to kill their own child. That was the law. They had to be willing to kill their father, their mother, their daughter, their wife that they embraced, and even their best friend. They had to be willing to kill them for even trying to introduce idolatry to them. So Jesus is not telling you to kill your son, your daughter. He's saying you have to be willing to do what it is that I guide you to do, even if it means not burying your father.
yeah. God forbid, a zombie apocalypse coming, somebody, we gotta take our own people out. I'm just saying, for example. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Wait, what did you just say?
I was just being funny.
Oh, that's not funny, because there is a scripture in here where the Christians are expected to take their own people out. And that's the thing. That's the thing. When I ask about that question, like why does Christianity breed so much hate and division? It's difficult to get past the whole division thing,
You
right?
said, why does it breed so much
Yeah,
hatred?
yeah, that's the topic you chose, right? Why does the God of Christianity, the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? That's what we're discussing. That's the topic you chose.
So okay,
Hold
you're
on.
right. Yeah,
Why
yeah.
are
I
you
know.
why are you shocked? That's the topic you chose, right? That's what we've been discussing this whole time.
Yeah, yeah. That's what we're discussing.
Why did you
But
just repeat that like you just heard that for the first time?
well, because we've kind of subjected into other kind of different things of that one.
No, we're still talking. We're still on the division part of that. When we're reading Luke chapter 12, where Jesus says, "You can't be my disciple unless you hate your mother, your son, your daughter, blah blah blah." Right? And when he says there's going to be division in one house, three against two. right? That's division. We talked about where he told one of the disciples when he chose him, let the dead bury the dead. Don't go bury your father. Come now. That is counting up the cost of being his disciple, right? And then I just read Deuteronomy 13 as an example of how the ancient Israelites had to be willing to kill their own family members if that family member tried to introduce them or convince them to worship another god, right? And so this understanding of putting Jesus or Yahweh or God or whatever you call him before family has created or produced a lot of hate and division in society where it has divided families. That's what I'm saying. There are a lot of people who don't have relationships with their parents, who don't have relationships with their children, who marriages break up over Jesus.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Can I ask you, like, where do you stand on, like, I guess your beliefs?
No, I'm an atheist. I used to be a Christian for 28 years.
Oh, so you just don't believe in the concept of God?
Well, I have a lack of belief in a God because I'm not convinced of a God.
So what about the idea of creation?
What do you mean the idea of creation? Whose idea?
Well, like, like, we're just like the idea of creation. Like, how did, like, well, I ain't finna get too much into that. We we'll probably be up here all night until the damn sun come up. But
But it's
that's
also
cool.
not the topic that you came up here to discuss.
No, you're right. Yeah, but and I'm not, like I said, I'm not no hard on Christian, anything like that. I just, and I believe I've come like, just like you. You're an atheist and you have your reasons and your beliefs, on why you believe that, or I guess not. But yeah, I just no, I thought I had an opinion on the topic, but I guess I'm a little, I need to I guess get in the gym a little bit more, but it's all good. But it's all love at the end of the night.
I think that you are a very respectful young man. Um, that is your pronouns. Are you he?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are your
That last
pronouns
part?
he him?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think that you are a very respectful young man, and I appreciate that. I think maybe you sound like you might be new to the belief, um, and that you might not have noticed a lot of or know the history of Christianity, or I don't know if you grew up around Christians. Um, so I'm gonna level set with you real quick. In the Black community, were you raised up around Black Christianity?
Yeah, and that's they the biggest hypocrites I know. Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I
okay.
left it. I left it, and then I came back. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about when you say the biggest hypocrisy, right? That hypocrisy that you are experiencing. Is there anything in that experience that you could label as division or hate behaviors?
Yes, yes, yeah. And it's just like, with the crusades and things like that.
Hold on,
It's
don't go to the crusades. Let's stick to the
I'm
experience.
just it but it's the same thing, it's that level of when I guess when people take it to that level, like it's like, again, it's all about respect at the end of the day. Like, I can't force my child to believe what I believe. All I can do is just give them the instruments and guide them the best I can. I'll be like, look, this is what I believe, and I'm gonna tell you why. But at the end of the day, you your own person, and you got to choose for yourself because it's your free will. It's your
Vaughn,
free will.
Vaughn,
Yeah.
are you saying all of that because in your experience in the Black Christian community, were you forced to believe? Were they trying to force you to believe? Because I'm trying to figure out how we jump to that.
I was just asking about, like, where I guess your belief was, but no, yeah, mine's was just like my pops was the one who kind of put it on me, and then once I got older, I left it. I traveled the world, seen other cultures, and I was doing my thing, and then
Mm.
I started questioning life.
Okay. But what I'm trying to talk about is the topic. And what the question that I asked was, in your experience in Black Christianity growing up that you called hypocrisy, what are some of the behaviors that you could label or that you labeled as uh, behaviors that produced feelings of hate or division?
Mm, well, I guess we could start with homosexuality.
Okay, how so?
I mean, it's really not a secret how, black folks used to treat gay, like especially black gay folks. It's we how they used to be. Like they was always hard on them.
Used to. They have not stopped. It
Oh,
is,
right, right.
yeah.
No, you're right. It's but compared to what it was, let's they didn't came a little way, but still.
Okay. And would you, okay, so knowing how they are, and I think that's the Christian society, um, as a whole, there are a lot of believers who display a lot of hatred towards the LGBTQIA community. And before a believer in the comments go, not all Christians, I didn't say all. I said it is across Christianity as a whole. It's not just the Black community, the white community. It's Christianity as a whole that displays this hatred towards the LGBTQIA community. And when we see this hatred, as a believer today, Vaughn, do you feel comfortable saying that that does not come from the the belief in the God or the teachings of the God?
The division, yes, yeah, yeah, yeah. It does, yeah.
Okay.
It's yeah.
All right. So with us being here
Mm.
and reading the question, if the God of Christianity is love, why would it produce so much hate and division towards that group of people?
Towards which group of people exactly? Which you're talking about LGBT.
Mhm.
Well, again, it's those extremities. The same thing in like the Muslim community. You got some folks that don't play that, or they will some folks will get killed if they try to lead the
I'm
religion. It's an
asking about
extremity.
why would your God produce that?
Okay, I got you. Because in this is what he says, and it's in his nature. He's a just God. He never said he was a kind God or a nice God.
No,
He
your
never
your book says God is love. We are talking about
yes,
love.
yes, yes,
What
yes.
is loving about
Free-
producing hate towards a group of people just for simply how who they love and how they identify?
Well, I wouldn't blame God for that. I would blame the
Hold on. Where are the believers getting this idea
well, yeah,
that
they're
where
getting
are
it.
they getting the
Okay, so
idea that homosexuality
well,
deserves to be
it's
persecuted?
the reason. Okay, the division is because it's the nature of what God intended. For us humans, like it goes against the nature of it, and
Well,
that's just where the
okay,
division
okay,
came
hold
in.
on. Is there anything else that human beings do that go against what you believe to be the nature of humans? Like
Um,
I saw the other day, humans are literally dyeing their eyeballs different colors. That is not natural. Why aren't y'all persecuting them for going against nature?
well, because that's what they choose to do, and
If they choose to do it, so like
I'm
if
not gonna.
hold on.
Why waste energy on that?
So why are the Christians wasting energy on the LGBTQIA community?
Well, because that would create division. Wait, what do you mean
I'm sorry,
spend
you said
energy? What do you mean spend energy?
this should not be hard. Going against nature. You say that the LGBTQIA community is going against nature, right?
The nature of, yeah, like how God intended humans to,
Did God
interact.
intend humans to dye their eyeballs?
No, I
No.
don't believe so.
All right. So we have two things that your God did not, in your understanding, that your God did not intend humans to do.
Right,
One
but
of them is same sex, same
yeah,
gender sex.
right,
The other one is dyeing their eyeballs. Okay. The
and also killing.
both. No. Don't add anything else. We're gonna compare these two things. Okay.
Okay,
All
I'm
right.
with you. I got you.
All right. So we have two things that go against what you're calling nature. All right.
God's nature. God's nature.
It doesn't matter if it's God's nature or who's it's nature going against nature.
Well, I label it.
I Does it change
That's
anything, Vaughn? Does it
it.
change anything?
Well, it kind of does, but okay,
What does
I
it
got you.
change? What changes it by me saying going against nature? Nature is what's natural. That's what nature is. That's all nature means. It's what's natural.
Right, right.
What changes by me saying God's natural?
Well, I believe God. I believe you can. Well, let me not say that.
What's going to change in the conversation?
Well, the conversation kind of just went.
Exactly. That's the
It's. I'm sorry. Can I get? I'm
what you're
sorry.
trying to
Just can I
do
get your
right
name?
now.
No, no,
What
no. I'm sorry. Just out of respect for you,
I'm
can I
sorry.
get your name?
My name is Thinker. What you're trying to do right now, because this is your belief, your God, you're trying to force me to uh accept that identification. I'm not. This is your belief system. It is
Okay, okay,
your
okay,
God.
okay. Right,
So
right, right,
what
right.
we're
Okay,
talking about
okay.
right
Gotcha.
now is what you consider to be natural, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what you consider to be going against what's natural.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that is these two things we're going to compare. Same sex relationships is one thing that you believe is going against what's natural for
Mm-hmm.
humans. All
Mm-hmm.
right. Now, the one that I'm bringing to the table is dyeing your eyeballs different colors. Okay, that's going against what's natural for the human. All right,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
both of these things are going against what's natural for human beings. Why you say why persecute people for dyeing their eyeballs? It's a waste of energy. That's what they choose to do. They choose to go against what God intended to be natural for them and the eye color he chose for them. That's their business. Why don't believers take this same attitude towards someone dyeing their eyeballs a different color to people making decisions for themselves about who they have sex with and how they identify as a human?
Well, I think people should mind their business and keep whatever's in the bedroom in the bedroom. Respectfully, that's what I believe. And when it comes down to why, I guess most folks came out of business with that one. Well, I can't really speak for I can't speak for the folks who like to like just pry on folks who are like on the LGBT or just on the LGBT side. I think it's just I think look, this is what I believe. If because I have cousins that are gay, that I don't treat them, no, and I love them just as equally. I don't look at them any different.
Hold
Any
on, don't
so
do that. Don't do that. I don't like when people tokenize their family members who are
okay,
LGBT.
fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But
Hold on. Keep in mind that we are talking about the question that we are answering is why does your God produce this level of hate? Okay, you brought up the LGBTQIA community and you said that in your experience, the Black community growing up persecuted or hated, drove hate towards this group of people. And it is driven by their belief in your God. But if your
mhm.
God is love, if your God is love, why is he driving people to hate this community? We don't see this same level of hate for people who do unnatural things to their bodies, like dye their eyeballs or get breast implants or take Viagra to elongate their penises. Those
You
things
know, yeah.
those things aren't natural. We don't see your God driving hate towards those people. Why is your God driving hate towards these people?
Well, I don't believe that's my God driving hate towards those people. I think those are the people who are brainwashed.
Well, let me ask you a question. Whose God said these words right here? Um, One second. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination that should be put to death. Their blood guilt is upon them. Whose God said those words?
Oh yeah, the one in the Bible.
So then your God is driving hate towards this group. Why?
Well, it's like I said, God never said he was he never said he was nice.
He
He's a
said he
just
said he was
he
love.
said he said he said
He
he
said,
is
hold
love.
on.
He
He
said
said he
I'm
is
gonna
love.
tell you. He
Is
said he
wait, hold
also
on,
said
hold on.
yes.
Vaughn,
Okay,
Vaughn,
go
the
for it. Go for
opposite
it.
of love is hate. He said he's love. So I'm
He all
asking, why is he driving hate towards these people instead of love?
because he's also just.
What does just have to do with anything? Who are they harming?
No, just is the consequence. It's just
Of
like it's the consequence.
who are they harming?
Um,
Wait, are you saying hate is the consequence? Is that what?
no,
I don't know
no,
why you brought up
no, no, no,
just.
no, 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 no.
Just
No, I'm saying
justice
my God.
justice when
Or
you
what I
make a decision. Just has to do with justice. It's when you make a decision for an injustice. What injustice are the LGBTQI community committing?
well, the Bible says what it is. I'm not saying what. I, again, whoever, if you're gay, again, that's none of my business, and I'm not gonna treat you any type of way or
But
no
how
different.
then? How are you a disciple of Jesus? Because it sounds like you're
I
putting
never,
humans
I
before
never,
Jesus.
never see. I
Well,
never said I
disciple
was.
just means
I never.
follower.
I'm not a disciple. No, no, it
Disciple,
doesn't.
yeah,
It doesn't.
it means student
It's.
or follower. That's what disciple means. That's what
I'm.
disciple means.
I
A
might be
student
somewhere.
or a follower. So
I,
how are you a follower of
I'm
Jesus?
not. How well I believe. I'm a believer. That's the
That's a
difference. I'm not. I'm
follower.
not. I'm not. Okay, so I'm a believer. It's not like I'm in class. You know. It's a belief. It's you. What you want me to tell you? It's a belief. It's whether you want to. I don't know how you want me to answer that.
Why do you believe Jesus? What is it that
Oh
you are claiming Jesus does? I'm so
well,
confused.
what? Okay, I'm gonna try to make it short. Why it just makes it logically makes sense to me. Like when I
How? Because
question,
what we're talking about one of Jesus's teachings. It doesn't logically make sense to you right
because he
now.
never said he never because he doesn't just say he's just love. And that's and I think y'all are trying to put
Is he
God in just
love
like
or
one.
not? It says
He,
God is
he
love.
is
Is okay.
he
So
is, but
if
it's
he's
not just
love,
that.
then why
You
does he
can't.
produce so much hate if he is love?
I'm gonna say it like this because you gotta. It's okay. Let me say this. Are you just a Do you have like just? Let me say this. We have I'm gonna say it like this. God is God is he does he it's just it's man. I'm juggling right now. It's been a long night, but it's really all love at the end of the day. But what's the what? I'm sorry, Mama. What was the question? One last time.
I'm trying to understand if he is love, why does he produce so much hate? And you keep saying he's not just love. Is he also hate?
No, he's just.
Then why is he producing just has to do with justice.
Right. He's the
Homosexuality,
judge, and he's a
homosexuals
he
are not
judges. He
committing
judges. He
homosexual.
judges.
No, that's not what this homosexuality doesn't have anything to do with an injustice.
God, only God can
Y'all
judge
are
you, right?
not being. This isn't judgment. Your hatred is not judgment.
It's not my judgment.
It what
It's
so you are
it's not
calling
mine.
Christians persecuting people who are LGBTQIA judgment of your God.
It's it's what it's part of it. I mean,
So
that's
your God is using you all to judge gay
no,
people.
we're not doing
That's
no,
what
because
you are
we're not
saying when you are
no
saying that it's just.
no.
You are calling
I'm
the
saying
hatred.
I'm saying
You are calling the hatred that is being spewed from people who believe in your God towards the LGBTQIA community just.
okay. I see where the divide is. It's because I know you say you're atheist and you
Me
don't
being
believe.
an atheist doesn't have anything to do with what came out of your mouth, Vaughn. I'm talking
Well,
about what
you
you said. You are
right.
calling the hatred just.
No, I'm I'm calling my God just. You're
But
not.
I'm asking why does if your God is love,
My God
why
is just
then
too.
I'm not asking about him being just.
But you were asking about him being love. It's more. He's more than just
I'm
love.
asking about the hate he
Vaughn, stop.
produces.
God.
I'm asking about the hate he produces. You called it just.
And you gotta stop talking while the host is talking, Vaughn. You've been doing it the entire time. Come off mute and answer the question. But control yourself and don't talk while she's talking.
Okay, so what's just so we on the same page and not going back and forth. So what's you want to know why does it produce so much hate?
Yes. An
Okay.
all-knowing God, an all-powerful God. Did he not know that saying that homosexuals deserve to die would produce hate in human beings who follow him? Did he not know that?
Um, I can't say if he knew that or
Is
not.
he all knowing?
Yes, I believe he is all knowing.
Then you can say whether he knew it or not.
So
If you
yes,
believe that he's all knowing, then yes,
then
you can say.
yes, I can say he knew that. I guess there was going to be a division at
All
some point,
right, all
and
right,
it's the consequences.
all
Yes,
right. So your God produces hate and division.
no, sin produces hate and division.
Oh, really?
Sin, yes,
oh, really?
that's it.
How much hatred do you see being spewed towards people who lie?
I couldn't tell you. I don't like liars though. That's
It's interesting that you couldn't tell me, but you can tell me about the hate that's being produced towards the LGBTQIA community because you can see that because it is displayed from Christians. But did you
mhm.
know? Did you know, Vaughn, that in your God's Bible, in the Hebrew, uh, what actually your God says in Leviticus 18, verse 22. Um, in Hebrew, your God actually says, Ve'et Zachar. He says, in male, lo, do not, tishkav, lie down, mishkave, on the beds of, isha, woman, to'ava, impure, who it is. That's what your God says. Well, the Hebrew God, at least,
Okay.
in Hebrew. It is the, should I say, uh, European God that says, you shall not sleep with the male as one sleeps with the female. It is an abomination. That is a forced translation. So the hatred that is being spewed towards the LGBTQIA community is coming from the translation of whoever translated the text in the Targum and the into Latin, Greek
Yeah.
and Latin. And then in Proverbs 6, like it's really interesting because believers will say, well, it's listed as an abomination. God hates it so much, he calls it an abomination. But will completely ignore Proverbs 6, verse 16. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him. Haughty eyes, those of you that are prideful, a lying tongue, those believers that lie, and hands that shed innocent blood, those that have a hand in pushing people in the LGBTQIA community to take their own lives.
Huh?
Those that have a hand in pushing people within the LGBTQIA community to take their own lives would be one of the things that their God hates and sees as an abomination. Hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that hurry to run to evil, a lying witness who testifies falsely, and one who sows discord in a family. These are 7 things, 6 things that your God hates, 7 that are an abomination. And the interesting thing is homosexuality ain't listed there. This is Proverbs 6, verses 16 through 19. Homosexuality is not listed there, but this hatred that you have witnessed, that I witnessed, that is spewed towards this community of people who have been existing from the beginning of time. Because sex is natural. There are homosexual animals, over 1,200 species that have been observed in our nature, in our society, that are homosexual.
But we not animals.
Yes, the fuck you are, Vaughn.
Yeah, we are part of the animal kingdom.
You are an animal.
What
And
separates us from animals,
no,
though?
you're not. You are in the animal kingdom, Vaughn.
Right,
Like you
but what
literally
makes us
drink cow
different?
milk.
Right, but what makes us different?
You Nothing, Vaughn, other than the fact that
Nothing makes us different from animals,
other than the fact that you can say words.
and we have a conscious mind, and we
They
can
have a
think.
conscious mind, Vaughn. How else
Well,
do you think? How else do you think dogs understand your commands? I think it's really interesting that a dog can understand English, but you can't understand bark. But you want to call yourself so intelligent.
I'm
Like
talking about our intellect mind. You see how we're having a
you don't have to.
conversation. You see how
No,
we're
you
having an
can, you can.
intellect, and
But Vaughn, if I were to read something to you, Va'et Isha Banat Ben Nedat uh Moon Ata Lo Tikrav. Do you know what I just said? Do you know what I just said?
come off mute, Vaughn. Control it. Oh, it wasn't. Let me on. No, I don't know what you
No,
said.
you don't, because you were not taught that. We have the ability to learn and assign meanings to sounds, right? As humans, but we don't have this um I don't know, God given intellect. Animals can
Yes.
learn. Animals know how to communicate with humans who speak different languages. Vaughn, you don't.
Yeah, but are you saying that animals are like?
They have their own level of consciousness. They have their own ability within their species, just like you do. You are a different type of animal. For the longest, we didn't have a communication system. For the longest, we shit in woods just like animals did. For the longest, we slept next to our shit and rolled over and ate our food. We ate animals who died on the side of the road. Like, we were not these intellectual, civilized beings. You are an
So
animal. You are an animal. And
what a
human beings, like the crazy thing is, I don't quite understand. Like,
ancient civilization
Let
is
me
a
ask you
thing.
this question. Why is it that the only thing that your God tends to get right with human beings is your fucking gender and who you fuck? Like the only expectation that y'all have for your God to have gotten right is who he assigns a dick and a pussy to and who the fuck is supposed to stick it. Why is that? Why is it that your God can send a human being here with all kinds of fucking diseases, with a leg on backwards, missing a finger, half a fucking brain, intestines on the outside, can't walk, can't see, can't hear? Why is it? Can't reproduce. Why is it that your God, y'all accept all of these flaws in the human being and believe that your God has a hand in it? But the one thing that y'all think your God gets right every fucking time is who's supposed to have a dick, who's supposed to have a pussy, and who's supposed to stick it. Why?
I don't think that's the main thing, and I don't even know why
What do
we
you mean you
keep
don't
going
think that's
back
the
to
main
that.
thing? That's y'all's whole
It's not.
that is. I asked you where does hate come from. You said what's natural. That's what you
It's
said.
it's it's the because
If it's
well
nature,
because a man
if it's
is this is
natural, like
okay okay. I'm sorry. I'm not
but I
trying to
want you to
interrupt.
answer my question though. I don't want you to introduce a different question. I want you to answer my question of why is it that when y'all say, "Oh, that's natural," why is it that the one thing we have all this diversity with humans, with everything else, but the one thing that y'all expect your God to just get right or have no diversity with is who gets a dick, who gets a pussy, and who's supposed to stick it. Why
I'll
is
tell
that
you
the
why.
only binary thing?
I got you. You ready?
Sure.
Because a male cannot reproduce with another male. A woman cannot. That's just the nature of how he designed us. A male
Who's talking
cannot.
about
A male.
reproduction?
That's the purpose. Well, no, excuse
Your
me. Hold on.
God
That's not the
sends
purpose. That's not
your
the purpose.
God
That's not
sends
the
people
purpose.
here with both a dick and a pussy, Vaughn. There are people who come here with both genitalia. That literally there is a woman on this app who shoots sperm from her clit. There is another woman who has gotten 4 women pregnant. 4. She has 4 children. She is a baby mama daddy.
How's that
Like
going?
the fact that you all don't think, the fact that you all don't like you don't even allow yourselves to even think that there are people with who identify with different genders and they are born that way. Intersex is a thing.
Oh,
Males are not the only ones who can shoot sperm.
okay. I didn't know that. I wish I would have at least got an introduction before, but okay. I respect that. Um, well, I guess however you make your life, and I guess if that's how you live your life,
What do you
then
mean? That's nature, Vaughn. Sex is a spectrum. Gender is a spectrum. You don't there is not just people in the world who just have XY chromosomes.
I
That is
don't know too many.
science, that is biology, that is science. And again, I'm asking why is in your mind the diversity that you believe your God has created in the human being. You have humans who are white, humans who are black, humans who are biracial, humans who are Latino, Asian, Indian, Mexican, Native American, uh what's the other one? Island Pacificer. What is it? Pacific Islander? Did I say it backwards?
Something
Like
like that.
you have
Pacific Island.
Pacific Islanders. You have humans of across the spectrum with different ethnicities, right? You
Hmm.
have you have humans who are short, tall, skinny, big, medium, light skin, brown skin. Humans who have blue eyes, brown eyes, black eyes. Like your God has a diversity of humans. But the one thing he's so binary on is male and fucking female. That makes no sense to me at all. And then y'all, he fucks up. He fucks up and send people here with one eye working,
No,
right?
that's no.
I blame it on sin, blame it on the rain. I don't care. Humans come here with all kinds of
We both agree.
disabilities where they need medical intervention, right?
Yes.
Okay, and but you and you think you believe that your God is creating that your God created humans, and in this creation, other humans have to fix your God's creation because of so-called sin or whatever. But you don't think that gender could be one of those things that would be flawed. That for some reason sin affected everything but fucking gender and sex. That stayed intact before the fall. After the fall, who you supposed to fuck stayed intact after the fall. How you identify male and female stayed intact after the fall. Why did sin attack everything but those two things?
I couldn't answer that no more than you could, love, at this point.
It is illogical, Vaughn. It is a
I
misogynistic, patriarchal ass fairy tale that produces hate and division. It is illogical as fuck for you to look at a world with so much diversity and think that those two are the only things, the only binary things that your God left alone. That makes no sense.
Fair enough. I wish y'all the best and a blessful night. It's been a long night, so but yeah, y'all take care, okay?
They will get up here and swear up and down that they are not a part of the hate, but refuse to fucking grow. Refuse knowledge or information that would allow you to not be part of the hate. The very fact that you want to
It's
hang
just
on to the idea of it's natural, you are a part of the hate.
and y'all don't use caps. Even one word to get you muted. But yeah, that was pitiful.
Mind you, he was real respectful until we started talking about homosexuality, and he's the one
I
who brought it
know.
up.
Like, dude, you now you panicking.
Like he brought it up to even say that the believers perpetuate so much hate towards the LGBTQIA community. But then you start losing your shit at the moment I start explaining why this hate is unwarranted.
Just panic. Why are straight men thinking about gay sex so much?
Inquiring minds want to know. Keith, Venus or Fee, one of y'all want to take this? Keith, are you there? Keith?
It's not far away.
Keith?
Yeah, the laundromat?
I don't think he knows he's on.
Oh, okay.
I gotta stop. Yep. I gotta stop. I gotta stop saying you're very respectful. I gotta stop giving people compliments until the end of the conversation. If you are a believer, deconstructing, an atheist, or identify as spiritual, you can request 18 and up. Exactly. They only act that way over two men. Like you don't really hear them get that respond that way when we're talking about two women.
They don't even get they don't get mad about trans men. I've never I never heard a conversation about trans men shouldn't be in the men's bathroom. But trans women,
Even cis women get mad about trans women. Like they don't get mad. I've never heard
exactly.
them get mad about trans men.
Not at all, ever. And that is fascinating. Like fascinating in a way that I cannot understand.
All right, y'all. There's almost 900 people on TikTok, and another 150 on YouTube. So we are at damn near 1,000 people watching the live stream, and the guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, and you're okay with what you believe being challenged by people who are also challenging what they think they know or believe, um, and you are 18 and up, the guest box is open. If you are deconstructing your belief, and you want to challenge where you are in your deconstruction pertaining to one of the topics on the board, um, 18 and up. If you are an atheist and you want to share some insight on one of the topics on the board, 18 and up. Also, if you're spiritual and you still believe in a God, you're agnostic, you believe in a God you've deconstructed from the God of Christianity, but you still believe in spirit, source, uh, you're a deist, and you're okay with what you currently believe or think you know being challenged, topic 3 is on the board for you, 18 and up. And if you aren't coming up because you think that I'm going to like go off on you a yellow screen, it ain't my turn. Fee or Venus, they're more common than me.
Have I glitched out?
Lucy,
Can y'all hear
are
me?
you in the box on purpose? Huh?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, were you talking?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it glitched a little bit.
Hey Lucy, what's up?
Hey y'all. Um I wanted to speak on number 1. I am 29 and an atheist, just to
Oh,
clarify.
okay. Venus or Fee, can one of y'all do this? I'm gonna use the bathroom right quick, and then thank you so much, Anthony. Is it Anoni? Oh my God, Anoni. For sending out 5 Archthinker memberships on YouTube. I appreciate you. If I said your name wrong, I apologize. And then welcome to the nerds, Anoni. Welcome to the nerds, harder gamer. I appreciate y'all so much. Can one of y'all take this right quick while I go to the bathroom?
Would you mind taking it, Fee? I guess Fee is not here. I shall.
Eh,
Hello,
yeah,
Lucy.
and I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom and I'll come back and take over.
Hey.
Which one of the prompts did you want to address?
Um I want to address 1. If the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? Um and I think what I'm about to speak on relates to this. Um it's about like um basically like people staying, like people being in a relationship with another person, um and like they're abusive and whatnot, or they're just incompetent and they're not a great partner, um but they only stay with them because they follow Christ and they're a Christian. I remember I think it was like my birthday dinner, and I, like, two of my friends, they took me out, and one of them was in a relationship. I don't know if she still is in that relationship. And then the other one was single, but they're both Christian and I'm not. And my friend who's in a relationship was just saying how her partner just doesn't, like, he's not doing a good job, essentially. He forgets important things that she, like, important days for her. He barely speaks to her. He's barely, like, supportive on, like, the things that she does, X, Y, and Z. And she's explaining all of this, and then my other friend is like, well, is he a man of God? And my friend was like, yeah. And my other friend was like, well, I think that's, like, the most important thing. And I just I tilted my head a little bit, because I was just like, I don't know. Like, I don't think that's the most important thing. Like, I don't want to see my friend going through a relationship that she's not happy in, and will ultimately come to maybe not hate this person, but there will cause some division or some turmoil because he's not acting right. Like, so what if he's a man of God? Like, I don't see what the point is. Like, what's the purpose of that being so important? And I feel like it contributes to hate, because now I'm gonna hate him for her staying in a relationship with a man that does not treat her right. And I wouldn't say I would hate her, but I think it would cause division between our friendship, because we stand firm on trying to avoid being in relationships where they don't nurture us, and to see her just sit through and suffer with a guy like that, it to me, it will cause some form of division between us, because I you can only support a friend for so much when you've, I don't know, when they deserve better, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Honestly, there's not like much you can do for, like, you can't really make, look, as like a girl who has like plenty of toxic friends, like around my age, you can't really make anyone like learn anything, or, you know, I had this best friend who like was in an abusive relationship. I tried to get her out of it, and it only wore me down, but of course I was there for her and I tried my best to support her. But they have to be the ones to make that decision. And unfortunately, religion is one of those things that breeds the perfect partners for narcissists. So it's like she's been trained her whole life to see love as something that can be violent, something that can be inconsistent, so it's extra hard to leave these relationships when you're, in the religion. And I guess that can cause division, I guess, because narcissists isolate people. They want you to stay in their cult and only seek cult advice and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't necessarily asking for any advice or anything. I just wanted to contribute that to the topic, since because, like, let's say my friend in the relationship really does listen to my other friend and saying like, well, he's a man of God, so you know, as long as that's as long as that is there, then you should try and work things out with him. You know, it's like, you know, and I mean, yeah, like people are
But
confused in
I'm
the
not
chat.
sure. I'm not sure what to. I'm not sure what to say to that. I get what you mean, but that's not really something that is directly caused by Christianity. I'm not sure if that's
What is it? What did I miss?
um
Should
uh
I explain it?
yeah.
Basically, my friend, both my friends are Christian, and one of them is in a relationship, and then the other friend in a relationship that isn't really like suiting her, like she's complaining about it. And my other friend was like, well, as long as he's a Christian and a man of God, then you should try and work things out with him, knowing that he is not a good partner. So I was just trying to add that to the hate and division topic, but people are not understanding what
Like,
I'm trying to
is
say.
that why she's staying with him? Because he's a Christian?
Yes, that is what I'm trying to say.
Is she being told to do that at the church or something?
Um, I don't know if she's being told to do that, but I guess what I mean is like, uh, her because my friend who's not in the relationship, uh, is giving that advice and saying she should stay with him
Oh, she's
because
getting
of
that advice
Christianity.
from another Christian.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Okay. So your
yes.
other Christian friend is advising your other Christian friend to stay with a man that is he abusive to her?
He's kind of. He's very incompetent. I don't like him, and it takes a lot for me to not like a person.
Is
It's,
he
you know, a
is
bunch.
he harmful to her? Or
I
is it
believe
just
so.
that
I believe so. Yes. He doesn't add any value. He doesn't support her the way that I believe a partner should support her. And
how, how
she's
does she feel?
clearly, well, she I mean, there's been moments where she has expressed to me that she doesn't like what he does, and it it's
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of those things that like
I think
just
I think I get it now. Like
yeah.
I get what Venus is saying. It's not really um the whole you should stay with him because he's a Christian. That does happen. And usually like the harm comes in where women are being told to stay in relationships that are demonstrably harmful, where they're being abused or cheated on, um or like uh not even just physical abuse, but like emotional abuse, verbal abuse. And in Christianity, um women are taught that it is their job to be a wife, to nurture a man, to be submissive, and so they accept behaviors from their significant others that they shouldn't accept. And so I could see if that was the situation, but it sounds like she's in a relationship with a lazy person that might be draining her and but she's okay with it. Like she's not like I we people pick bad partners. Um
Mm,
and I don't agree that you should stay with somebody just because they're Christian. Um but it doesn't
mhm.
necessarily I don't see the hate there or the division there for topic one. You see
Uh,
what I'm saying?
yeah. I guess the division part would be that, like, well, okay, I guess. Yeah, it's not any of the, like, any of the isms or anything like that. It's nothing systemic per se. But I guess I was just trying to point out that, like, relationships can be divided based off of that, and it feels like unnecessary. um I don't know if that makes sense. Um like I yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't want to make it like too personal, because that wasn't the point of why I was giving the story. But I guess what could happen is that, like, uh it's not necessarily something that, how should I say, like, the friendship was becomes affected at that point, um because of that, because of the belief in staying with him because he's a Christian. And I didn't have to necessarily lose a friend over
Well,
that.
but
But if
that
it
I think
becomes,
that's a decision you made though, right? Like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
Christianity doing that. And I think that this topic would fit, when Mama Bash does the deconstruction um live.
Hmm.
I think this would fit one of her topics more than it does the topic
The
that
first one.
topic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should have came up for this, but it was on my mind. So
Now
um
I totally understand what you're, because I would just look at her and go, ugh, like just because he's a
mhm.
Christian, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Um,
I totally did. I was like,
yeah,
that's strange.
I get it. Yeah, I get it, but I think
Okay.
that's more of a deconstruction topic
Okay,
than
I
yeah,
got you. Okay, then I'll probably, yeah, bring that up in Mama Bash's live to, like, further that discussion.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much for coming up, Lucy.
All right, no
All
problem.
right, have a good one.
Lady
Okay,
Lucy.
bye.
Bye.
Let's see, Garuda. I see your comment, but you're still connecting. I don't know if you're trying to. I don't know if you connected on accident or on purpose. If you're not connecting, if you are trying to connect, resubmit. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, or identify as spiritual or agnostic, or you don't quite know how you identify, but maybe you're deconstructing and you still believe in God, and you're still trying to figure that out. The guest box is open 18 and up today. We normally are 21 and up. So if you are 18, 19, or 20 and you don't get to participate in the conversations during the rest of the week, today would be your day. And Venus is on stage and has been on stage all night waiting to talk to y'all young ones, because y'all will show up Thursday. You'll show up Thursday and you won't be able to participate. So today is your day to do that. If you are a subscriber and you're in the request box, um, I do need to see a nerd emoji. If you are trying to come up on purpose, that way I don't keep asking, "Are you in the box on purpose?" Help me out with that. Let's get a system going, um, so I don't have to keep asking that question. I wish they would answer the question that I asked about why is it that the one thing that they believe that their God got right, or is gender, and why didn't sex change? Why didn't the purpose of sex change after the fall? Like everything else changed, but gender and sex after the fall. Uh, And why don't y'all know y'all are animals? I mean, I'm picturing the moment that I learned that in elementary school.
Elementary school.
Hmm. Why don't
Like,
y'all know
come
y'all are
on.
animals? And what do y'all
Oh my
mean
God.
animals aren't conscious?
That is
I want to
crazy.
start with, what do they think an animal is? Like, they're okay if we call them a mammal, but anything else? Don't do that.
I think they think animals are just pets. Like I don't know. And then like aren't y'all pets? Yeah, aren't y'all God's pets? I mean, don't get mad at me. Y'all be naming yourselves worthless slave of God. Like, aren't y'all pets?
See, they most definitely don't know what an animal is. They definitely also don't know what taxonomy is because Genesis talks about different kinds of animals. That's not a biological classification. There's no kind. There's animal, species, domain, phylum, and all that stuff, but there's no category for kind. And if you saw the debate with Aaron Ra, Matt Dillahunty, and those creationists, they try and get them to say what a kind is, but no one can. Like, what is a kind of animal?
Why did Matt tell me that snakes used to have legs? Oh no, he's serious. He has like he deals with reptiles, right? He has a shop. Um I guess he sells reptiles, and there is a part on their body where um when they first developed, they used to have these two limbs. Like they used to have legs.
Yeah, they definitely did. 100%.
I did not know that.
Ooh, Genesis got it right. When am I going to see you at church?
Uh,
How did they know snakes had legs?
I had no idea. Um, Garuda, Garuda. Yeah, and we used to have tails. Eve had a whole bust down too.
What do you mean?
Uh, that Eve had a bust down.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Did you think Weave was after the fall?
No. Wait, yeah.
Her whole body was created. Like her body was made out of rib. Her hair was a bust down, was a full 32-inch, 42 sew in.
Middle part too.
Yep.
Dear Christians, stop running from me. This is the one day a week I get to come on Thinkers panel, and you guys are missing.
Garuda, I have tried to add you twice already, and you just keep typing in the chat. All right, y'all, come on. There is 900 people watching this live right now. We still got 4 hours to go. Don't be scared to have a conversation with us. Like the conversation was going good until he started trying to overtalk me, not letting me finish a sentence, and then I have to elevate my voice so that I can be heard and get out what I want to get out. If you don't do that, then a conversation will be civil. We may not agree. I'm going to cuss because that's how I fucking talk. Um, I say dick and pussy. Um, let's see, what else could they be scared of? Um, I think that's it. Uh, curse words, yelling, uh, dick and pussy.
I think in general, truth seems
Boundaries.
to be slightly repulsive to them as well. So I don't know how
Yeah,
you're going around that one.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Boundaries.
The spirit of
Boundaries, yeah, boundaries. Like don't like. I mean, if you come respecting boundaries, fire. I was wondering about you. Are you okay? How did the move go? Driving to the airport, but I'm here. Awesome. Um, yeah, just respect the boundaries. Don't talk while somebody else is talking. Expect for curse words because I curse like a sailor. Uh, but we are challenging ourselves just as much as you may feel challenged. We want y'all to challenge us. Ask us questions. Come with receipts. Like we don't mind digging deep into the book. We're going to ask, well, how do you know that? Why do you say that? Ask us the same thing. How do you know? Uh, that's the purpose of these conversations. Garuda and Lachey did it. Are you in the box on purpose? Lachey did it. Okay. Congratulations, Fire. Lachey,
Hi, good morning, everyone.
good morning. Are you new to the nerds?
Maybe kinda. I think so. It's been about like 2 months.
Okay. All right. So in the future, so that you're not sitting in the request box, because as a nerd, you get priority. Just put a nerd emoji in the comments so I know you're in there on purpose. Okay. Because I don't want to leave you in there.
Okay.
Okay. What topic did you come up to talk about, or are you talking about deconstruction?
Well, I guess both, but I would like to tackle topic number one.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, if the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? I like to think that love, the prominent position of love is protection. And I think that due to the failure of protection, the serpent was actually able to get to um, his two creations. So I think that that's where probably the hate and the division comes from because there was no protection. So to me, like I don't know if there was actually ever really true love, and not only that, but Adam and Eve, they was kicked out of the Garden of Eden before the serpent was. I mean, I would probably be a hater after that too. So
The
and
interesting
that,
thing
not only
is,
that,
oh, sorry.
but like after like following your command of not being able to eat, like they were uh, greeted with deceit. So I would imagine that that would would bring some type of hate and division as well.
The interesting thing is that there's no mention of love in the Genesis narrative, right?
Yes.
But believers say that the God created humans because he wanted them to love him, or he, needed something love, or like, they always insert love in that in their reasoning for them existing, but the Genesis narrative doesn't mention love. There isn't even uh, a mention of love between Adam and Eve in that story at all.
Very true, and not to mention, but like had there been some protection, but would the rest of the Bible have even been written? Like, will we need a savior if protection was in place?
Well,
Like,
like
I
how
often
are you
wonder.
adding protection to topic one?
Well, I feel like the love, like the one of the prominent positions of love is protection. Like I feel like if I were to have kids, I would feel like that would be one of my sole positions of my creations is to protect them.
Right, but we're not. The topic one isn't necessarily asking whether God actually loves humans, though. It's talking about if he is. love, right? Like the Bible says God is love. If he is in fact love, then why is the manifestation of a relationship with him hate and division?
Oh, okay, okay. I understand now.
Yeah.
Disregard. That's how my head was puzzling it up. Like, okay, well, if this is love, like, I mean, it's not really a. I don't know if there's really a good representation of it, based
I
on
think
just
what you want to talk about is you could fit into topic 4.
okay. Did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical? I would say no, because I don't think that they actually had a full understanding of what life was. I think that they just were. Like, I mean, I think that if they did understand death, then perhaps maybe they would have eaten from the tree of life and not eaten from the tree of death. But I don't think that they understood. I don't think they understood a physical death or spiritual death. I think that they were just roaming around to be and was just given one rule, as young adults with no true knowledge. So
Yeah, I think if he in fact uh wanted them to have knowledge and not controlled knowledge, like I'm being accused of controlling knowledge. Interesting thought. But like if he in fact wanted them to have knowledge and loved them and protected them, if he meant a spiritual death, as believers today say that he did, you would think that he would say, hey, don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because when you do, you will be spiritually disconnected from me. And then then we're gonna have to fight for love. I'm gonna have to
e-
fight for your attention. Right. But that doesn't happen.
exactly, which also is kind of crazy too, because I don't, I just can't imagine me being all powerful or all knowing. I think about, and maybe I just think about this, I guess, from a human perspective, but like, I just can't see me like, wanting or needing like the attention of people that like I've already superseded, I guess. Like, I feel like I would just be on to like the next creation. All right, what can I do now? All right, now that I done seen, I done did this, let's go on to the next project. Let's go to the next project. Let's go to the next project. But like having to deal with like the attention of others or like the needs of other, like, I mean, if I'm going to create something to give you, then like your answers are there. Whatever it is that you need is there. I'm on to the next.
Yeah,
But
but let's think about the kings at that time. Like King James gave a speech to Parliament, and in that speech, he claimed delegated authority from this God, right? Which meant that Yahweh delegated his sovereign authority to the king, and whatever the king said, he spoke for Yahweh, for the God. And in his speech, he said, just like you wouldn't question God's decisions, um, you should not and cannot question mine, and whoever does will basically get it. But he expected loyalty, uh, from his subjects, loyalty and love and reverence from his subjects. What the If we think about it, what purpose would a king desire reverence, worship, loyalty from people who were considered peasants?
that's just full ego to me, arrogance.
Actually, yeah, a little bit of that, but also so that they would just obey, right?
Yeah,
If he says go do, if they are loyal to you, if they worship you and they love you, they're going to trust whatever you say, they're going to obey whatever you say and not question what you say. And so it creates uh loyal subjects who do your dirty work. The king never has to get his hands dirty because the peasants are going to do it. And so,
yeah, I
yeah.
see.
And so, if you
Yes,
have a God who backs that authority, and then the peasants are loyal to the God, and you are the human manifestation of that God's
Is someone
representation.
falling down the stairs?
that was me walking down some
No, I'm
stairs.
sorry. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm sorry.
My apologies.
You
It's
are
okay.
the human manifestation of that God's authority on earth. Then it serves the purpose, right? Like you have
Right.
people who are willing to go into other lands for you and clear that land out, kill the
Do
people.
your dirty work.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm.
That is so true. And I will say, like, if it's one thing that I am thankful for, I'm super thankful for like the ability to think and like the knowledge that's out here. Like, I'm like a beginning deconstructing person. It's like I don't know. I'm at this disappointing
I'm sorry.
phase.
Somebody
I don't.
said somebody said you walking into 2027 because how hard you walk.
I hope to. I
Oh
hope
my
to.
God.
I can only hope to like just retain as much information as I can because, like I said, like I'm like at the beginning of deconstructing, so I'm like in this disappointed phase. Like I don't. It's like I can't. It's like I can't believe myself, and it's like I find myself like still like having these questions, like like if there is a God, like well, like how are these things, and it's weird to me because it's like I had like these same questions as kids, but I didn't really have like an emotional attachment to the questions that I like these same questions as I do now. And I don't know if it was because I was like so heavily invested in religion, but now like there's an emotion attached to them. Like as a kid, when I would ask these questions, it was just like be quiet, shut up, or nobody knows, or you can't question these things. And it's just like, now I'm just to the point where like, I still have these questions, but now I have to think of it in a sense of like, well, you know what? Technically, I'm not questioning a God. I'm questioning this book. So I'm really like, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I'm still trying to like understand it. Like, I'm still trying to like, disattach my emotions to it because it's like it's there. I don't know how long this is going to take because it's like, oh, I still like I kind of find myself in places where I remember like going from prayer for like instead of like just asking for things, I became thankful. So now I'm asking myself like, can I still be thankful without like it being a deity attached to it? Like it's so confusing, like where I'm at right now. And I just
That was the one that got me the most, right? Because appreciation is super important. And until I realized I can still be thankful for a thing without it being directed towards anything. Like to be thankful for something doesn't have to be thankful to someone. Like I just follow the chain of work, follow the chain of verbs. And that's where my appreciation and my thanks lies. Right? Like I'm thankful that I have a job. I'm thankful for my family to spend time with. I can be thankful for absolutely everything without attaching that appreciation to something I can't see, especially something that I can't see doing anything that led to what I'm thankful for, if that makes
right.
sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Well, I thank you, ladies, so much. Thank you for the advice. I am going to continue this journey. It's rough, but like I said, I'm in the beginning stages, so it's like I'm still learning. I'm still deconstructing. I'm finally like getting into, and this is the crazy thing about it is like I find myself now like being more studied up like than I was before. Like I've always been an avid reader, but now like I feel like now when I read the Bible, like I'm just reading it straightforward. Like I no longer have to make these interpretations. And like I think that's where like a lot of the like all of the different denominations come from because it's just too much room for interpretation and like for your own perspective. Now I'm like just able to read it straightforward for what it is, and it's like the blinders are off and I'm just like, whoa, like I no longer have to make an excuse for what took place. And I'm just like, what, and now I'm thinking like, well, why did I feel like I had to make an excuse for this? Like I'm in that phase too. Like why did I have to make an excuse? Like what was that all about? I'm still trying to figure that part out too. But I thank you, ladies, and keep doing what you do. Yes, I am addicted. I love it, and I encourage you to just keep it up. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Have a good one, Lachey.
You too.
Nice chatting with you.
Bart Ehrman gets on my fucking nerves. Like the claim that he's making in this book, like he is such
What's he claiming in this one?
his book is called um Love Thy Stranger. Um Love Thy Stranger, How the Teachings of Jesus Transformed the Moral Conscience of the West. He's claiming that Jesus loved the outcast and welcomed foreigners and strangers and taught a radical shifting in the taught radical love. Um, like he's, it would be like he irritates the fuck out of me because you can tell that like I'm trying my best to choose my words. Listen to this. The only reason an author writes a book of nonfiction is because it deals with something that is both significant and of interest of readers. I've tried to write books for a general audience that covers issues important and even intriguing to people interested in the Bible, the historical Jesus, the history of early Christianity, and the Christian religion in general. This book is different because I think it's important, all caps, to lots of things. To be sure, for anyone who is a Christian, a former Christian, a person interested in things Christian, but also simply and plainly important for our current moment and for anyone living in it. So I think he wrote it because of the things that's going on with ICE and immigration and all of that. And he's trying to convince people that Jesus would want them to do something other than that. And he wrote it, I think, for for a Christian audience. But the type of scholar he is, he toes the line too fucking much. Like it's difficult to trust what he does and what he writes because he toes the line because he knows who his audience is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's only so honest he can get with an audience that he knows is not honest. So he's got to tread carefully.
Yeah. There is a when I noticed what he was doing, there is this museum in Israel that claims to have the act like the no where Mary lived and all of this. There is a archaeologist who excavated that site years ago, um, who originally, when she logged her strata, did not mention like she found 156 coins or 186 coins. She did not date them to a specific time, which would put Jesus in that time frame. And scholars were calling her out on the claim because this museum in Israel wanted to use her findings in order to start doing tours to claim that they had like the home of where Jesus was with Mary. And this other biblical scholar was basically calling out the strata and saying it's not dated to this time. The coins that she found was like during the Byzantine era or something. So she goes back, she edits her findings, and Ehrman co-signed it without even looking at the data. And I was asking myself, like, why would he do that? Like, and the only reason for the museum in Israel to do that is because they want to increase tourism. And like I think that was the first moment for me when I realized that you can't trust every archaeologist, you can't trust every biblical scholar, because the data can be interpreted in a way that drives tourism. Like I'm really trying to not make definitive claims, but you know what I'm saying.
Yep, exactly.
And I think Ehrman was probably one of the very first biblical scholars that I started studying. And the more I engage with his work and other scholars who don't agree with him, like I don't know, it's disappointing, should I say. It's disappointing. He That's why I call him a Christian atheist. He is a Christian's favorite atheist because he toes the line and he makes sure he says just the right thing because it's the Christians who are buying his books and stuff. Some things I can validate and you know get with, but he toes the line too fucking much for me. And like that him saying why he wrote the book because of the current climate is exactly how they used this text, these types of stories back then, is to change the thought of people. So what he's doing, I guarantee in his head, what he's doing is he's putting a specific behavior, moral behavior in the mouth of Jesus so that people will change their behavior towards immigration, towards foreigners. Is that a good thing? This is where these things come into these type of conversations come into play, right? When we get into ethics, uh, and morality, because in his head, this is a good thing. Because people's mindsets about uh, you know um, immigration and what's happening in America today needs to be addressed, and we do need a shift in thought. And I guarantee you he's thinking like, okay, to reach the Christians, the white nationalists, I have to let them know this is not what Jesus would want. But he's going to have to do twisting in order to do that. Because there ain't nothing in that book where Jesus is doing any of that for foreigners. So how is he going to do this? Is my question. I don't know. Like I don't know. Is that it because of what he's doing is to try to stop hate? Is it a good thing? Because
I mean, I think that's a. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say because it will also confuse or muddy what he's already
That's
said.
what I was
You know
gonna
what I'm
say.
saying? Like,
It muddies the waters. That's literally what I
yes.
came off the
Yeah.
what I came off of mute to say. It's gonna muddy the waters, and then it bleeds like fact and fiction. That's why we where we are now. That's it. That's why we're where we are now because of that type of thought process.
What were you getting ready to say, Fee?
That's what I was thinking. The question that you just asked is what I was thinking after you read that little excerpt, because the question is like, if it encourages some people to stop being in support of genocide and hateful treatment of immigrants, like two things can be true, right? Like we want that for sure. Ideally, we want it to be rooted in humanity, right? In common decency, whether a book said it or not. And we know that this belief system as a whole is going to
it's the, I don't know, it's the anchor of humanity in a lot of ways. So I don't know. Like I do feel slightly conflicted because I look at it from the standpoint of the goal. We know that growth is never linear, and the different ways that people grow and understand things is going to be different. So he's using something they're familiar with, using something that he knows they'll listen to him about, and perhaps trying to reach their hearts that way. I don't know. I see. I mean, I'm not a fan personally, but because of the way a lot of believers utilize his work and a lot of the things that he said, I simply just don't agree with. But I see the point of tension that you're making, and that it's a valid point.
Yeah. He's doing exactly what they used to do in antiquity to change people's behavior. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna read it and see how he does it. Like I if he outright reinterprets, backtracks, I don't know how I'm gonna take that. Like interesting. Um, God is Demeter.
Grand Rising, everyone.
Hi, how
I
are
just
you?
need to come up here. Great, great. I just wanted to come up here, let you know, Thinker, you are awesome. You be having me rolling every morning. I have your energy. I'm out here wilding because I feel that lady. I'm angry, because I used to be a Christian. Oh, but I wasn't understanding what I was reading, and following you ever since COVID. I've been following you, and it's like, yo, she be eating these folks up. You feed Mama Bash, Pink Beard. I mean, like, wow. And I just love you guys, and y'all just keep on doing what y'all doing because y'all got me out here acting a fool. I mean, acting a fool. Do you hear me? But I love y'all guys, and I just wanted to say that I had to come up here and say that I never came up on your panel, and I was like, you know what? I got the courage to come up there and let them know that y'all is doing a great job. I
Thank
love
you.
y'all. All right.
Thank you
Bye
so
bye.
much. Appreciate you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Lucius, you're not connecting?
Did all that talking down there to leave?
Huh?
I said he did all that talking down in the comments to leave.
They don't have patience.
Hmm.
Chrissy, Supreme Tory, and Shira, are y'all in the box on purpose or accident? This is what it says. When we donate money to victims of natural disasters or offer our forgiveness or consider it a government's responsibility to provide some basic assistance and those in need, we are, knowingly or not, demonstrating the enduring legacy of a particularly Christian kind of love. For centuries, Greek and Roman moral philosophers prioritized generosity towards friends and family. Even Old Testament exhortations to love your neighbor gave little reason to consider the suffering of those beyond your own community. Jesus changed all this, introducing a revolutionary new ethical obligation to those you didn't even know unconditionally, and to demonstrate that love through acts of care. The implications of this radical commandment will be debated, misunderstood, and resisted by early Christians. But by the 5th century, a new common sense began to transform the moral conscience and the politics of the West. In Love Thy Stranger, New Testament historian Bart Ehrman charts the causes and consequences of this ethical revolution with his signature sly humor and verve. For in this moment of renewed debate over the limitations of Christian love, Jesus' most demanding commandment remains a thrillingly provocative one, even 2 millennia on. That that right there tells me that there's dishonesty in this.
See, I want to do book club with this one for real, and I'm not even a book club person because I would love to see how he spins this. I feel like it's kind of like to me, as you were reading that, it's giving, no, this is light fossil fuel. I know regular fossil fuel is fucking up our ozone layer, but this is light. You're still using the same thing that does the damage, but trying to reframe it in a less damaging way. Like, how is he going to get around the I came only for the lost sheep of Israel, slay those in front of me that don't want me to lead them, and hate everybody and put me first? Like, where it, I don't, this is, yeah.
Or
I will be
even
very
calling the
interested to see
Canaanite woman a dog.
how. Right.
Exactly.
Because of the fact that she was Canaanite.
Or even the Samaritan, like the Good Samaritan. Like this is the only thing that he can talk about is the fact that when translated to Greek, the understanding it from on their end, because Jesus is quoting the Levitical law. Like you would have to be very dishonest to not point out that they asked him what are the two greatest commandments of the Mosaic law, and he literally quotes, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself." You would have to be dishonest to not point out that he's talking to Israelites about loving Israelites, and that it is the misunderstanding from those people who are not Hebrew to read that as love everybody. That didn't come from Jesus. That came from uh, later Christians who then started teaching that Christianity was about that. Like that's what he would have to do. I'm really trying to figure out how he's gonna do it. But I just purchased the book on Kindle because that's the only place. It's not on Everend. And I'm finna see what he says about it. Uh, Hold on, let me go to the table of contents right quick. He doesn't even. mm, the Jewish roots. Let's see if I can get to chapter 4. Why can't I skip ahead? I want to see. How do I? How do I access the damn book? Hold on. is saying that? Hold on for a second, yeah. Let me bring up this person. Oh. Nay, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Why is it not?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Nate?
Good, Fee. How are you?
I can't complain. Got my cup of coffee, so all is well.
Grand Rising, fellow citizen.
Yes, Grand Rising.
Hey, Nay.
Hi, Thinker. Are you hungover from our night at the club?
I popped two goody powders. I'm good. I always pop goody powder before I drink.
I wanted to actually talk about exactly what you're describing right now. Like why this book feels kind of like you can't take it at face value, right? And I'll kind of demonstrate like through like an example of do y'all remember that when the Human Genome Project was occurring and there was like all of this talk about like mitochondrial Eve?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think it's interesting when like there are arguments that are presented with like that wrapping of Christianity, right? Like the original authors didn't even say anything about Eve. Yet because it's like an idea that's easily recognizable by believers and like common lay people, it becomes sort of a this is how we're going to present this. We're going to present this as like mitochondrial Eve, and guess what? It's really cool because like we've found the genetic evidence basically. In some ways, it doesn't say much about like what they really found, which was like the existence of mitochondrial haplogroups. It says more. It the way it circulates in the public says more about Eve as being real or true.
But I'm sorry. What do you mean?
Like the mitochondrial Eve metaphor,
Mm-hmm.
it stops talking about mitochondria, and at some point in the minds of believers becomes like fuel for fire to say, well, Eve is real.
Oh, because
They
they use
found
the
her
name
DNA.
Eve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like why did you have to describe the discovery or breakthrough that way? When it could have been described in like a more scientifically neutral basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have to borrow from the language of Christianity. It could have just been descriptive instead of overlaying a story that has a whole bunch of like ethical, moral, and like implications of like eternal suffering, right? Like
Kind of like they do the God gene.
the God particle. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How they because they call it the God particle. Is that what they call it? Where now believers think that Yahweh's name is written in the DNA.
Yeah. And I get what you're saying, Nate. Like you would have, but I do think that somebody, I think Inward was mentioning like marketing popularity. It's going to catch on and it's going to spread way faster. Like think about the fact that the most believers don't even know what the a genome is. Like they still couldn't tell you what the human genome is. They just know it found Eve and they run with it. So I do think it is probably some visibility and popularity that ties into it because it absolutely has nothing to do with Eve. Even though like the story of the first woman, like the story was already there, the narrative was already there, but instead of playing into that, kind of like what we're talking about with Ehrman in his book,
Yeah, that's
being
exactly
able
why.
to, yeah,
Yeah, I think that like the parallels are striking, right? Like, why is this a book that ties that value specifically? We should care about immigrants or like our communities or each other back to Jesus. Why couldn't it be about like the research that's been done on like empathy or mirror neurons, for example, and like um, um, other research that's occurred that looks specifically at how we operate like to show and demonstrate care. Why is this have to tie back to Jesus?
Well, like I think Ehrman knows who his audience is. I get why he would write the book. I'm wondering how far he goes with s- twisting information. Looking at the titles, he sticks to like the history of um, Rome and Greece, and how even in ancient Israel it was very tribal. I'm trying to see how he inserts Jesus in it. Like if he sticks to truth or if he does like a reinterpretation. But like one, they know their audience, right? And then the quickest way to get people to buy in is to use the jargon that they use, so that it they accept it with less pushback. It's kind of why we see a lot of influence of pagan uh, beliefs and rituals, and a lot of Christianity, because as they were going throughout and converting people, if they inserted some of the rituals or jargon that they were already used to, then they got less pushback from people, you know, uh, giving up what they were already doing to convert to Christianity. So it's just familiarity, should I say, and marketing and just knowing who your audience is.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely like agree with that. I think it also kind of gets you like it gets you a bigger bang for your buck, right? It makes a splash also, like and I think what it does, like covertly under the hood, that makes it especially like, I think, not in not in the most responsible way, is that like it also reinforces all of the other things that come along with Christianity. That's a real problem, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now. Like what was Bart willing to risk? Like what was he willing to put on the table in order to write this book to change people's minds about how they look at immigration?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's what I came up to say. Because I think it's like it's easy place to like. I think maybe especially if you're deconstructing to like um find like comfort in that, right? It's like now there's another piece of literature out there that's going to substantiate my belief in Jesus and the God. Um and it becomes propaganda at some point.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's all I had for y'all. I hope you have a good rest of your life.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And again,
You
thanks
too,
for
Nate.
the
Take
super
care.
box.
Yes, of course, of course. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Have a good one.
See you later. Thinker, did you see that person in the comments saying that they disagree with 1 and 4?
They
How the fuck do you
disagree with
disagree?
1 and 4? How?
Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out in the comments. Like, how the fuck does one disagree with a question being asked? Specifically on 4. I mean, maybe you can disagree with 1. Okay, cool. Come up here and tell us why you don't see hate or division in Christianity. But 4 is a fucking question.
Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructed or the atheist. I'm still trying to get this damn book to download, and I don't know why is it doing this?
In thinking about 4, question number 4, I wonder if believers ever think about what the serpent understood die to mean. Because if the serpent didn't understand it to mean something different than what the God understood it to mean, then, and also Adam and Eve, and I mean, they're overlooking that. I think that's problematic for them anyway when they say that the serpent lied. So maybe it's easier for them to skip over what it meant to the serpent.
Wait.
Seeker, I don't know if Seeker knows her up here.
I'm
Uh,
sorry, I didn't know I was up here. Morning,
Okay,
morning,
good
everyone.
Good
morning.
morning. Have a good one. I think they might be afraid to even engage with that one because if like what does that say about the God if he didn't tell Adam and Eve that he meant a spiritual death and not a physical death? Could they have really taken into consideration what they were risking? And if they didn't know
Right.
they were risking that type of thing, then are they really responsible?
Yeah, because if Eve thought it meant physical death, like the God said, I mean, that's not tethering the future of all of humanity on her shoulders. That wasn't communicated to her. Like, even if even if the God did mean spiritual death, he still lied by omission. He didn't tell them what that entailed. He damn sure didn't spell it out in Genesis. Like, that didn't entail children being born with cancer and, pastors being able to essay children because, by the time the humans get to 2026, they'll have insurance for that to pay the claims, all because you wanted a piece of fruit. Like, none of that was clarified for her, for either of them.
Exactly, Savage. To them, a spirit dies by being separated from the God. That's death. Or it just starts aging, like the dumbass said yesterday morning.
That was the stupidest shit. But you can tell when they start flying off the cuff, and it never works. Like, the things they come up with on the fly are never, ever coherent.
When he said that Pharaoh, it was a process to kill Moses. He said he got to get the knife. Like, what are we dealing with? Like, what are we saying?
And sometimes I promise your responses are even funnier than the shit that they say. When that man said this morning, yo, this is something I wrestle with. You like wrestle with it? What? Fucking lose? You say things. How is it over here cracking up?
They be say they just say the stupidest shit sometimes. Benny,
Hey there.
hi, how are you?
Thanks for inviting me.
I
Appreciate
didn't.
it. I mean, for accepting my invite.
Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate it.
How old are you?
43.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
You know, my people among the first, I'm Jordanian, so my people were among the first, probably believers,
You're Edomite.
Canaanite, the people of the Levant. But
You're.
no, I don't believe in Abrahamic religion. No, no.
Oh, so why are you telling me that?
It says let's discuss if the God of Christianity, etc.
No,
That's
no,
why
no,
I'm
no, no,
telling
no, no.
you.
I asked you, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? And then you started telling me that
I
you're
say
from
I don't,
Jordan.
madam. I'm saying my people are amongst the people who invented the religion. I'm
But
saying I'm
why
not
are
a
you
believer in
telling me
Abrahamic
that?
religion because you just asked me.
I didn't know. I didn't ask you if
Am
your
I a
people. I'm
believer?
sorry. Can you
I'm not a
stop?
believer. Right.
Dang. I did not ask you if your people were a part of the people who created anything. I asked if you were a believer in the God of the Bible. Are you deconstructing your belief, or are you an atheist?
Right. So that's what I was answering.
Oh, no, I don't need to know where your people are from for you
Oh,
to
you don't want to
say,
know, you
no,
don't
I
want to know my
don't. I
story. You
don't.
don't want any
No,
context.
no,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
Okay. I'm not. Okay.
Damn, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Shit. I don't need to know who your great great granddaddy was for you to say I'm an atheist or I'm deconstructing. The fuck? Shit is crazy.
What? Why'd you mute me though?
Get the fuck off my stage. I don't feel like
You're a
yelling.
fucking
I
clown.
don't feel
Fuck
like
you.
yelling at y'all
Fuck you.
fucking
You're
asses. All right, bye, motherfucker.
What is
a
wrong
tyrant.
with
You're a
these
fucking
people?
Get the fuck off
What
my
fuck.
is wrong
stage.
with these folks? So he's losing his shit because he
Uh,
can't come on your stage to give his, I don't know, his family tree. Nobody asked you that.
You're a tyrant.
What is wrong with them?
You're a talk. Talk amongst.
He can't
oh
wait.
my
He
god.
can't wait to be racist and misogynistic. That's what it is.
What was that for? Like, why did you come here and do that? What did you just wasted a minute of our lives that we will never get back.
I
But
got
I think it shows you how deconstructing doesn't create a better person. Like, I mean, the reality is, I think Christianity creates an incubator for people who are by nature hateful and divisive to flourish. But if you are hateful and divisive and egotistical and just like an unpleasant person, you're going to be that outside of Christianity as well. And I think people like Benny show that. Like, what's the reason for coming up here and behaving like that at 8:03 in the goddamn morning?
I think he thinks because Christian nationalists worship people from the Levant area that we were gonna go, ooh. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where he just unnecessary.
Miss Coach, you are not connecting. Seeker, you're back in the request. And Augie, I'm gonna take you out. I asked if you were in there on purpose. You didn't say anything. Seeker, are you in there on purpose this time? Seeker, how old are you?
I'm 46.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
Okay. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
I wanted to discuss if topic number 3, if you are deconstructing but identify as spiritual or believe in a God,
Okay.
etc.
All right. Which are you? Do you have a belief in a God, or are you identifying as spiritual?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
Cause okay, so
Give me just say
go ahead.
Fee or Venus. Which one of y'all wanna?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
All right.
here.
Go ahead.
Hi Fee.
Hey,
Um,
Seeker. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm really happy to speak with you, but everybody, but especially you, because you are a ex Jehovah Witness, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I have so I grew up as a Roman Catholic under that religion. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and my foundation religion that I was indoctrinated in was Roman Catholic, and then my mother branched over to Seventh-day Adventist. And my grandmother, which is my mom's mom, she had 2 girls and they grew up very close. So my aunt, sorry, she branched over to Jehovah Witness. So I have a little bit of insight, however, into both of them, right? So I'm real glad that I come on TikTok and I come across this live because it make me think about things that I never thought about before. I just accepted it as that's it, right? So from listening to you all, because I've been listening for a few months, well, I realized that the God in the Bible is not who I thought this being was. But so I just try to engage other people on these topics, like do it have a God? Is the God of the Bible, the Christian God, the real God, and stuff like that? And just be like, well, where people come from, and others can't answer that. So that is the foundation of why I think it have a God, but I don't know what it is or who it is.
You're talking about one that you would like, not the Christian God. You're saying that you're rethinking God in general, or like how would you go about identifying it? I mean, ultimately, you'd have to construct it, right?
Right.
Yeah. So,
But
what would that process look like?
I don't know. It's just that I can't explain like where everything like life, the essence of life, the thing called life consciousness. I just can't explain where that is from. So I'm thinking maybe it have a God that created that because where it come from.
How much have you looked into what we do know about the like life on this planet, how it originated, from a scientific, the things that we can explain and can demonstrate? How much have you looked into that?
To be honest, not much. I have like basic information about it, such as evolution and you know, certain things were one way and then it evolved to another thing. But I don't know. I just can't see it reaching to human beings, seeing that it have so many variety of things that have life, that have consciousness.
Well, I mean, I get that it can be really confusing. Not even confusing, but just kind of like hard to believe if you don't know what we know, right? Like a lot of people will say, "Oh, it's too hard to believe that, from a single cell organism, all of this diversity of life came about." But you can believe that God made humans from mud, right? Not with no blueprint, no recipe, no template. Like, I don't know, how much dirt do you put in a big toe? Like, we don't know any of those things, but we can, through science, understand what we do know about this planet, what we do know about Earth. I don't know if you like to read, or if you're an audiobook person, or maybe a documentary person, but it's a lot of information available if you'd like to learn it, and you could go to the depth at which you're comfortable. Um, I'm watching right now Life on This Planet, which is a documentary. I think it's narrated by Morgan Freeman. It's on Netflix. It seems to be pretty good. One of my favorites about the universe and life in general is The Cosmos. It was streaming on Disney. But if you're looking into like really wanting to dive into what we know about how we know what we know, a lot of colleges will let you audit courses. Years and years ago, I did a basic biological evolution course, and it really helped to lay a really good foundation for the personal like studies that I did to really try to understand it. Because like you probably you realize I believed some shit for so long that I did not understand. So my golden rule right now is I don't believe shit I don't understand. If I don't understand it, I'm not accepting it as true. And that's just the benchmark that I hold for myself. So I think when we're going through this deconstruction process, I think we let our curiosities lead us. If you're interested in more scientific understanding, you can lean into that. I think these conversations really, really do help when trying to figure out what you honestly and authentically think about supernatural claims. And then they'll also help you construct your questions so you can figure out and map out the course that you want to take. Because all of our journeys are going to be different because our minds are different, our curiosities are different. But I think breaking away from the leash of religion allows us to kind of pursue those things in a way that speaks to our actual authentic curiosities.
Okay, I understand. Can I touch on another subject as well?
If Thinker's okay with it, I don't mind. Thinker's probably getting her some coffee or writing her song, so I would say you can go ahead.
I wanted to touch on, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death? I think according to the story that they didn't even know what die was because they had never experienced it before. Nobody was there to tell them anything about it. So I don't think they even had a concept of what die is.
Yeah, it would be hard, like to say one way or the other. Like when we talk to believers about this book, we all have to make like inferences. Because there's so many conversations that were not included, so many pieces of information that were not added. But when your mind add those pieces of information to fill in those gaps, we got to ask ourselves, what is it based on? Is it based on what I already believe about the story? So if God is good, of course He told them. They were probably sitting in a picnic under the tree, like they have in the telling of this story. They had all kinds of shit. They were break dancing in the garden on a Tuesday. They talk about God walking with Adam and Eve in the garden, and none of that shit is in the book. So whether they knew or not, we don't know. But what we do know is that they didn't die. What we do know is that what the God said would happen when they ate from that fruit did not happen. We do know that. So I think being able to deal with what is, and then use that knowledge of what we know to be verifiable and backed up by this text to figure out where your next step is going to be is really important in this process, because it can be overwhelming. You're still grappling with what you've been told your entire life that you no longer believe because it doesn't make sense. You're diving deeper into that while at the same time realizing that every thread that you break of that old tethering, you feel a little lost. Like you feel like you're completely untethered from the world in a lot of ways, or at least that's how I felt. So I would say give yourself time. You said you just started this deconstruction journey, and these conversations in this space will be insanely helpful, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you so much. This was awesome. I always wanted to come up, but I had stage fright. Because I
Oh,
just
you
have
did
so
great.
thanks. I wanted to say something as well, but it's no longer one of the topics. It was about if the religion is patriarchal. I don't understand why people don't see that is true, that it is patriarchal. Everything is about men. The women are unnamed. The women that are named are connected to a man, like they was just helping them. But other than that, no recognition, no empathy, no sympathy, no compassion towards them. And all the important people is men. God is a man. The devil is a man. Jesus is a man. I do not hate men. I have empathy towards men because of the patriarchal teachings and precedents that is global, right? But um, I don't understand why people can't see that for what it is. It is patriarchal, and you know, I was talking to a guy this morning when I was leaving work. He is a Jehovah's Witness. They'll be on the streets with their magazines and stuff, right? So he was there outside of the school where I left while I was working. And I asked him, I say, why you not home in bed this hour in the morning? Because it was earlier, right? Like around 6. Well, it was 6 o'clock here in Trinidad. And he was like, I don't get my rest and I 71 and it's God had me here. And I so thankful to God and God and God. So I was like, which one are the gods? And he was like, the only one true living God. So no, I lied. Sorry. He said it only have one God. I say, well, it can only have one God because the God of the Bible say that you will serve no other gods but me, right? So that implies that there are other gods, right? So he was like, oh, it only have one true living God. So I was like, how you know that that God is the one true living God if it have many gods? And he just went off on another tangent, and it has been so frustrating talking to Christians because they're not open to see anything from another perspective. Just the one thing. And I was like that, but I could still listen to you and Thinker and Justin and others and understand exactly where you all are coming from, exactly what you're trying to say, or I should say exactly what you all are saying. And it seems on point to me. I just don't understand why other people can't see it.
Well, I think they don't want to see it, right? Like I think we all try to make sure we stay positioned in a location that allows us to pivot, right? Like when new information is available, oh, we didn't know that before. Yeah, that completely changes the way we understand this. So we pivot. Religion's beliefs don't allow you to pivot. You have to stay cemented in one particular vantage point, one particular perspective. So those logical questions that you're asking, we see it here every day. Like well, how could that be? If this is the entailment, like it completely negates this thing, like this concept of separation from God. You want us to believe that God is omnipresent, absolutely everywhere. That's what omni means. And at the same time, we could be separated from him. What does that mean? How would that work? If God is no longer providing my life force, my life source, then how the fuck am I suffering in hell? Where is that? Like it's the logical questions they don't want to deal with. And it is infuriating. Me, when I went to Kentucky last year, Lowen and I had a really long conversation with some Jehovah's Witnesses, asking those tough questions. And it went exactly like the one you just described this morning went, because they aren't willing to even consider or ask themselves, what if I'm not right? And why, what makes this true? Like that's a question that I think a lot of religious people don't ask themselves. If I'm accepting this as truth, what makes it true? And if it boils down to faith, which all of these belief systems do, then they need to start handling it differently. They need to handle it as though it's faith. Right now, they handle it as though it's objective reality, and it's not. So, I mean, me and Thinker were talking about this yesterday. It feels like like an unwinnable battle, but one I don't think we have the option of opting out of, because it's just too much at stake. We've got to keep talking to folks because human lives are being impacted all over this globe. So these conversations have to continue happening.
Yeah, that's
Next
true.
thing you know, Bar Ehrman gonna write a book claiming that Jesus was against patriarchy.
Probably will. You think you're gonna have to
I
throw
know.
Paul under the bus eventually, Thinker,
He
in
already
order to
wrote a
save
book and said
Jesus'
that.
reputation?
Well, he already wrote a book about how Jesus and Paul didn't agree on everything. So I don't think he gonna have to backtrack a lot of shit. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like when they do stuff like that, it sets us back. It sets us back.
I think it sets us back for
Yeah.
sure. I don't think they see it that way, of
Yeah.
course,
No.
because I don't know. I think it's just placating um, humanity and allowing them to continue to utilize this coping mechanism that any person who looks at this book through a skeptical lens will have to know that's exactly what it is. But instead of ripping the band-aid off and, telling folks to, put on your big girl panties, let's deal with reality and life. Yes, shit is harsh, but we can figure this the fuck out. They're trying to rebrand Jesus as some social justice warrior.
Thanks so much, guys. I wanted to say some other stuff, but because I'm a stage fright and the nervousness, I kind of forgot half of it. So I'm gonna drop down now. Thanks for having me up.
Don't be
And as the
scared to come
topics
up.
change,
Yeah, don't be scared to come up in the future. You
as
look
the
good.
topics change, I
Think
hope
cause
that
she love you.
Huh?
I
What
heard
what'd you
somebody
say?
in the background. He said, thinking she loves you.
Oh, thank
Yes,
you.
she
That's so sweet.
I love you too. Don't be scared to come up in the future. And if a topic changes and you've spent days thinking about what you want to say, just come up and be like, "Hey, you had a topic. I spent a couple of days thinking about it. Do you mind if I go over it?" And that'll be fine.
thanks so much. I really appreciate that. But I just wanted to concrete what he just said. I do love you. I love you guys. I love you, thinker. You made me think. Like seriously, a lot of the stuff that you talk about that you highlight, I never thought about. Like serious, it never dawned on me. So thanks so much for that.
You're
And
so
like I
welcome. I
said,
love
and like
hearing
you said,
it.
as the topics change, I hope we could talk again more. And I love you. Have a nice day. Have a nice weekend. You all have a great day. Thanks for having me up.
You're so welcome.
You
Have a
too,
great day as
Seeker.
well.
Look forward to chatting with you
Thank
again.
you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye bye. I love it. When you have those moments of, damn, why I ain't never think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had one with, I think it was, I don't know whose live we were on when, I think it was Constant that was like, well, technically God committed the first murder by killing that animal or,
Mm-hmm.
the first killing, but I was like, I never even thought about that.
Yeah, me either. I was like, damn, now that's a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Evolve, you're not connecting. If you're trying to connect on purpose, please submit again. Turtle Man. Turtle Man.
Yes, how's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Not bad.
Can I get your age, please?
44.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in
Okay.
the God of the Bible.
All right. There are 4 topics on the board. Which one did you come up to discuss? Actually,
Either
topic three.
one.
Topic
I
three would
just
not
I
be
just
for
chimed
you.
in.
It would be 1, 2, or 4.
Either or, it don't matter. I just chimed in and I saw the first one and I kind of read the second one. So, but I'm open to any
It's
conversation.
up to you. We don't pick for the panelists to
Uh,
come up.
you said which one wasn't for me?
Topic 3 is for people who are deconstructing. So every other topic you can choose from.
I can't really. I was looking at the second one. I can't really say that because I haven't heard much of anything. Your stance on anything. We'll
That's
talk
okay.
about one, I guess.
Okay. So 1 and 4, I guess.
Yeah.
4 would be, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual? And then 1 is, if the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? Which one?
Uh, one, I guess.
Okay, go
Believe
ahead.
that he is love, but he's from the beginning of the book, from what I understand, he was dealing with one nation of people. So, and I
Uh,
think that'll be the
that's asking
perspective,
about modern day. If he is love, why does it
right?
produce so much hate and division in the world today? Those of you that believe in the God you believe in, why are so many of you spewing hatred and division? if he
Well,
is love.
that's what I'm, so that's what I'm saying. So like when you start at the beginning and you asked me about today, modern day, but you start at the beginning, he was only talking and dealing with a nation of
All right,
people, a
cool.
group of
I know,
people from the
great.
beginning.
You're an Israelite. I don't care. Like, I know you want to talk about how you are chosen. That's not the topic,
No, no,
okay?
no, 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 no,
Okay,
no.
great. I'm not talking. Why today, if he is love, those of you that believe in him, are guided by him, pray to him, study him, why do so many of you spew hatred and division today? That's what I want to talk
Can't
about.
say me. You
I
just
said so
kind of
many
put me in a
of. I said
category
so
and
many of you. Like you aren't listening, and I felt like you came up here to fight me. I said, why do so
if
many?
not,
Okay, so please listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I said, why do so many of you who believe in him, who pray to him, who study him, who are guided by him, spew hatred and division today?
that's the question.
What's happening right now?
I think he had
I
a
was trying to
Hebrew
talk, but
Israelite
I don't want to be
narrative set,
rude.
and I don't know. I'm not letting him talk about how chosen he is.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I was. You didn't even let me talk. That's what I'm saying. Like you asked me, you invited me, but then when I started speaking, you were
Go
cutting
ahead.
me off,
Go
trying to
ahead. Tell us
paint
how
your
chosen you
narrative.
are. Go on ahead and talk about Deuteronomy 28 and how he only chose a group. He only talked to one group of people, and that the Bible. Blah, blah, blah. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, because you got to understand, you asked the question, and I was going into
Yeah. Go
what
ahead, Turtle.
right. So I'm not talking about me specifically, but you- when you look at when you look at the book, when you look at the context of the book, what's talking and what's going on, he was only dealing with one group, one nation of people, and that's. I mean, so if you got that in context, your question is why so much hate? Well, of course, people will see this as hate over here if you're not part of this nation or this group of people. It's no
Why would
different
they
than
hate?
That's why
Why
people
would
see
they?
hate because they not chosen. I'm
But what?
jealous. You jealous, Fee?
I, I'm very jealous.
I'm
I'm still trying to figure out
jealous.
what the fuck we're jealous about though. Cause what do y'all have to be jealous about? This God isn't showing up for y'all. Y'all get into car accidents and have like skipped mortgage payments just like everybody else. So exactly what is there to be jealous of that would lead to hate or division?
so. I didn't say didn't come in and say, "Hey, be jealous of me," or "Be jealous of this," or "Be jealous of that," or I didn't even come to spew "quote unquote" hatred. I saw the topic, I chimed in,
Right.
but
Right, but I'm going on
but
what you just said. Hold on
but
a second,
I'm
because I'm going hold on a second, Turtle. I'm going on what you just said. You said that the answer to Thinker's prompt number one is because if you go back to the beginning, God had one chosen people, and of course that if you're not part of that chosen group, you would be jealous. That's what you said,
you.
and I'm asking you,
No, I
what
didn't.
is
No,
there to
no, I would.
ho-
I didn't say you would be
You said
jealous.
you
Hold
would see
on.
it as
You
hate.
put.
You said you would see it as hate if you're
Thank
not
you.
part of that
Thank you.
chosen group.
Thank you.
Why would they see it
Thank
as
I
you.
stand
hate?
corrected.
Why would
Yep. What is
they
there
see
to
it as
hate?
hate? Because they're
I'm saying
jealous? Because they're
anybody.
jealous?
No, no,
Then
no, no,
why would
no,
they see it
no.
as
You
hate? Why would they see it as hate?
no.
And then Turtle, who the fuck lives in that book? Like why the fuck would I be talking about hatred that's happening in the fucking between the pages of a book and some ink? Like what the fuck is that going to solve? Do you think I give a damn about I don't know, Joshua and 2 BCE when there's hatred happening in the world today in 2026?
All right.
I want to talk about why those of you that believe in this God, I don't give a damn if you're chosen or unchosen. Those of you that believe in this God spew hatred today. and cause division today? That's what I want to know. If your God is love.
They say he was all love. I mean, he can display anger, hate, whatever it is that he want to display. I guess that's his choice. That's his will.
So he's displaying anger and hate today.
I mean, he chose. He chose a group of people.
Okay,
I didn't
where
get to.
is he? Where is he today? Where is he today?
He's where he's always been.
What is he doing today?
What he's always done.
What? Name it.
He created it, created
He
everything
did
that
that
you
shit
see, and
billions of years ago. What
but
is
he's
he
it's still
that he
here.
did that shit? What is he doing?
It's
Action
still
word,
here.
action verbs. What is he doing today that is hateful?
You call it hate. I don't call it
I
hate.
said you
You guys call it hate.
motherfuckers. You goddamn humans,
I'm not
motherfuckers.
hating.
You
I'm
motherfuckers
not
with flesh.
hating.
You motherfuckers with fucking bones. Y'all are irritating the fuck out of me. God damn it. Like I don't know why y'all come in here. I don't, because y'all don't have the fucking intellect to have these fucking conversations. I'm talking about you motherfucking meat bags who have mouths and fucking feet and hands. You motherfuckers today. Why do you spread so much motherfucking hate and division?
This is ridiculous.
I ain't never in my life seen a group of motherfuckers that want to beg to talk about being chosen. Like, bitch, I don't give a fuck.
Like, has zero to do with the topic. Why we have to go back to the beginning?
And then, mind you, when I said he just want to talk about you're a Hebrew Israelite, you want to talk about being chosen? No, I'm not.
No,
No,
I
I
don't.
don't.
We went straight to that.
You didn't hear me say Hebrew Israelite one
We
You
went
time.
are an
straight
Israelite.
to
You think
being
you are an Israelite?
chosen.
Of course I am.
Exactly. You don't have to say that shit.
So we
Your whole
Right,
knew.
entire
but you didn't hear me say it
your
though.
whole
Shut
entire
up.
personality,
But we knew.
your whole entire personality, the shit that you came up here talking about,
Thankful.
you spewed that shit. You don't have to fucking say it. Your
Just
low
we
fucking
was talking.
intelligence. You lack
Stop.
knowledge. You lack knowledge. You have a big ass mouth and you just talk. You use your fucking mouth to just fucking talk and spew fucking nonsense.
Chosen, but don't own none of this crap.
Motherfucker talking about chosen and don't know the first about Israelite culture at all.
Not a goddamn thing.
Motherfucker chose itself. Like, how the fuck you just wake up one day and decide to be an ethnicity? Motherfucker had a revelation.
This
Like
is mine
I
now.
swear, if I wake up one day and be like, I'm Spanish.
This is mine now. It belongs to me. God ain't doing nothing for
I
me,
have
but
a
it's
I
mine.
have a friend who had to go live with an aunt and uncle and was treated very badly. Maybe he's Harry Potter. I don't know, because if you can read a
Mm.
reality in a story and then say that you are that person, that's how we doing genealogy and identity now.
I mean, honestly, right. So, like, I better not hear another motherfucker say nothing about a woman wearing weave because she can just be Puerto Rican whenever she fucking feel like it. Y'all motherfuckers wake up and decide that y'all are an Israelite, that you Hebrew from the Levant area. Fucking genealogy
Aramayan.
downloaded from a fucking Holy Ghost.
I'm Aramayan.
It's also interesting. You the second man that came in here talking about you were iron number 2, but you ain't never heard you've never heard me quote a scripture. Like, why would you add number 2 if you don't have anything to
If
bring?
you
That's very
right.
interesting.
Okay, Legolas. I'm Aphrodite.
Are you done, Hebrew Israelite?
I mean, I was just letting you guys do your thing. And you'd have to mute me because I'm not going to disrespect you guys. I'm not going to try to talk over you.
But you already did.
You did
I
that.
really
That's why
didn't.
you were muted. Yes,
I
you
mean,
did.
I wasn't talking.
I swear they're not like, it's almost like they're just not here. They're not aware of their
Right.
actions. Like, they just not here.
Like,
Answer the question, Turtle. I am.
turtle.
Try, you guys, or whatever. Disingenuous.
What is your
Oh, okay.
God doing today that is hate? That is responsible for the hate? If it's not humans who believe in him, what is he doing?
Didn't he say he can talk about just anything if you chose? And he not even talk about the thing he chose?
They don't have I don't think they learn anything other than genealogy. Like, whoever their camp master is, they just yell at him all day, "You are an Israelite!" They don't know nothing else.
Oh gosh. I am an Israelite. An Israelite.
Turtle, are you gonna answer the question?
No.
I'm here to listen. Listen to what y'all talking about.
Then you need to
I'm
listen from
chiming
the.
in on y'all.
Then you need to listen from the chat. You're not chosen to
Bye.
be on my stage.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
You're not welcome. Bye.
Mrs. Pruitt. Mrs. Pruitt.
I am so sorry. That was by accident.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
No worries. Have a good one, okay?
Okay, you all too.
Paul.
And one thing the EPA is not doing, banning the use of paraquat, which has been linked to Parkinson's disease. Something former senior EPA officials.
You wait a whole 10 seconds to start snoring. You idiot.
All right. Everybody else in the box are either part of the fan club or subscribers. But I don't see any nerd emojis. Hey, Evan.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Oh, where did Fee go?
What'd you come up for, Evan?
Oh, I had asked her because I actually had a question, like a JW question. Um,
What?
a Jehovah's Witness question that I was gonna ask her, but so I can.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know I was dropped. My bad, y'all.
Oh, I was like, that's not right. She saw me come up and ran away. I'm, I'm playing. So, yeah, it'll just take a minute. Fee. So I just got home. I worked an overnight, and I had another patient who, the whole blood product thing, and so her hemoglobin was 5.5. 7 is dangerous and needs a blood transfusion. And obviously, like for me, like, you know, I swore an oath and I'm there to help people stay healthy and recover. But of course, like, she refused the blood and he's starting to get like hypoxic and looking at like respiratory failure, multi-organ failure. But she's full code, and so if she goes into cardiac arrest, I'm doing CPR and whatever I need to do to like keep her alive. And can you give me more insight on the blood thing? 'Cause I googled it. It was just like, no, they can't take blood, but and, which I know, and I respect everyone's decision, obviously, whatever that is medically. And but like, when you were a JW, can you tell me like what your perspective was on that?
When I was in it, it was like straight up prohibition. Like you couldn't get anything. No whole blood products. Like no derivatives at all. Um, I can't remember when it changed, but it switched to you can get blood products, but not whole blood. And then they started doing like they've been relaxing the rules gradually over the years, and most recently, I think this year or the end of last year, I can't remember. They now have given permission to kind of pre-donate your blood. So say you're chronically ill or you're going in for surgery, have surgery scheduled, you can like give your own blood so that when you get surgery, if you need it, they can give it back to you. But it's up to the individual Jehovah's Witness. Like every individual person can decide what their conscience guides them to do. And there are a lot of people who will just straight up die and not take blood because the scripture, I can't remember where it is, the one that says that, the life is in the blood and not to eat blood, that prohibition to the Israelites not to consume blood. They take that literally. And even though you're not eating it, ingesting it like through your mouth, they feel as though it's still a prohibition from taking a blood transfusion. That's the basis of the belief not to take it.
Okay, so it is that just life isn't a blood thing. Yeah, I'm afraid she's gonna die, but obviously, everyone's decision is theirs. But and I hear what you're saying. When I was in OB, and a birth giver was going to have like maybe have a C-section or hemorrhage, and they would save their blood products, which is amazing, and I love that, and I think it's very smart. But I was just wondering if there's something more depth than that verse. So,
That's it. It's ultimately a decision that's made by the men that run the organization, and the fact that it's been updated over the years to me should give current members pause, but it doesn't.
right. Well, yeah, and I mean, I guess like at least for women who are going to maybe give birth, there's that. So that's good. But yeah, I don't know. I worry. I respect it, but it makes me sad, and I just kind of wonder if there's more about that. Did you have that deep conviction when you were JW, you wouldn't take it?
I didn't. I
Okay.
mean, but I never really had that. I wasn't faced with it. I mean, I thought about it because I had a really close family friend. My mom and dad had a couple friend. My mom actually used to keep her kids, and she went in for just a routine hysterectomy and didn't come out. She had like a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. So like
Oh,
that happened in my life, and I was like, damn, like I'm seeing these little girls not have their mom, and of course I'm thinking like, what would I do in that situation? But yeah, luckily was never faced with it. I don't know what I kind of feel like I know what my mom would have done because my mom was never so devout that she would have risked our lives. I don't know about my dad though. Like he was kind of in there. So that's always been a big question mark.
interesting. Like, okay, and this is kind of random, and then I'm done. What about eating like meat?
For Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah, like a bloody steak.
Oh no, they're not gonna do that.
Okay, all
They're
right.
not gonna eat anything with like visible blood in it. Most the ones that I know would not do it.
Well, that's consistent. All right. Cool. Well, thank you so much. You guys know I love you, and you're doing good work, as I always say. And just like another caller said, you all get me to think deeper than I've ever thought in my 20 years of deconstruction. I did a lot of textual criticism, but thinking about like today issues and religion today, it really helped me. So, thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Evan. See you later.
Have a
Bye
good
bye.
day, Evan.
Thank you.
Oh, Green Lantern said now you can eat rare steak as a J-Dub. I didn't know. Thanks for the update.
That's interesting.
Very.
Uh, I see all subscribers in here. Easygoing, Miss Gray. Well, not subscribe. Fan club members, and then Mike 52, and then KJ. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. 21 and up. Auntie Charlene, I see you in the request box. Are you in there on purpose or on accident? Y'all remember to help me out. If you are a nerd and you're trying to come on stage, put a nerd emoji in the request in the comment so I know to bring you up. Hey, Auntie.
Good morning, family. How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
Charlie.
I I had a question for Fee. I mean, because I was listening to the young man earlier. I hope, and I just thought about something when y'all was talking about blood products for Jehovah Witnesses. Did Jehovah Witnesses do the communion practices?
Not really in the way from what I understand communion to be. I don't think they did. They did was something called a memorial. Once a year, they commemorate the death of Jesus by passing like a plate of what they called unleavened bread and a glass with some wine in it. But everybody didn't eat and drink. But that was the annual ritual, not a every. What? How frequently is communion done? Every Sunday?
First Sunday for a lot of churches, like every first Sunday
Yeah, it
of
was just
the
once a
month.
year for. It was just once a year for them for the memorial.
So how do they explain though, although that I know that the wine is not, I mean, the blood, you know what I'm trying to say, it's wine, but how do they explain the fact that they're still simulating drinking the blood of Christ?
It was symbolic, like symbolic for the sacrifice, not necessarily because the focus was not necessarily on the actual materials. It was on the meaning of what they symbolized. So him giving his life, his blood, because the life is in the blood. It's just a recognition of it.
Hmm.
So because it wasn't real blood and symbolic, I guess that piece was okay. But that's a good question because, I mean, you're ultimately have a prohibition against doing a thing that you pretend you do once a year. Kind of weird.
Yeah, yeah. I was wondering how they squared that, because that's kind of contradictory in my mind, you know. But thank you. Just curious.
Yeah, no worries.
That was all I wanted. How's baby girl? Thank her.
She's good. Thank you
Okay,
for asking.
of course. Well, that was all I wanted. He made me think about that, and so I thought I'd ask the question.
All right. Thank you, Auntie.
All right, and I will be going live when you finish.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up, preferably someone who can actually have a conversation and answer questions or ask questions. You know what? It never dawns on them that, like, when I asked him, "What is your God doing today, 2026?" his ass still said he created.
He created. He didn't even put an ing at the end of that.
Right. Like, you can't even think of anything present tense. Like, you gotta fucking, like, dude, why doesn't it dawn on them that they can't point to anything that this God is doing today? They still worshiping the motherfucker for some shit they did 8,000 years ago. Like, Yahweh is the very first motherfucker to be like, you remember when I did such and such? Like, that's all he keep. Remember when I hung the stars?
Yep, that's what he did to Job. I did that. Okay, well, what you doing now? Besides whooping my tail or letting my tail get whooped?
Exactly. Like, what?
God is Al Bundy. You know, his claim was
Savage. Savage T.
Oh, my bad.
No worries. Have a good one.
But it's no accident. I work right now. All
Huh?
right. Said my bad. I request no accident. I'm at work right now.
Okay. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Fire, are you up here on purpose?
I am.
How are
Good
you?
morning, everyone.
good morning.
I can't see the prompts, like what they're saying, but I wanted to ask a question. Is that okay?
You would have to stay on topic on one of the prompts, because you're not a nerd. So you would have to
Um,
choose one of the topics and see if you can work your question into one of the topics.
okay, what she said there's a topic for people who are deconstructing.
Topic 3 is if you still believe in a God or a soul or spirit or source or something like that.
Okay. Um, well, I can work my question into that. And no, I don't believe in that anymore.
Okay, so
And
then it wouldn't fit that topic. Like, that's for
huh?
people. It wouldn't fit that topic. That's for people who are deconstructing but still believe in a God or still believe
But
in
still, what?
they s- they're deconstructing from the God of Christianity, but they might believe in a God or a source or energy or spirit or something like that. That's what that topic is for.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. So, what's the other topics?
If the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? If I'm twisting
Okay.
scripture and leading people astray, choose this topic to prove it and come with facts. And then topic 4 is, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death?
Okay. So I'll do the one that says, if God is, if the Lord of Christ is, what does it say again? If he's, is he still
If the
what? Okay, yeah, that's the one. Um, well, I know that the God is not love. I felt like love was actually one of those words that has been misused most of our lives. Like we took it for one thing, but the description that it portrays is something very violent. And I say that because growing up, I was getting whippings left and right, but they were all, it was all being said, oh, because I love you, because I love you. And I remember I did something wrong, and this is the question that I wanted to ask about. I did something wrong, and my mom whipped me for like 30 days in a row. Like every day she whipped me. And I asked her, like, why are you whipping me? And because I couldn't take the whippings anymore. And she said, in case you decide to do something. Well, what I didn't realize is she was whipping me because when I had did that wrong thing, I told her, I said, well, Mom, the Bible said there's a time for everything. So it was okay that I did that. And she did not like that statement. And I was like, well, Ecclesiastes 3 says, and I quoted the scripture to her, and she said, oh, you think you're a smart aleck. So I'm like, everything we do is supposed to be love. She never talked to us. She just stated what she wanted to say, and she didn't, there was no clarifications behind anything. And love was not one of the things that seemed like it was a kind thing. Love always seemed extremely violent. It just seemed like there was nothing good. There was nothing good about love. So, like, even though people kept saying, oh, I love you, or, this is what love never displayed itself as kindness or goodness. You understand what I'm saying? And when it in Ecclesiastes 3, when it tells you there's a time for everything, I wonder if Christians really understand it's a circle. If you do something wrong, that scripture telling you that it's okay to do. And in my little 10, 11-year-old mind, I'm thinking, well, God said it was okay for me to do, so I did it.
Yeah, that was harsh to get whipped 30 days in a row. uh, for some that like that's it kind of sounds like the love of the God, right? Like to punish somebody, to punish humans for finite crimes with a infinite punishment. That was over the top, and I'm sorry that that even happened to you. But I could see how that would make you question what love actually is. You know,
Yes,
because
it did. It
that
made me question it.
yeah, and it's kind of like what I was explaining to the guy that was up earlier. I don't remember his name, but when we were talking about having to choose Jesus over your son or your daughter, your mom, your brother, and if you think that Jesus wants you to behave a certain way or you know do a certain thing in order to be seen as righteous, if that includes discipline your child in the way your mom chose to discipline you, that prevents them from thinking about the harm that that action would cause. Because if they were to stop and say, if I do this to my child, then I could possibly be, uh, you know, ruining our relationship, causing her to not understand love, or causing her to not love me or love herself, that would be her putting you before Jesus. And so they don't stop and think about the ramifications of whatever they think Jesus or Yahweh is telling them to do. And they end up doing a lot of hateful, harmful shit.
Yes. But do you understand Ecclesiastes 3? There's a time for everything. Um,
To everything
I
under the
always ask
sun.
myself, yes, I always ask myself did, I was always questioning and telling my mom stuff about what the Bible said and if that was correct, if it was, is something we should do. Like, we're obeying the Bible, but nothing ever gets done. It's if you whatever you do, it's wrong. Even if you're doing what the Bible say do, you still wrong, no matter what it is. And when I asked her about that, she just was like, you're a little smart aleck. And I was like, okay, yeah, great for me. I'm smart. Like, but to them, that meant trouble.
But I guess I'm confused as to what Ecclesiastes have to do. What did she use Ecclesiastics on you on that, or?
I used Ecclesiastic on her. I told her that the Bible said there's a time for everything. So what I did, I shouldn't be punished like that for it. Because I was a kid. Like, kids do wrong things. Teach me, like, speak to me, talk to me, not just beat the crap out of me. But in her mind, you read it, you think you're smart. I'm like, well, that was the time for what I did, and I did it.
Well, like, I don't know. Like, when you were asking if I understand Ecclesiastes, what do you mean? Do I understand it? Like, are you
What
asking if that was an appropriate scripture to use at that time, or because I don't know what
I
you
mean,
mean.
well, okay, well, I stole something, but I took something. Like, I told my mom I didn't consider that stealing. I took it because I wanted it. And it's because she always told us, if you're hungry, or if you're this, if you want something and you ask for it and they don't give it to you. My mom used to tell us crazy stuff. Um, just, don't don't walk out the store with it or something like that. But this day I decided to walk out the store with it. But I didn't even get out the store. I just took it, and the guy saw me take it, and then he was upset. And I was like, well, I didn't really steal it. I wanted it, and you have plenty of it. So I took it. And I was considered, uh, you know, actually just doing something because, I was always doing little things. And I don't know if I was doing it to see if, I can get away with it. I was a kid. I don't, you do things when you're a child. But for the most part, you would think your parents would sit you down and talk to you and explain things to you. But I guess my mom didn't have that, that nurturing spirit, or whatever you want to call it. She didn't have it to give to me. It was just get the belt. And I was like, I read the Bible, and the Bible said, Ecclesiastes, and that's what really came to me when it happened. I was like, well, Ecclesiastes 3 says there's a time for everything, Mom. And, you know, you if it was me, I would sit my kid down and explain.
I'm sorry, you cut out. Are you there?
I'm sorry, I got a message. I'm there. I'm here.
So when you used the Ecclesiastes scripture on your mom, were you telling her there was a time for you to steal, or there was a time for her to explain things to you?
No, that there was a time for me to steal.
I think that was very clever. of you to as a kid. But
Yeah.
I mean, do I agree that you use it in the right context? No, because but I think it was very
I
clever. I probably would have laughed if I was your mom. I probably would have laughed, and I wouldn't have whooped you. I would have laughed. No, no, no.
yeah. I was just thinking like, oh well, because we lived by the Bible. Of course, we lived by it, and everything I saw, everybody was doing the opposite of what the Bible said. So I was like, oh. But we really did try to live up to the word. It's just no one was doing that. And so whenever we did anything, we always used a scripture, to
You cut out. Y'all,
I'm
this
sorry
made
about that. Yes.
this made me think about things kids say. The other day I was holding five and he's potty training, right? So he was pointing to body parts and he said head. And I say head. And he said nose. I say nose. And he said tummy. I said tummy. And then he pointed to his thing and he said snake. I said, boy, that ain't no snake. I said, that's not no snake. Where the hell did you get that from? But no, yeah, kids say the craziest shit. But no, if I was your mom, I would have cracked up laughing when you used that scripture for as a reason for why it was time for you to steal.
Yeah. But I just thought like, oh my goodness, after reading that scripture, like, what, according to the Bible, like, if there's a time for everything, what's the purpose of any of doing anything? Because if you do it, you would just say that there's a time for it. And could you get off the hook? Well, I mean, not by the law of the land, but at least dealing with your spiritual people, your Christians, you probably could just get away with it. Well, that's all I had to say. I was just thinking that.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Fayed.
You're welcome. You guys have a great, awesome day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. You too, fine.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Rico Suave. Rico. Blaxican Bruce.
What's up? What's up? How y'all been?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm just curious which part did you guys want to discuss as far as
I'm sorry.
I'm actually driving right
Don't
now.
oh
But I
don't
mean,
say
which
that.
part?
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad.
How old are you?
Oh, I'll be 44 this August.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Um, let's just say I'm spiritually independent, but I did grow up for the first 25 years of my life as a Christian.
Okay. So you don't believe in the God of the Bible or Jesus anymore.
Uh, um, let's say, I mean, I do acknowledge there is a higher power. Let's just say the way it is described in the Bible, well, the way it is taught to us from the Bible, not a complete, I'm more of a acknowledger of truth, not
Right.
just believer. And I don't think people even, not
I'm just trying.
yeah, not that many people
I'm trying to.
believe. Or,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm not asking if you
Go ahead.
believe the way all Christians believe. I just need to know the God that you know Is it the one that's talked about in the Bible, or do you know a different God? Because the God we're talking about is the one in the
Um,
Bible. Which one do you know?
yeah, the one in the Bible. Yeah, I believe the one in the Bible for the first, and some of the things, but not everything that's being said by like I don't believe the God is a he.
Okay.
I don't believe the God even has a gender. A spirit doesn't really have a gender. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um,
But before we can get to talking about
yeah.
all of that, I need to know if you qualify for a conversation.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to
Okay.
identify is the God
Yeah.
that you know, regardless if it's a he,
Mm-hmm.
it, they, regardless of what his name is it the one that's
Yeah.
written about in the Bible, or is it a different God?
It is. Yes. It
Okay.
is. Yes.
All right. Um when you say you are spiritually inclined, so there is a topic. It's not like you might be deconstructing. Topic 3. Um I'm gonna read the topics to you, but
Oh, sure.
I think topic 3 might be where you fit. Um but topic 1 says, if I'm gonna put you on mute so you can hear me.
Sure.
Okay. It says, if the God of Christianity is love, why does it produce so much hate and division? Um, Topic 3 is, if you are deconstructing but identify as spiritual or believe in a God, choose this topic if you are open to having your what you believe challenged. And then topic 4 is, did Adam and Eve understand die to be physical or spiritual death? But it sounds like you don't. Topic 4 might not be good for you either, because you don't necessarily believe the Christian narrative of the Bible. So I'm thinking topic 1 or topic 3 might be good for you to choose from.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Which one did you want to
Okay.
know?
You said I heard you say Christianity love. Why does it produce so much hate? Yeah, and that's topic 1 was one that after I read the Bible 2 times, it took me like 10 years, but I read it 2 times from front to cover, from cover to. And that's one question I had. It's like, according to the scripture, if God is the loving God, why does the God take more lives than the devil did? And that's one question I asked that nobody could answer. So yeah, I did have that question. I still have it to this day, but no one gives me the same answer for it.
Well, it's
So
not
it's
really
like,
asking about the God's actions. It's talking about the impact or the influence of the belief in this God and its teachings on the humans today. So, uh, historically, what we see is people who believe in this God have done some very uh, hateful things, continue to spew hatred in society, division, racism, homophobia, um, ooh, um, racism, homophobia, misogyny, ageism, ableism, um, coming from ideals that are rooted in the teachings of this God in this book. And so if the God that's written about in this book, regardless if it is a he, she, they, uh it's if it's rooted in love, why is the byproduct of a relationship with this God hatred and division, is what that question is asking.
oh, that's yeah. Half the stuff the way it was taught to me, I don't agree with it. I don't see how and why it is either. Um, that's why I had to, like I said, I had to move off and do my own research. It's I don't, and it's like the God, the way God is taught to us. If it's love, I mean, love doesn't have life taking in it. It doesn't have violence in it. Love is love. It's like, it's positive, and it. I I looked I read a book, and I looked at the audio of it of this book called Outwitting the Devil, and it talked about how God is positive energy and the devil is negative. And when you look at that, it's like, all right, that's what kind of opened up my third eye to believing that what was taught to me from God in the Bible. I was like, yeah, man, how can you love me, but also you're gonna take you're gonna take me away because of you know, something you knew was going to happen. It didn't make that much sense to me growing up until I, studied to show myself approved of what was, the way it was being taught. So no, it doesn't make any sense at all.
So let me ask you, you believe I've read Outwitting the Devil by
Oh,
Napoleon Hill.
yep. Think and Grow
Um
Rich author. Yep.
mhm. Um you believe that Napoleon had this conversation with the devil?
It wasn't he had the conversation with the devil. No, it's more of he had just as much of a conversation as the people in the Bible did with a superior, higher creator. It's like, okay, you want me to believe you, David? Okay, David, no problem. Where's your grave at? Okay, David. How about you just? And it's like, where are the receipts of what you're saying? Where are the receipts at of what somebody says? You want me to believe that God said you can beat a slave as long as you don't kill them, as long as you don't take their life? You want me to believe that, really? I refuse to. I do not believe that.
Well, how are you choosing, like, because you're saying that the God that you do believe in is still this God in this book. How
No, it's the good.
yeah, but
It's
how,
the good of the superior, higher creator in the book. It's the good,
what
not the
good?
bad.
What
Well,
good?
yeah, and well, the good is just what it says is like again, the good is everything that it says God is doing or God has done.
Like what from the book?
Well, okay, for example, like forgiveness. Has God forgiven in the Bible? Yeah.
What did he require for forgiveness though?
What did he require?
Yeah.
Belief in the Spirit of God.
No.
Belief in. Okay, what would you say? What would you say he
He
was?
required blood. He required
Blood.
sacrifice for
Sacrifice.
forgiveness.
Oh,
He didn't just
oh, okay.
forgive. Like think about the beginning story, the beginning
And
narrative.
that's another thing
I'm
people
sorry.
don't.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
The- Oh, I was talking.
Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
Um, think about the beginning. I'm gonna put you on mute because your background is loud. Think about the beginning narrative with the first two characters in the story. The first time they mess up, he doesn't forgive them. Like there's no act of forgiveness there. He punishes them harshly for them disobeying, right? And then we see later on in the next part of the story, he drowns the whole entire world. It's all but 8 people. And then after that, he sends uh his chosen's descendants into slavery for 400 years. And then after that, he he gets mad at them for being scared to go into this land and just buck up the people and kill them and take their shit. He kills the majority of them. He curses them to the wilderness for 40 years and kills a lot of them while they're in the wilderness for asking for food, for being thirsty, right? And then he sets up this system where if they want forgiveness for unintentional sins, they have to kill a goat, they have to kill something or offer grain if they can't afford to kill a goat. And then for intentional sins, they die, they get killed, they die. Like where is this goodness of forgiveness? And then in order for him to forgive everybody else who aren't chosen of this chosen status, he kills his own son. He has his own himself or his own son or her own son sacrificed in order to forgive humans. So like where is this where I don't see that is good because I shouldn't be able to forgive somebody without requiring sacrifice. And if the God I like the God I serve I shouldn't be able to do something that more powerful than the God I serve. Like I don't get it. Like he needs blood to forgive, but I don't.
That's the same thing I asked as well, and I was like, I also found out the same guy who authorized or signed off King James on the Bible is the same guy who wrote a book called Demonology too.
Well, he didn't
And so
write
it's
it.
like,
He
yeah, the way.
commissioned it.
Well, of course,
He
there you go. There you
yeah.
go. That's what I mean, commissioned it. Yeah, I couldn't find the word for it at the time, but yeah, the same guy who commissioned the Bible is the same guy who commissioned our demonology. So it's like, okay, I just ask myself, and I ask people this day, if someone like us, like the so-called president of the United States, wrote the Bible or commissioned the Bible, would they still follow it? Because people like that existed way back when. So it's like people are giving you their version. People are giving you what they want you to follow. It's like, all right, well, if you're not even giving the right stuff to me, then why should I?
Right, but Black Skin, I feel like we just did a pivot because we were talking
Yeah.
about what's good about the God of the Bible, because you said you accept the
hmm
good, and you said the forgiveness is good, and I asked a question about
Oh,
the
okay.
the structure and system of forgiveness for your God, and I don't necessarily see that He offers forgiveness. He requires payment for forgiveness, something in exchange for
Yeah.
forgiveness. So
And that,
you see
yeah,
that as good?
that's not, no, that's the thing. That's not good at all. No, I never said that. Because it's
No,
like, and
you said
his thing
forgiveness is
is,
good. You said what's good about him is that he offers forgiveness, but he requires payment in exchange for forgiveness. He doesn't just offer forgiveness.
and yeah, and it's funny you say that because that's almost I say almost doesn't mean I am, but it's almost the way I am also. It's like there's times um, my immediate family and people want forgiveness. All right, well, yeah, you got to pay for it, but not the way that it says in the Bible. You got to pay for it from me because what you're asking me to forgive was, some damage done. But to me, it makes I don't do everything the same way as everyone else does. Everybody and the way looking forward way the God's asking for forgiveness is like you said, is what can I say, it's price to pay to get it. I'll say it like that. There's a price to pay to get it, whereas in today's time people want you to just forgive just because, and it's like, and they always try using the God in the Bible is like, all right, like you said, is there's a price to pay, there's what a sacrifice that must be done to be forgiven, and it's like, all right, it
So
just
so
goes to
it so
show
it
that the
sounds
way
like
things are taught are
so
not
it
cool.
sounds like if you
Ain't cool.
are it sounds like if you're mimicking how you forgive after the
hmm
way this God forgives, then it does sound like you see that system as good.
I don't see it as good. I see it in the way of again, what it says in the Bible. God does is what's been done. But for me, when it comes to forgiving, you can't use that Bible as a weapon formed against me that's going to prosper, because it's not.
I don't understand why you just said that. What do you mean?
Well, in other words, like me, somebody wants me to forgive them. I'm like, all right, well, you have to earn it. You have to show me that you deserve me for me to forgive you. But when you try using the story of scripture against, hey, well, God did it this way, I ain't gonna, that's a weapon that you're trying to use against me, and it's not gonna work. I'm gonna do it the way that works for me, because I'm the one living my life. And it's like, okay, the God in the Bible, he may be he or she or do things the way it was done, but that's not going to control me or the way I'm going to live or the way I'm going to do things.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm still trying to find the good in the God of the Bible. What's the
hmm
good of that God?
Let's just say again that the energy, let's speak from the energy part, is everything. Some things that were given with good intent, but they not. But once they were here, from the snake to Adam and Eve, once they were here, but it was given made with good intent. Is my point. But then there's always a bad way, we're going to use it. I don't care if you look at a car or anything, there's always a bad way it can be used. And the same thing in the Bible is like, okay, the land we walk on, it was given with good intent for us to live off of. From, fruit, cotton, whatever we get from the land, it was given to us. It was given here from good intent. But that's the part I say, the God in the Bible gives with good intent that I like,
How do you
or that
know
I'm
what the
down with.
God of the Bible's intent was, though?
Well, I mean, it's If somebody to me brought me anything, if anything was brought or used in front of me, whoa, at my attention, it'd be a good, it would be given with good intent for me to use.
But how do
If
you
not, I'd
know
find a
someone's
way.
intent? Like how can you speak to another person's
I,
intent?
okay, you're right. I don't, I use it for good intent. Just like when people try to piss me off, I use that as motivation. They may want to, but hey, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it, bro. And it's just, again, the crazy side of me that will use it for good intention. I don't know what their intent is, no, all the time. You're right about that. I don't know what their intent is, but you know, I'll use it for good, for the good, and it
But
can be
I'm
used
not
for the bad
asking
also.
like how you use it though. I'm still trying to find the good of the God of the
hmm
Bible. What's up,
Oh,
Pisces?
okay.
Like I'm still yeah, like
The good in the Bible. Okay, let's
yeah,
just say,
the
for
good
example,
from the God of the Bible that makes you
do
say,
you
"Yep,
do
that's
you
the God that
feel
I want to serve."
do you feel the sun is good in the
Do I
sky?
feel that
The sun in the sky. Do you feel it's good?
I think it has good properties, but I think it also
Okay,
has bad properties.
exactly. So I look at the good that
What
it was
is the good? What
the
is
good
the
of it.
good of the God of the
What's
Bible?
the good about the Bible is okay. I just gave one example. The sun that we
The
have the
sun.
sky.
What is the sun?
That's
The
good
sun.
to me. That's
What is the
yeah to me.
no. The
What's the
God of
sun?
the Bible. The sun is not in the Bible. What is the good?
Okay,
What is the goodness of the God of the Bible?
goodness of the God of the Bible. Let's see. Question off guard, but I'm gonna see. I'm here now. Let's see. Goodness of the God of the Bible is to me fair chance. That's good.
Where is he giving fair chance in the Bible?
Um, he's not given, but I say the life you're born with. To me, that's a good sign of God to whether to be born
Where
and
is
be
that?
taken.
Where is that in the Bible? Like, where is he giving? He like he created Adam and Eve. He did not give them a fair chance.
Um, I don't even believe that story either. But yeah, according to
So
the
okay,
scripture,
so you don't
yeah,
believe anything in the Bible. It sounds like the God that you believe in is a different God than the one in the Bible. Why are you wanting to
it's
why are you wanting to connect the God that you believe in? It sounds like you believe in a God of goodness, a God of that created life, that created the sun, nature, that doesn't have anything to do with the stories of this God that's in this Bible. Why are you wanting to connect that to the God of the Bible?
like I said, there's some things that are taught in the Bible that I still will go by, but not everything.
Right. Like, and
Yeah.
you said the good parts. I'm still trying to find the good parts in the Bible that you go by.
hmm
And you originally said forgiveness. I started talking about how the God of the Bible forgives, what he requires to forgive, the times that he does not forgive, right? Forgiveness does not come easy
No,
for the God of the Bible. Death
no.
is required, right? And I asked if
Mhm.
you see that as good. You said no, but you also said that you mimic how
Some
you
things,
you had no forgiveness after the God. And then I asked, okay,
but they have
if
to earn it.
forgiveness if
You have
forgiveness
to
is
earn it.
not the good, then what is the good? Then you said the Son. The Son isn't in the Bible. Then you said a fair chance. I said, okay, he didn't give Adam and Eve a fair chance in the Bible. You say I don't believe that story.
hmm
So what I need to what I need to
Yeah.
understand is you're saying that the God of the Bible has
hmm
good, right? And you believe the good of the God of the
hmm
Bible.
hmm
What stories are you
hmm
calling good about the God of the Bible that you believe?
The good part to me was, again, like you said, there was a sacrifice that was made. I think it was Job. I believe it was good. He gave back or made up for what he took, for what he allowed to be taken away. To me, that was good that he gave that back. If it's true, which
Was
I
it
can.
good that he took it
But
for a bet?
again, you asked for just the good part. You didn't say for
Right.
for what it's
Right.
for what,
And so
you
hold
asked. You
on,
didn't ask for
hold
the
on, hold on for
requirements
a
though.
second. Hold on.
Yeah.
If I come into your house and I take everything that you have and I kill your whole family, and then
hmm
and then I go and I get a new
You were the
family.
devil.
Hold on. I go. Wait. Why am I the devil if I did exactly what your God did to Job? This is what your God
Well,
did to Job. Your God. Your God made a bet with
Mhm.
Satan, right? And gave Satan power to
Mhm.
go and destroy Job's life.
Mhm.
Okay? Destroy Job's life and Job's wife's life. He didn't even care about
Mhm.
what this would do to Job's wife. He only cared
Mhm.
about what it would do to Job. So
Yep.
he allowed Job's kids to be killed, all of his servants, his businesses, his home, right? And if I are you there? Ain't that
Can
crazy?
can
So
you hear me?
if when you leave the app, we cannot. Like if you got a text messages
Oh, yeah.
or
Well,
something,
yeah.
it takes you
I
off
had
the
to
app.
clock. I had to clock in for a second. That's all. My
Oh,
fault.
okay. All right. So like if I do what if I put myself in your God's shoes and I come into your house, I take everything that you own, I destroy your businesses, I kill your kids, and then later on I get you a whole new family, bring you a new family, restore everything that I took from you and have upgraded it. That's
Mhm.
good. I'm good now, despite the fact that I destroyed and killed everything you loved prior.
And yeah, and I didn't mean to be listening too hard, but you say that you as God did it, whereas the you as God didn't do it. The according to the scripture, the devil did it, but then you as God,
The devil didn't
uh,
do it. It was your God. All of that was your
mhm,
God's idea, and he
mhm.
gave the devil power to do it. The devil
Well,
did
that's what I'm
not the
saying.
devil did not ask to do any of that to Job. All of that was your God's idea.
Hmm. And the part that's why I said the only part I talked about first was the making up part for it.
But
And
if he
but,
did it, if it was his
mhm,
idea to
mhm,
fuck Job's life up,
yeah.
why is it good that he fixed what he fucked up? I'm so confused.
Yeah, and the part I have to go back and read again because it's been some years was that that's the part I don't have 1,000% down because I don't study the Bible daily. But last time I read it was supposedly Lucifer's idea, the devil's idea to do it, and then God agreed. But the minute God agreed to it, it's like, all right, dude, why the heck would you do that anyway? You know.
That
But the
none of that
fact,
happens in
yeah.
that book. That's not true.
um,
That
okay, well, that's
what
it.
you're reciting like an oral tradition of how it's preached. But
Mhm.
if you actually read it, you will
Well, it's
see
been a while. It's been a while.
if you if you actually read it, you will see that your God sees Satan and says he's like, "Hey, where you been, dude?" And Satan says, "Oh, just walking up and down the earth." And then your God says, "Well, have you considered my servant Job?" And then
Mhm.
Satan says, no, why would I? You have a hedge around him. And then he said, but he said, you give him everything. He said, if you take away the hedge, stretch out your hand. That's what he said to your God. If you were to stretch out your hand and take away everything you gave him, he would curse you to your face. And then your God goes, very well. All power is in your hands. Go and do it. Like, so it was
Go do
not,
what?
one
Go
second.
do what?
Go
Oh, okay.
it Your God brought Job to the Satan, to the accuser, to accuse. He asked the accuser, have you considered accusing Job? The accuser said, no, I've not. You have a hedge around him.
Okay.
You've basically gave him everything. And if you were to take everything away, he would curse you to your face. And then your
Mhm.
God goes, actually, very well, you go do it. I'm gonna give you the power. You go take everything away, and let's see if he curses me to my face. It was not.
Mhm.
Um, it wasn't Satan coming up saying, "Hey, man, I want to fuck with Job. Let me get power so I can fuck with Job." That didn't happen. It was your God's idea.
Mhm.
Even when Job is talking to him, your God says to Job, um, motherfucker, I do what the fuck I want. Ain't no puny ass human gonna come to me and question me, motherfucker. I hung the stars. I had Leviathan in my arm with a nipple in his fucking mouth. Like that's
Mhm.
how your God approached Job when Job was talking to him, right?
Mhm.
Your God took credit for everything that happened to Job. Not one time did your God point the finger at Satan, say, Satan made me do it. It was Satan's
Mhm.
fault, although he said that to Satan. It was not one time did he say that to Job though, right?
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
so y'all, he may be neurodivergent, y'all. I have a cousin who's like that. But the the saying that he's good because he gave back what he allowed to be taken
Mhm.
is wild to me.
And that's the part I tell when I tell people face to face, and that's why I'll accept more how the superior high being is a positive energy. Is like, all right, you know, if there is a God within you, and not speaking of the biblical time, but these times we live in, that's the one example I'll use. Is, okay, well, let's see if you can make up for it. Just like when on a panel yesterday, when this one guy, Caucasian guy, was in a panel of all people of color, and he was like, "Well, why are you still mad at us?" I like, well, I told him, take the God within you and make up for it and use that good side of you if it's there, and make up for the damage that's been done. And that's in today's time. There was damage done, even though taking lives is far beyond damage. But in today's time, it's like, all right, well, make up for it. And it is good to me to make up for it. That's according to the Bible. When the way he made up for it wasn't, I mean, you cannot replace a wife. You cannot replace a child to be the same. I don't care if you clone it. You can't. You know what I mean? So it's did it say God did that? No. But the fact that it was making up for it, I ain't talking about the damage done. I'm talking about the making up for it.
But why do you ignore the damage done? Did he? Let
I
me
don't
ask you a question.
ignore it.
Did he make
I
up
don't
for
I
it
don't
for?
ignore it.
Did he?
I do not ignore it. I don't ignore it at all. I do not ignore it. I
It
just
does.
say,
You are when you're saying that he's good because he made up for it. Like, did he make up for it to Job's wife?
no, of course not.
Why is he still good just for giving Job back what he took from Job?
No, of course. So again, that's why I won't acknowledge that it to be truth in the Bible. According to the story, that's part of. And that's the thing. I take pieces from the puzzle, pieces from the story, pieces from the. I don't take the whole book, the whole picture, because some of this stuff don't make no sense at all. And it's like, oh, okay, you believe that back then? Well, let me see it today. And we don't.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have children? Do you have a daughter?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
That's why I'm still,
Okay.
not single with none, because I prefer to have a helpmate that's committed.
Okay. Look,
Yeah.
when I think that might be the part of the Bible that you like, the helpmate part. But
What now?
I think the part of the Bible you might like is the
Well,
helpmate part.
hold up now. See that part there is
Because
what
you said
it's.
you don't believe the Adam and Eve story, but you believe the helpmate part.
Well, that's because and to me, the government thinks it's God these days, and why they require that a daggone marriage certificate. So there's a lot of stuff according to the Bible. This what I call Christianity, and it's like, all right, who made up this Christianity? Caucasians, and Caucasians ain't been here but 5,000 years or less. We've been here for over a million.
Wait, what does that have to do with you saying that you want a helpmate?
300,000 years.
Hold on. What
Yeah.
does that have to do with what does any of what you just said have to do
Well,
with you
because
saying that you want a helpmate?
now, so I didn't say I want one. So I haven't came across one. And that's why you didn't hear me say like wife
You said you
or
want a
anything.
good helpmate.
Yeah, one who wants the same thing and see things the same way I do.
Yeah. What does
Yeah.
white people have to do with you saying that you want a good helpmate that see things the way you do?
Marriage is what they what's up? Marriage is what they created according to the government.
But what does that have to do with you calling a wife a helpmate?
Well, because I feel it's better for a child, to have both parents
Well,
in their life.
you're using terminology from the Adam and Eve story, a story you say you don't believe.
I don't believe the way they say Adam was made. I don't believe, because people forget Eve means before. That's what Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, the day before. I don't believe Eve was made for no rib or none of that. No, I don't know how when we got here, but I don't believe that story how we were brought here.
Well, I mean, her name in Hebrew wasn't Eve.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that's why it's a story. It's a stolen story. The way it's told, the way it's taught in the Bible, and I don't even believe like Adam is really the atom, within us.
Okay, but let's say when you do get your wife and you have your daughter, and your daughter comes to you and she tells you that her the man that she's dating has destroyed all of her clothes, uh scratched up her car, flattened her tires, and put sugar in her tank. Okay, so she lost her job and all of this stuff. She couldn't go to work because he did all of that one day. And
How
then
she lose her job to him
hold
though?
on,
Something I figure out.
because she couldn't go to work.
Okay, got it,
Okay,
got it,
right?
got it.
He destroyed her car. He put sugar in her tank, scratched her car up, flattened her tires, and destroyed all of her clothes. Okay, so she couldn't go to work and she lost her job. And that okay, and then a couple of days later, he pulls up with a Benz, and inside the back is all kind of boxes and bags where he done went on a shopping spree and bought her all new clothes. He made up for what he destroyed. Okay, and then in the front seat he put a little suitcase with some money in it, with $100,000 in it. Are you gonna tell your daughter that that's a good man because he made up for what he destroyed?
And forgive me for listening too hard, but I would ask some questions first before I did all that.
What questions would you ask?
What the hell did you do to him to make him do all that for you, woman? Did you do a mental
Are
health
you
check?
fucking serious?
Did you do? I would ask because did you
Whoa.
do? Hey daughter, did you do a mental health check on his tail before you even did all that mess with him? I ask questions first before. That's just me though. Like again, that's how crazy I am. But I ask questions first because something had to trigger that. And if what triggered that is your fault, if what triggered that is your fault, that I taught you way better than that. I don't know what else to do with
Oh
you,
my
but yeah,
god.
that's how crazy I am. Yeah.
No.
Okay, so
That's
like what triggered it?
sir, please stop.
That's abusive behavior. Like
No, it's
That's
not.
there is
literally
nothing.
abusive behavior.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that your daughter should be able to do that you would excuse a man doing that to her.
In other words, what did you do to him?
It wouldn't even matter.
Oh,
Like
okay.
for him to destroy all of her stuff and make her lose her job. Like first off, the first thing you need to acknowledge is that she needs to get away from him. He's not a good person. There should be
Exactly.
nothing
Yeah, well, like I
that
said,
your
there'll be
daughter
questions
can
asked.
do. But you are asking the wrong question. The question that you are asking is excusing abuse. Is excusing domestic those actions are is an act of domestic violence.
Whoa.
You don't think scratching somebody's car up and putting sugar in their tank and flattening their tires and ruining all their clothes is an act of domestic violence, whether that happens to a man or a woman? Because I guarantee you, if a woman did that to a man, you'd be like, man, you need to slap that bitch. Man, that bitch
Oh
is
no, I
crazy.
wouldn't. No, I wouldn't do all that because you know what's interesting though. About two of the things you mentioned have happened to a man I know, but then the daughter he was with was a friend, was a neighborhood friend kind of thing. And all
Good
she
morning.
and all yeah, and I was like that. That's
Hey,
why I was like,
Kylo.
all right, you gotta ask questions.
Hey, color.
You gotta ask questions, not just excuse. Okay, did you spend all his money in his bank account, to go shopping or something? Like, what did you do that would trigger that?
And you
Thinker.
would excuse it?
You're abusive.
No, I wouldn't.
You're
I wouldn't.
abusive.
But again, but ask questions though. And once
Thinker.
I found out, I would go ahead and see what the whole issue. The whole thing is knowing the whole picture because something always has to trigger something. Like he would do
Thinker.
that for no reason, really.
Go ahead, Kylo.
Men do.
I know
Okay.
why you told that story and you added that many details, and I need to ask you, what did Job do to God?
Good question, Kylo.
That's a good question, yeah. And that's a question I think I once had. Like, what did he do to deserve that? And no one could ever tell me. And again, the other reason I stepped away from religion. But yeah, it's a good question. And that's why I said,
Do you think Job should have asked God, like checked his mental health, like done things before he started worshiping God?
well, checking the mental health. This is an individual. When I say do a mental health check on individual.
Right. Is God not an individual being?
More of a spirit, but not a physical. Yeah.
You can't do a mental health check on him?
Um, there are ways you can, yeah. There are ways
Okay,
you can
so
do
you
mental
can
health
do a
checks.
mental health check on him.
Um,
Yeah, always find a way to
how
disagree.
do you believe the superior higher being lives? Is my question.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Well,
Are
to
you
me, like I said, it's
understanding the
just
hold on, sir.
yeah, it's
Are
just
you
the energy.
understanding? Oh, hold on, sir. Are you
Go ahead.
understanding the parallels that's being drawn here?
As
Are you
far
here with
as
us?
mhm,
In the
as
story
far
Thinker told you, who is God?
the superior being,
No.
No,
In the story
or in the
Thinkers
story,
told you, who
the
is the
story.
representation of God?
Joe.
What?
no.
No,
The
in the
dude
story
that
was a
beat your daughter
yeah. In the
Oh, you're
story,
saying
that
that
was
story. Okay,
abusive.
okay. You're saying what the? Excuse me, yo. I'm at crossroad. Let me get the heck out of this traffic first, man. All right, there. Are you saying the story of she's giving about my daughter? That story, or the story in the Bible? Which
Right.
one are you from?
Who
Okay, so but oh
right.
yeah,
She was giving that story for a reason.
okay,
Who would be the
okay.
God in that story?
Of course, the daughter would, man, or supposedly me, I should say. My daughter, yeah.
No.
The boyfriend.
the boyfriend would be the god in the story.
You tracking so far?
Yeah, I lost you. Yeah, okay, go ahead, go
Okay, the
ahead.
boyfriend would be the God in the story.
Mm-hmm.
In the
And
analogy, say
in the
analogy. I
analogy,
don't say
sorry, I
because the
apologize.
story I gave you was an
Okay, yeah,
analogy.
The
yeah.
analogy.
Okay.
And
Hey,
then the young woman would be a representation of Job.
Job, got it.
Okay. So you're saying the daughter needed to do a mental health check, needed to what did she do? What did she do to make him act like that?
That would be my
Same
question to my
right.
daughter. Yeah.
Same question for Job. What did
Mm-hmm.
Job do? Did Job do anything
According,
to deserve that?
according to the scripture, no.
Okay, so your daughter didn't do anything to deserve that then.
Okay, well then, yeah. You want to look at it that way?
That
Interesting
was the
point.
That's
analogy.
what she was
Okay.
But
Okay.
instead, I
Yeah.
hate to say it, you started saying some weird shit.
Yeah. No lie. I probably did. No lie.
You definitely did.
Like I say, I was clocking in
There's
doing
no
too much of the
probably.
time. Yeah. Yeah. I did. I was probably clocking in doing too much of the time. Hands down.
Nah.
That's a bad
That's your
habit I have. I
character.
told you.
That's your
Oh, it
character.
is.
Cause
Appreciate it.
ain't no way somebody gonna say somebody mess my daughter up like that, did stuff to my daughter, and my first inkling, no matter what I'm doing, is gonna be,
Mm-hmm.
what did my daughter do? My daughter woke me
Mm-hmm.
up out of my sleep at 1 o'clock in the morning, telling me
Mm-hmm.
that she needed me to come get her because her ex was being abusive. Her ex
Mm-hmm.
stole her phone and she had to walk to the gas station in order to call me. I lived over an hour away. And you know what I did? I didn't
Yes.
ask her, what did you do to him? I said,
Mm-hmm.
stay right there and your dad and I are on the way.
Okay. And like I said, she asked me earlier, do I have any kids? And that's one thing I haven't experienced that you have. Well, I grew up different than, most
It
kids
don't.
did. I grew up different than most kids. And like I said, you have one. I don't. But would I ask
I have
that in today's
7,
time?
and not
That's
one
what's
of them
up.
would I ask that stupid crap.
I
Not
Oh,
actually
one.
did
that's
y'all
what's
see
up.
that video on the FYP where the guy is in the car with the girl and he's pretending like he accidentally called his granddaddy and the girl is telling him that she's
Yep.
pregnant and the stuff that the granddaddy is saying, the granddaddy is like, you don't love that heifer, that ain't
Mm-hmm.
and she's like, that ain't my daughter.
I haven't
And
seen
he's
that
like,
one yet. No,
yeah, and he's like,
I haven't seen
let
that
me
one yet.
speak to the heifer. So she gets on the phone. She's like, hey, granddaddy. He said, I ain't your goddamn granddaddy. And she said, well, I want you to get to know your grandchild. That ain't my motherfucking grandchild. Like you don't fall in love with the hoes. Like literally, this his grandfather is saying these things about women, about the woman that he thinks that he overhears his grandson sleeping with,
Yeah.
right? And the by him saying that ain't my motherfucking grandchild, despite the
Yeah.
fact that he thinks his grandson done impregnated this woman, the grandfather is denying this child. So that tells you that that the mindset, right? Where young men today will deny their child, if their own grandfather will deny their grandchild because this is a hoe. Does that
She
make
was
sense?
playing she was playing though, right? She wasn't
But the
really pregnant,
grandfather
right?
didn't know that. The grandfather
Okay,
did
yeah,
not know
got
they
it,
were playing a
got it.
joke. And so the stuff that he was saying is
Hmm.
what he teaches his grandson. You don't claim no baby from a hoe. You don't bring a hoe to see to meet your family, right? Like, and then he just calling her heathen and hoe, even on the phone, like to her face, right?
No.
So like this is what's taught in society. Like this is still being taught, and like the stuff that you are saying, I have no doubt
Yeah.
that you were raised around men who taught you that if a man does something to a woman, if he slaps her or beats her or abuses her in any kind of way, she did something to deserve it. I have no doubt
Oh,
that you were taught that.
not every time, no. Not every
Oh,
time. Like there's
but
times men do stuff out of anger. There are times women do stuff out of anger, and this is just experience. There's been times,
your first reaction was
yeah.
that you would ask your daughter, "What did you do to deserve that?" Like that's what is taught in society. That's what's taught.
Okay, so yeah, and according to the story they were going off of, brother man was right, forgot his name, where he's like Job didn't do anything to deserve it. No, it was just some talk that according to the story the devil and God had, and it was like, yeah. Are there times that may happen? And a God, is that a loving God, as we said earlier? Not from the action they were just taking, no. According to him and the conversation he had with the devil, and go ahead and take everything away, including his family. Like I said, it's not the Bible is it's a good book for those in need.
You
Again, for
still
those in
have
need.
you don't, but you don't, you have rejected most of the stuff in the Bible other than the misogynistic stuff. Like, and I think a
Mhm.
lot of people, a lot of
Like I said,
men,
because I've
hold
graduated from
on,
that.
hold on. You didn't
Go ahead.
you graduated from what you feel doesn't serve you, but what serves you is the patriarchy and misogyny, and you held on to the God for the purposes of that. So that's the only
There's
thing that
good.
you said that's good.
Now I said the good in the
The
Bible.
only good that you've been talking about is the patriarchy part of it and misogyny. You've not listed
And
anything good.
it's, yeah, that's the off for the questions you asked too.
All I asked was, what's the good?
And when I said the land we walk on, what'd you say?
You did not say the land we walk on.
Well, the
And
land, I
what does
said
that
the
have to
land,
do with the God of the
the sun.
Bible? You said the sun.
What you
And I
said?
said, what does that
Yeah.
have to do with the stories in the Bible?
Okay. The story. Getting a question you asked. You asked what the good was too.
Right. And you brought up
Yeah.
Job.
What he gave. Well, the way he gave back, not what he took, but what he gave back.
He did not, he only gave back to Job. You ignored the fact that he
Mhm.
fucked it up, but he only
Yeah.
gave
Huh?
back to Job. He did not give anything back to Job's wife. He didn't even care that he took from Job's wife. Job's wife is a
Mhm.
non-factor in that story for you because it's patriarchal.
Go ahead, Ross. Mm. But we talked up. Okay. So I mean, what exactly? What else did you want me to say? Because the good was all I was talking about, not the damage done.
you're very
You gonna ignore the
patriarchal. Like you're
Yeah.
patriarchal. Like the only reason you deconstructed from that God is because you don't want to be under the white man. You think it's a white man's
The what?
God. You don't want to be under. You think it's a.
The way
Hold
is.
on, let me finish speaking.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You don't want to be under the white man, so you deconstructed from the parts that you feel came from the white man. But then you held on to this very same God because it's patriarchal. It validates your status and your place in society as a man, and those are the things that you are calling good.
Was that it? I don't believe like I said, the way the white man tells it or the way whoever tells it. I always ask people all the time, can you show me the grave? All right, well, if you can't show me the grave, I'm not going to believe everything that person said. I may take some things from what they're from their story, but that's it. I'm not going to believe, I don't even know who the heck John or Peter is, man. Where's the graves at? This
Where's
world
Job's
believes.
grave?
Yeah, exactly. Well, anybody. Matter of fact, if
So then
anybody
why
can
are
show
you
me
calling
anything in
it
the
good?
Bible.
Why are you saying that him giving back what Job lost good if you don't know where Job's grave is?
Again, of course, that's why you hear me keep saying according to the story.
Okay, Peter, James, Paul, Luke,
Because I,
according to their story, why you need grains for them but not one for Job?
again, anybody,
No, not
anybody.
no, not anybody. Like
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you, I don't know why you're denying what you're doing. You don't
what's
want the
that?
parts that you think came from white, from Europeans. You think that
The
you
whole
think Jesus.
Bible back.
Hold on though. You think Jesus came from Europeans, and then the Old
Hmm.
Testament, that like the patriarchy is heavy in the Old Testament. So the parts that you can identify with, that serve you as a male in society, you hang on to.
And that's the part of well, you just brought up Jesus. The letter J is under 500 years old. Jesus to me is
I
the
know that.
Jesus. Yeah, okay. Jesus to me is the white version. Jesus to me is the white version of the supposedly
I know.
Yahshua here.
Yeah, I
So to
know
me,
that.
that yeah, I know. So when you
What
say Jesus part, that part
I
is to me a bit Caucasian. Yeah,
yeah.
because it's under five.
I
They've been here for
know.
under 5,000, and that
I know.
story is like so. Yeah, you keep saying Jesus. Like I'm
What you're
not
doing
a.
is you're blackalizing the
I
story.
heard that
Like,
forever.
what is it? What
Yeah,
is that
that's
show
what.
called? Blackish?
Black is you.
Yeah.
Blackish.
I
Hmm.
heard, I've heard that before. I've never seen it before, but I've heard of it before. Yeah.
So can I ask you a question?
What you got?
What What do you think? Let's take the white part out of this, right?
That'd be hard to. Yeah.
Let's
Come on,
take
bro.
the white. No, let's take the white part out of this. What
Yeah.
part of the story do you think is real?
Good question. Um, not much of it. Not pretty much any of it, to be honest with you. I gotta do some more research. Ain't gonna lie, but honestly, none of it. It's just it's stolen scripture from the book and stone, and then added
From who? Who is it stolen from?
the book and stone, the Dead Sea Scrolls, that kind of stuff. It's the same thing to me. The
So,
Bible is
so
the same
not
thing they did with
so
what
so still not black people, right?
they stole. To me, they from this is just research I've done. Haven't done. I'm not finished either. But they stole the stories and flipped them, and it's the same thing they do
They
today
stole
with the
them from
Stone.
who? From
The book
who?
and stone. The book and stone.
Okay, okay. And the Dead Sea
Like,
Scrolls. You talked about the
yeah.
Dead Sea Scrolls. That would still not be black people, right?
Some of them are,
No, they're
not all of them.
not. The Quamram
They're
sect
not.
of people, they were not black. They were a different sect of Israelites who reinterpreted the Hebrews scriptures, and they were not written in stone. The Dead Sea Scrolls were not written in stone.
I'm not saying Dead Sea Scrolls written in stone. No, I said there's when you go to Mecca. I haven't been there, but when you go to Mecca, you'll see that there's like
Wait,
walls or
Mecca
whatever, and
is
there,
Islam, right?
I know. When you go there,
That's
you'll see
Islam.
the well, fine, whatever you want to call it. That's just what my whole point is. You see the scripture in the stone when you go there. There's like paintings of the Ankh. There's stuff like what's it called, chiseled in to the on the walls and stuff. That's the what I call that's the scripture in stone. But
What?
you haven't you seen it when you go there? You see the whole side of a castle, whole side, what the temple that mess is, and you see like Horus and all that mess.
That's
That
Egypt.
was
That's not Mecca.
Egypt, whatever
Horus
that
is
mess is.
Egypt. That has nothing. That's not Mecca.
Where's your money? Where's your money at, man? Oh, my bad. Where's your money?
Like
All right, cool. Here.
you are mixing stuff together.
Well, America, Egypt, yeah,
Mecca,
fine.
Egypt.
I just saying that whole continent area. I'm not that good with maps, man.
What?
Okay, we'll
Yeah,
say Africa,
but
fine.
that's
Then
not.
Africa,
But
yeah,
that's those places are not close. Those
yeah.
places are not in the same. They're not even in the same place.
Well, I try to stop saying Africa because it's the biggest one of the biggest continents. But it's like, all right, yeah, Africa. That place there is where all the
Yeah, but Mecca is
stuff.
not in Africa.
I didn't say it was. I just said
Somebody said, is he
over there.
dealing? Oh no.
I'll stop. Oh, you got jokes? All
No,
good. That's part of it. But yeah, basically that's all it was. Is the Bible and every other religion is stolen scripture. That's all it is to me. And that's why it's like, all right, when I had questions about it that no one could answer, I was like, all right, let me go do some more research on it. But the way it's told, that's why he keeps saying the way it is told, the way it is taught, is, to me, not the truth. A lot of
So
people
what
live
is
off
the
of it.
truth? What is the truth?
Uh, no one knows just yet, not even me.
So then how do you know that it's not the truth? If
Hmm.
you're positing that there is another true story, how can you know that this is not the truth if you don't know what the truth is?
Good question. Good question. Just because I questioned everything that I was taught,
No,
and
that's not what I'm
anything,
asking.
okay,
How can
anything that's truth has proof to it.
okay, so then how do you so
These are
then how can
facts.
you
These are
say
facts that people go from facts.
Hold on, can you let her finish her question
so,
before you
so then
start
how
Bad.
can
talking?
you say what is the truth when you have no evidence for any of it?
For okay, good question too. Example: I don't have to believe. I'm a man, natural born man. I know. So it's like because there's proof, and then you go to the stories. I'm like, all right, well, you want me to believe God told you this? Okay, can you prove that?
No, but you said that they took it from other places. How do you know those other things are the truth also?
I never said they were. I never said they were. I just said where they got it from.
Yeah,
I
so
never said
what
they was
difference does it make? What are you researching?
like okay. I'm researching things
What are
such
you looking
as
for?
like, again looking for the truth, but not it's very
The
difficult at
truth of
times.
what? The truth
The
of
truth,
what?
the truth of life, where of a lot of things that were taught to me in the Bible. Like, it's taught to me in the Bible. This right here. Okay, well, let me go
I know,
research
but
and
why
look
are you
into that
looking for the truth of that? You don't believe that.
because it wasn't because it's not the truth. So let me find where the truth came from.
No, but
Yeah,
so let's take something from the Bible,
sure,
right?
anything.
Let's take the Adam and Eve story. What do you
Okay, cool.
think is a lie about that you have to go find the truth of? What part about that story that you think has some truth in it?
The part
Is it the
where
talking snake part?
It's
no,
the
definitely not
helpmate
that.
part.
Nah.
Is
Like I
it the
said,
part that is it the part that God made somebody from dirt and breath? That's
that's
the
the
part?
part. That's the part I believe was stolen from the scripture in stone. The part where he made
Okay.
him from
So
dirt.
but no,
Yeah,
but what I'm
because
asking is what do you think is true about that?
the part he made from dirt, I don't believe it was made from dirt because that came from the potter's wheel. When you go on again, when you go to the book in stone, that's what it's showing you in some of the statues and stuff. It has there of how his so-called God is making this guy out of clay or something. They just take it from clay to dirt to mud, and they make him
Okay,
out of.
so
That's why I
what
don't believe
part
that.
about no, but you said you're looking for the truth. What part about
Mhm.
that could be true to you?
And none of it really, because we all know where we come from, men and women. We don't like, but to say that's where it started from, I like, I can't fully believe that. So
Yeah, I mean,
whether the answer is there, haven't came across it yet, but I don't believe it's
yeah,
that
we have.
stuff.
We
But
know where people come from.
each other,
Mm,
people, sleep with each other, smash each other to make each other. That's these days. But them days, I like, all right, well, where did it start from?
what do you mean in them days? Didn't
Back
Eve have a baby?
according to
She
scripture,
did the
yeah.
same thing.
Adam had a baby.
According to scripture, yeah.
Yeah. So she had a set of twins,
Yeah.
right? So they had to do the same thing.
Who they do it to?
They had to smash each other too.
Who they do it to, man? Like where them women come from? Where their wives come from. That's another question me and other people have, but nobody can explain that. So I was like, all right, that's another thing that made me turn my back on religion. Who was it? Cain and Abel, I believe that they had. Okay, well, one life was taken. So who'd you marry? Well, where's she come from? It's like, all right, questions like that.
Did you ask what Abel did to Cain to piss him off to
Actually,
make him
well,
strike? Like
again,
the
according to
fact
the
that you
scripture,
don't, right? But the fact
yeah,
that
I
you
did. Yeah.
don't see it. Hold on a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Papa.
The fact that you don't see an issue with the statement that you made about asking your daughter what she did to provoke a man is so insanely problematic. Kalu
Mhm.
tried to gently guide you there. Thinker tried to get you to recognize it, and you're just speed talking right over it, and that's concerning.
Yeah, I've been told that before. It's that's probably another
Because
reason I don't have any kids.
this is what I
Thank
want to know.
goodness.
How would she get
What is it?
access? How would your daughter get access to this man's bank account?
I've known people who do that. They struggle. And this is not even why they're married. This is why they still have, messing with each other and have a
No, sir.
child or
I'm
whatever.
asking you, how
So
would
how would
she
they have
get
access?
access to his bank account?
I'll
Right.
tell you how. I can't speak to that. I'll tell you probably by him, or either
Exactly.
either
So
by
let me
him
tell you something.
or did
So
it
let
behind
me
his
tell you
back. I
something.
don't know.
Listen, you don't know this about me, but I don't turn down anything but my collar. Right. So if you give it to me, I'm gonna take it. Like, bitch, you just better have it. Right.
Sure.
So how could you blame your daughter for using something that was given to her?
Well, I don't know if it was given to her. Again, you got to ask questions.
What do you mean? You think she stole it? You would think that your daughter is a thief?
I don't know the beef they got going on.
So you would think that your daughter is a thief. That's not what I'm asking.
I would ask, but the minute, because one thing I learned is that when you took action right away, there's been plenty of people whose lives are taken by taking action, and before you know it, it's all a lie from the start. So my thing is,
Because
do the
because
digging.
I have a daughter, right?
Yeah.
She would never steal. So if somebody
Oh, okay.
came to me and told me that my daughter stole something, I know that's a lie.
Okay.
Off rip. I know that's a lie.
Okay.
So if a man came to me and was like, she stole some money out of my wallet, I'd be like, bitch, you're lying. It's
Well,
no at all.
if for whatever reason it turned out to be true, if for whatever reason,
No, it wouldn't ever be true.
yeah, okay,
It
cool,
wouldn't ever be true.
cool.
She has no reason to steal at all.
Cool. And that's why I like to me, I just ask questions first, because when you don't ask questions, it's not that much concern. But to me, it's like, all right, well, of course I'm gonna go after him. Whether because he's wrong, and I don't know what you may or may not have done that was wrong, but normally something triggers somebody to do
No,
something.
it's not. No, it's not.
I said normally. I
Not
didn't
not
say every
not
time.
not necessarily. I mean,
Well,
with
a
men,
couple of
it's
times.
not normally at all. Right? We see men that unalive their wives, their pregnant
hmm
wives. We
Even
saw
though,
a man that unalived his family and stuffed his
yeah,
children in an oil tanker. It's nothing that triggered that,
it was on the
right?
news here. It was here on the news here in Raleigh, North Carolina. A kid I went to school with, Steve, took the life of his child, man. And I want to, so I know
That's what
what you
I'm
mean.
saying.
Yeah, I
So,
know what you
so,
mean.
so that's what I'm saying. For men, you don't really need nothing to trigger them. They just need to be born.
Do you think anything triggers women though?
They just need to be born.
Do you think anything would trigger a woman?
Yes,
Okay, well that's
because
what I would ask.
women's responses are more measured than a
Oh, my
man's
bad.
response.
True,
Right?
true,
A
true.
woman's response is more measured than a man's response. A
Mhm.
man he just does shit because I saw one of these TV shows one time, one of these police shows where these two brothers unalived a man because of the shells in his truck. They would go get seashells and sell them for the mother of pearl that was in them, and they unalived the man for the shells in his truck. They didn't. I mean, the truck was parked in front of the door. They could have just stolen the truck and went away. They knocked on his door, unalived him, and then stole the truck. Why? Just a man. That's how men think, right? Why would I knock on your
Some of them,
door? Why
yeah,
wouldn't
maybe
I
some of
just
them.
steal? Why wouldn't I just steal your truck? Why would I knock on your door to unalive you? If all I wanted was the shells, why wouldn't I just steal your truck? Why did I have to unalive you? That's how men think, though. They don't think, look
Some
at
of
the
them,
truck
yeah.
right here. All we want is stuff in the truck. Let's just take this and go. Mm-mm.
I feel you, but yeah, and that's just me. Like I said, without whether I wouldn't really care what my child said. Not just my daughter, my child. Period, male or female. I would ask the questions, and then once I do, I would still make my way regardless. But when I'm on my way there, I have kind of an idea
No, you
of
wouldn't.
what
I don't think you would ask your son that question.
I would. I would.
I don't think so.
Well, again, thoughts are not facts, which is fine, and facts are not always the truth. But I would if I had
I
kids.
know, but I mean, you don't have no children.
Yeah,
I can only go by what you're doing here. I don't think you would ask your son that question, right?
that's
You
fine.
can't
Yeah,
show me because you ain't got no kids. So you
exactly.
don't know
I
what you would
don't.
do. You don't have no kids.
I'm telling you, what he was saying to his son is, man, what she
Mm-hmm.
do
Hey,
to you?
last
Not
time they
always the
That's what
truth.
you would
last time
say.
some single
Hold on,
group popped the balloon on me.
hold
The
on.
minute I
But
said I wanted
the
kids
fact that
still,
you keep
they all were
talking
like pop
over
pop pop pop.
women,
I'm like, hey man,
I know my microphone work.
But did you just say
Hello,
facts are not always the truth?
hello, can y'all hear me?
true.
Can
Yeah,
y'all
that's
hear
what I
me?
said.
Hello.
Okay, now see, okay, see, you know
Can,
what?
can you give me an example of
Guys
a
like
fact
this right
that is
here.
the
Let me
truth?
give you the story, but watch a pass interference, watch a interruption come. It's like
Can
this. You guys ask, but let's say you and I,
can
let's
y'all
say
hear me?
me and some other.
Damn, I've
I'll
been
say
Oh,
the
we
talking all
can
truth.
this
The
now.
time.
facts are
Yeah.
not always the truth.
Oh, yeah, we
Yeah,
can now.
I've been
the
talking all this
facts are
time.
not always the
Hold on.
truth.
I just wanted to say
Um,
that I think that
go
what
ahead.
you would say to your son would be, "What the hell she do to you to make you do that?" That's what you would say to your son.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing I would ask her. What did you do?
Do you not hear yourself?
Did
You
you?
wouldn't
I
say
do,
to
yeah. And
your son, "What did you do? Why did you do that to that girl?" You would say to your son, "What the hell that girl do
what is
to you to make you do that?"
she asked me, would I say the same thing to my son?
Which is what?
What did you do to trigger her to do that? What did you do? Because normally something you said, because she said that her boyfriend burned all her stuff or whatever. I would say, okay, what did you do that would make her do that? Flipping the question is not what would I, the same thing to the son, the same thing I do to the daughter. To each, to me, if you have a heart, that's all that really matters. I don't always. One thing I don't do anymore, in case you catch it, is give people who are supposedly victims the benefit of the doubt all the time. Because when you do that, I've learned and experienced how they take advantage of it in the past. But my story I was getting ready to tell you guys, I'll get back to that. But the story I was getting ready to tell you guys, as far as facts and truth, there's a difference. But some people also, the facts make them feel good, so they stick with it, which is fine. For this, I use this example all the time. If me and another woman are in a room, let's say me and my ex, if we're in the room arguing, and let's just say we're in a hotel room somewhere arguing, I say something that offends her and she strikes me. And I strike back and we wrestle or swing
Yikes.
back and forth. Okay. But then by the time but after she strikes me, by the time I strike her back, the maid has came in or somebody has came in with a recording that shows me striking her back.
See,
And
Yikes.
then
this is
again,
what I'm talking
I
about.
told you I was going to pass in the fear. I told you I was going
No,
to pass in the
no,
fear. I told you I
but
was passing in the fear
this is what
because
I'm
then
talking about.
no,
Let me
because
tell you why. Let me tell you why.
hear me out. Let
No,
me
no, no,
finish.
no, no,
Let
no.
me finish
Because
because
look,
see then once she struck because once I struck back and then the video shows
because sir,
the jury not let me finish. So
sir,
I told you guys I was going to
no,
pass in the fear
No.
no,
and then the
No.
jury
sir.
is shown
Even
the
your
fact that the video
examples, even
is
your
striking her back.
examples
Yeah.
are violent.
Again,
Even
just
your
giving.
examples
I told
are
yeah,
violent.
but that's the difference between the
Y'all
truth
don't,
and the
y'all
Told y'all I
can't
facts.
didn't like
ever,
this nigga.
y'all can't ever come up with examples that do
Hmm.
not include women and violence. It's
And
not
I'm
possible. It's
and I'm
not
just.
possible. And I just said that like all a man has to do is be born. Instant
Hmm.
violence. Because
Hmm.
you can't even come up with an example that does not include women and violence against women.
Okay, would you like is a car accident?
No,
Violent to
that's
you?
still violence. That's still
It is
trauma.
okay. Let me see. I mean,
No, it's nothing. Y'all can't never come up with examples that's just like,
like
oh,
I
I was
told you
making my
guys,
food and
like I told you guys, somebody was going to stop the story from proving my point. Because my whole point of all that being said is that the facts will show to the jury, to the judge from the video that I struck her first. That's what the facts are going to show. Now she can say I did. The video can say I struck first, but the truth was she lost temper and struck me first. That's the difference between facts being proven to the world versus the truth of who's right then and there experiencing it.
Right. And
sir,
So
you
instead
did
of
you
have
That's
no
get
all my
jail
idea
point
what
time
you're
for
was.
that?
That's all my point was.
no, you
instead of
Did you get
literally
jail
have
leaving
no
the
time?
idea what you're
room,
talking about.
Sorry.
instead of leaving the room and or the house, you decide to strike back.
Okay, again, we're not talking about revenge though. We're talking about truth versus facts though.
Right.
That
Instead of leaving the room and or the house, you strike back.
mm, yes. So my whole point was video can show that. I mean,
Video
but
could
the
show
truth
that you
was,
left the room and or the house.
yeah,
That's also an option.
Yeah,
but you decide to strike
I
back.
never said it wasn't. I never said it wasn't, bro. I never
Right,
said it wasn't.
but you
I just use that
in
example.
your scenario, you would decide to
Yeah.
strike back.
Again, the average Joe would not. But me, I learned this from a teacher who was my coach at the time. He's like, sometimes, not every time, brother, indirect, what's it called? No, physical discipline can sometimes be
No,
indirect love.
no, absolutely
Okay.
not.
What?
Okay.
No,
Yeah, it can.
Are you talking
Oh, it
about?
can.
This nigga
absolutely
Love
not.
is
is dangerous.
abusive. I
Nah.
told y'all I did not like this
100%
nigga from the
dangerous.
beginning.
Hey,
This is
that's why
so
now
sad.
I used to get
You are
the spankings
abusive.
because that's the way most people learn for some
You
reason. Not
are. It's
everybody.
not what.
No,
I said
No,
not
no,
everybody.
No.
no,
Yeah,
no.
not
Shut up.
everybody.
Shut up.
Really
Shut
bad
your
example.
dang on mouth right now. Shut up. Don't say another word. You are disgusting. You are abusive. You are nasty. I can't stand you. You and your bald
But
head
that's what y'all
sitting up
get for
here
talking to a
being
motherfucker that call himself
abusive.
a Blaxican. That's what y'all get. That's what y'all get. What the fuck is
The
that?
freak.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about. I said this. Violence against women, that is y'all's MO, bro. We can't never get away from it. We can't ever get away from it. And then motherfuckers wonder what, I ain't got no children. I ain't got no woman. I ain't got no who. I'm alone. I'm this. I'm going to die in a nursing home. I'm going to die in my truck because I'm homeless. I ain't got nowhere to stay. Nobody likes me. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. Y'all just be walking red flags.
And my keyboard's loud this
Like,
morning.
I'm kind of curious. Are you even remotely interested in or curious about why we're responding the way that we are to what you've said? That
You're on
that was
mute.
to you,
You're on mute,
Blaxican.
Kai.
I couldn't tell. My bad. Now I said I accept it gladly, though.
No, I'm asking you, are you remotely interested or curious as to why? Not, I mean, you can accept it, but what you do with that accept, you don't have to synthesize it. I'm curious to know what are you going to do with that information?
Well, I'm gonna take it and do some research from everything I said. Take it, do some research. Probably add to the arsenal, or and take away from the arsenal to replace what you guys are giving me. Yeah, not all of it. Yeah, some of it I will. Because like I said, a
You
lot of
started.
things people a lot of things people say are the teachings that people give, the knowledge people share is indirect love, indirect help. In a lot of ways, and most people take it as criticism, but I don't. I'll take all the criticism there is, and let it better me in the
So can
future.
I ask you a question? How
Go ahead,
would
for
committing violence against someone be indirect love?
good
Let me
question.
ask you
And
a question. You have a
okay.
job?
Well,
Do
hold
you
up.
have a
But
job?
before I have short-term
No,
memory.
sir.
I have
Answer
short-term
my
memory.
question.
Hear me out. I
Listen,
have short-term
listen,
memory. Let me answer the
listen,
first one. Let me
listen.
answer the
Answer
first
my
one.
question.
No, let me answer the first one. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I
I'm gonna
want you to
forget it.
answer my question. Do you have
And
a job?
hmm?
Do you have a job?
Woman, let me answer the first question. I'm gonna
Do you
forget it,
have a job, nigga? Do you have a
nigga.
job, Negro?
It's
Do you?
niggas,
Cause,
niggas.
cause let me tell you something. I promise you, I could get way more dirtier than you, and I don't want
That's
to do
fine.
that. So I'm asking you a question. Do you have a job?
He at work right now, Lords.
Okay.
If she would have heard that earlier,
Yeah,
if she would
well,
have heard that earlier,
She
listen,
yeah.
wasn't here earlier.
listen. You say
Oh,
so many
okay.
things
I
with
thought he
that
was in.
fucked up big ass tongue in your mouth. I don't know
Well,
what's
tell him,
happening,
man.
right? So listen. So
Hey,
I don't know what's happening. So let me
whatever,
ask you a
mom.
question. Would it be okay if you did something at work for your boss to slap you to correct you?
If would it be okay for my bar? I wouldn't. I'd strike back, but
No,
I
but
wouldn't
would
say
it
it would
be
be
okay?
okay.
Man,
Would it be
Is that
okay?
okay? Hmm?
That's somewhat of the wrong question, but no,
No,
I
would
have
you
to
be
say no
okay
for
with
me.
it? That's
how
what
is
I'm
that the
asking.
Oh, you
Would
wrong
said
you
would I
be
be
question?
okay with it?
okay
Would I be okay with it?
as indirect love? Would you be okay with that?
Nah.
Okay, so why do you think it's okay for to hit a woman as indirect
You okay?
love
Well,
as
that's
correction?
because you didn't hear that. You didn't even hear the part. You don't know how to even accept the part that she's strong. That she striked first. You don't have to
No,
hear that.
sir,
Accept
I'm
that
talking
part.
about what you said. I'm talking about what you said your coach told you. You told us,
Exactly.
remember, you told us that your coach told you
Mm-hmm.
that it's okay to hit a woman to correct her and show indirect love. So I'm
And
asking, so
yeah,
I'm asking you.
and the part you missed,
That
anger,
had nothing to do
anger,
with her
no,
hitting you.
no anger. Like I said, she
No,
swung out
sir.
of anger.
No, sir. I'm talking about what you just said that your
Yeah,
coach told you. That's what
he
I'm
says
You
talking
don't
he's,
about.
listen to what he
and
say,
that's why I say
Marcus.
sometimes,
No,
man.
I know he doesn't
And
listen.
you
Listen,
don't hear the
let me
word
tell you something.
sometimes.
Let me
You don't
tell
hear
you
the word
something.
sometimes.
You see how he's
It
just
don't even matter.
talking? This is how I know he's like he doesn't know what's going on, like in real life. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't know because he just talks, right? I'm asking you,
Mm-hmm.
what if your boss hits you sometimes? What if he just you
He
did that
would.
wrong?
I would
Pow.
strike back. I would strike back.
No, but why? It's love. It's
Mhm.
correction.
Sometimes don't mean all
Sometimes.
the times. Sometimes don't mean
No,
all the
no, well,
times.
no, I'm talking about sometimes. What if he
You
did
talking
it
about
sometimes?
sometimes? Hmm.
What if he did it sometime?
Let's okay. You know what? Good example. I'm glad you said this part because I'm also again I mentor guys on disability and I'm a caretaker. So you know what? Let's say he did strike
A
me one
fucking
time.
caretaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Nigga.
Yeah, 9 to 5, flexible 9 to 5. Life insurance broker, caretaker.
Right,
I stay busy.
African Jim. Why won't you let your boss love you?
Good question. If you know
Why
what?
won't
No,
you let
I'm going to
him
tell you.
love
I'm going to
you?
tell you. I'm going to tell you. Let's say he did it. Oh, it's okay, right? Let's say he did it because I messed up the medical record, right? Let's say he did it
Yeah,
'cause I
why
messed up the
won't you
medical
let him
record.
love you?
Mm-hmm. And there's one time,
So firing you isn't
if
an
I told,
option?
no, check it. Because I have given the boss one time permission, but it was a whole different job.
Permission to what?
To
Permission
love you?
to, yeah,
To slap you?
yeah. And you know
Never
what?
in
The only
my
difference
life.
was, she wasn't immediate family. She wasn't immediate family, but she was a cousin's.
Never in my life.
Yeah. Like I said, I live outside the norm because the norm, to many people, the
Come to the
norm
norm
is
because you
comfortable.
sound real stupid.
That's
Come
fine.
to the
Sir,
norm because you sound
sir,
That's
real
fine.
stupid
you don't
and
live outside the
dangerous.
norm. You don't
Shit.
live sir, I promise you, you do not live outside the norm. You a
Okay.
caretaker, bitch. That's the norm.
Yeah. Oh,
You
really?
don't live outside the norm.
In some areas of life, I do. Not
No,
all of
you
them.
don't.
Okay.
You live a normal, boring ass life. You don't live outside the norm.
Oh, please.
You have normal, boring ass male talking points.
More,
You
please.
live inside the norm as much as you can. Because that's where
Live
you
inside, yeah.
comfortable. Because that's where
Live
you
inside.
comfortable.
Living life the way everyone else does. In some ways, not all, but yeah. But you're
In
asking us.
all ways. You just named,
So in your
sir,
mind, but
in all ways.
in
You
your
just
mind,
named 16
a woman
jobs
has
that
a
you
right
had.
to hit you though. In your
Sir,
mind, a
you
woman has
just
a right to
had,
hit you,
sir,
hit a
you
man.
just had 16
What she
jobs.
said.
You just
16.
named
Nah.
16 jobs. You just
Three,
named
woman. Three, nah.
insurance.
Two jobs
That's,
in a business. 2 jobs in the business. Get it right. Get it right. 2 jobs in
sir,
the business.
why you need all that to survive? That's normaler than a motherfucker.
That's not survival. You talking about my mortgage ain't but what, just under $604. That ain't normal. That ain't, I don't live beyond my
That's
means. That's all.
that's survival. That's survival.
No, it's hey. I like to spend. I like to do things. I like freedom. I like to go out, here and there and do whatever. Sometimes go around downtown walking at a festival and give, hey, little boy, how old are you? All right, well here, you 5 years old. Here's $5, man. Nice knowing you. Bye. It's just
You
giving from
need
the
3
heart and do
jobs
stuff.
for that?
No, no. Like I said, I
Bruh.
give from the heart.
Could give
I
away
give from the heart.
$5.
I give from the heart. I ask,
$5.
kids here and there. Hey, I ask them how old he
$5.
was, but I do that. But
$5.
do that with
So
more
why
than
$5.
won't you
5
let
kids
your
a
boss
day.
love on you? Why won't you let him love
$5.
on you?
That's the wrong
That's
question.
$25.
No, it's not.
That's
You said
that's the
that your
wrong question.
mentor said that it's okay to show indirect love and correction to somebody by slapping them. Why won't you let your boss
And
love you?
your ass still don't know what the word sometimes means, woman. Sometimes
It
don't mean
don't.
all
You
the
said
time.
I'm
sometimes.
sorry.
Sometimes don't mean all the
Sometimes,
time.
anytime. One time is too
Sometimes don't mean
much.
all the time.
Nigga, shut up. One time is too much. One time is too much.
I just want
One
to know why
time
won't you let
is
your boss
too
love on
many
you?
times.
Why won't you let your boss love on you sometimes?
And I think this is the part that's kind of really boiling my blood right now. Because to correct Lords by saying she doesn't know what sometimes means, indicates that you think that any time is appropriate. You are a dangerous man. Like in every regard, you are a dangerous man, and it doesn't seem like you either know or care. And you have people that have been trying to talk to you for almost the last hour to get you to understand that, and you're not getting it. To answer your question, no, it is absolutely inappropriate for a woman to hit a man. It is absolutely inappropriate for any human to put their hands on another human in anger for the purpose of harming them. That should never be okay, full stop, period. But you don't know that. And you've been influenced by what I would assume to be patriarchal men who have given you information that is wrong. But you are comfortable in this information so much so that you think identifying sometimes as an appropriate, or I don't know, some sort of reconciliation to hitting another human being is insane to me at this big age. I know children that are half your age that know that's not right. Our society needs some help. The men in our society need a lot of help, and y'all don't even fucking know it.
I mean, that's a good, interesting point. I mean, to
We don't want to hear it. Y'all please tap the screen and remember, don't use caps. Let's get the likes up to 650. Thank you for 625. Thinker has a gift goal that still needs to be met. Let's go ahead and get that. And share the live out. And let's get ready for Auntie Charlene raid as soon as we're done over here.
but letting somebody
Bro,
swing
Wait,
on
we
you
still have an
is not
hour.
cool.
We still have an hour to go.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry. My brain, I'm in Central Time right now. My brain is on. Okay.
Yeah, I don't
And
enter
Sorry, y'all.
Central.
We still got an hour.
also, who on this panel said or asserted that letting someone swing on you is the solution?
Not
Nobody
one.
Mm,
said that. But you do not have emotional intelligence or understand what emotional regulation is. So the
mm.
only other option is to just sit there and get hit.
Oh no,
You need to do
defend yourself is my thing. Defend
no.
yourself.
You
Don't
how
defend yourself. Come on now.
Fee,
Somebody
yes,
strikes on you,
color.
you're
he
not gonna defend
Please,
yourself.
please, Blaxican, please stop. Just
Fee,
stop. Go ahead, color.
he think he think he's Boris Kojo in the Tyler Perry movie.
I get that a lot, dude. I know.
Yeah.
I also get Shamar Moore for some reason. I don't know why.
You
But
would be
yes,
Shamar
so
less. You would absolutely be Shamar. No, you would not be
uh,
more of anything. Not
hey, I got
speaking
that's
the
all I
way
get.
that you do right
But
now.
y'all need to tell me if somebody swings at you guys and connects, you guys are gonna just walk away from it instead of defending yourselves.
Sir,
I
I
don't.
ain't
I
never
don't.
been in no situation
Hmm.
with no man
I mean,
where
I
he.
mean, being happily
I ain't never.
married is
I
one thing.
I ain't never been in a situation with no man where we done got to the point where he's
Thoughts.
swinging on me.
And how young are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 52.
Yeah, different generation than this generation. Way
I'm
different.
What?
52. I have never been in a
Hey,
Dude, you
situation.
40 something.
43.
Hold on. Domestic
It's
domestic
a bit
abuse
different.
domestic
Hold on,
abuse
sir.
goes both ways. Domestic
Okay,
abuse
now that
goes
I can agree with.
it
Now,
goes both
but
ways.
and there are more
Hold on,
men.
sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on,
I'm
Go
sir.
talking.
for it.
The domestic abuse goes both ways, and if somebody
Hmm.
put their hands on you, you have a right
Hmm.
to defend yourself, whether that
Okay.
person is a male or a female. I'm sorry. If a woman is constantly hitting you, you don't have to sit there and allow yourself to be hit. You can defend yourself to get away from that woman hitting you. And
But thinker,
Hmm.
that's not what he said. He said that his mentor told him that it's okay to hit people. It shows indirect love. That
no,
he's talking about some
I'm talking
shit
about no, I'm talking about
that
the
we're not
statement.
talking about. He's trying to make it change it to, well, what if she hit you first? That's not what he said. He said that his mentor told him that it's okay to hit
Sometimes
women sometimes. See,
not hit
sometimes
women, not hit
that
women, not
that
hit
is
women. That ain't what I meant
it's
at all. That ain't what I meant at
it's
all.
okay to hit women sometimes
I didn't say that at
as a
all.
sign of
No,
yes
I
you
didn't say
did.
that at
I
all.
heard when he said that,
I didn't hear.
and I addressed
I said
that. I
sometimes
addressed
it
Hold on,
can
that.
sir.
be,
Hold on,
Shut
sir.
but that
Hold
doesn't
on,
make it
up.
sir.
right.
Hold on,
Hello.
sir.
No, yeah, I heard when he said that part, and I addressed it. I addressed that part. But when he said, "What if they hit you first?" Right, and when you were saying that you've never been in a situation where a man swings on you, I've had to fight a man from him putting his hands on me, and I fight back. I don't sit there and just let anybody hit me. I've seen situations where women have hit my brothers, and like they just sit there and they don't defend themselves. I don't think that shit is okay. I do not think it's okay for a woman to put her hands on a man just because he's a man and he's expected to just take it. That is abuse.
Facts.
Yeah, and
And I do.
he's trying to assert that. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just gonna add, and I do think that like what you're missing is that like y'all always talk about nuance. Like I've worked in the school system before. If there is a child that's 10 years old that's swinging on me, there is a certain type of defense that I'm going to do that I wouldn't do if it was a grown ass adult swinging on me. And what you are saying, and what you're Mr. Thinker's point, and what I was saying earlier, nobody should be hitting anybody. And at the same
Exactly.
time, like you have a responsibility to control your emotions. All of us do. So if you're ignoring that part and listening to these old crusty ass men telling you, yeah, sometimes you got to hit people to show them you love them. What the fuck are you even talking about?
That's
That's not at
abuse.
all what I was referring to.
That's what you said. That's
That's what
exactly
you
It,
what you
it,
said.
said.
okay,
Whether
well,
you're
if you want
talking
me
about a
to,
kid, whether you're talking about hitting a kid, that's fucking abuse. That's abuse. You do not have to hit a child to show them
mm,
that you don't have to hit a child to discipline them. That's lazy ass
no,
parenting.
no, you don't. That part right there is
That's
right.
what you first you
That
said you
part
weren't
has my
first
brother scarred right now.
first you said you
Oh
weren't
my
talking
goodness.
about women. Who were you
You say
talking
what
about?
now?
First you said that you weren't talking about hitting a woman to show that that you love them or to discipline them. Now you're saying you're not talking about kids. Who were you who was your mentor talking about you hitting?
The story, yeah, me, because I was 14 at the time, and he kept telling me I see kids get beat all the time. Because back in my days in the 90s, you could get the paddle. So that's what
That's
he's referring
kid.
to.
That's
And yeah,
hitting
I say,
kids. That's
and say,
abuse.
and the kid, oh yeah, and the kids, like let's say for example, my neighbor sees me trying to break into a car across the street. That neighbor in LaGrange, North Carolina, that neighbor could spank you. Then tell your
But you said
parents,
you weren't talking about kids.
hmm?
You said you were
Lord,
not
I said, I
talking
said, I
about
This
said
man don't know what
again.
lie
I
he
was four.
telling.
Did y'all miss the fact that I said I was 14 when I was
It
getting
don't
this?
matter.
no.
You were still a child.
Yeah.
No, but listen, you said you told
Mhm.
Thinker that you were not in the instance of your mentor, you told Thinker that you weren't talking about kids.
Less than 2 minutes ago.
You just said
Mhm.
that.
Because all
Absolutely.
y'all questions keep asking, man. And again, it was a story. When I say story,
I
it's
ain't
an
never had
example. The
too many
story,
questions come to me that I gotta lie to get my
yeah.
way out of any of them.
No, it's
That I
again
can't
because
remember
I'm
what
talking
I
this about
just
one time.
said.
And the story I said about the woman hits the man and stuff, that was the example of truth versus fact.
Sir, we are talking about what you said about your mentor.
Yeah, one of them.
That's what we're talking about. Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I just say one of my mentors says is sometimes hitting, swinging, or whatever I call it, spanking, discipline can be indirect love.
I know, but you said in response to that that you were not talking about kids. So who are you talking about in that instance?
In that instance, you're referring to life around us, man. Life
No,
around
yes,
us.
exactly, Kelly.
Hitting
Yeah, he
life.
was talking about corrective love to a
Hitting life.
woman.
Not a woman, no, because you ain't not between me and Mr. Chalmers. There is no woman right there, man. I mean, we talking about what happens in the neighborhood. Like I can go right back. I can go back to Lagrange right now. It's probably not the same, but that's what went on. There would be
What
neighbors. There would be
neighborhood?
neighbors that would spank a kid that's not even theirs. Tell their
What?
mom, and next thing you know, that kid's mom
Sir,
gives them
that's
another
not what we were
spanking.
talking about. We weren't even
Okay,
talking about kids. We weren't
okay,
even
well,
talking about kids.
so you're talking about grown folks, and that's why I gave you the story, which is not that's just a made up story to get your eye of a woman who can swing on the man first, but you don't see nothing wrong with that
No,
because
but
it's in
sir,
your
you told
We
that
never said
story
it was nothing wrong
before.
with that.
okay.
You told that story before you talked about your mentor. You said
I know.
Exactly.
your mentor said it's okay to swing
Not
on
it's
people to
okay,
show.
woman. I didn't say it's
That
okay.
is what
I
he
said
said.
sometimes. Well,
That's sometimes it's
yeah,
okay to swing on people, right? To show
it can
love.
it can
That's
be
what you
indirect.
said.
It can be indirect love. Yeah.
And so I'm asking you, how
Hmm.
could it be indirect love? How is that indirect love?
Good question. Because there are times. Who was it? Next door neighbor. Come on, Trent's. Well, anyway, my next door neighbor. There were times she gave me the belt for stupid shit I did. And then later on in life, I learned, oh, don't mess with that. Hey, bro, don't do that because this is what it can lead to. And the same guys around my
Sir, you
neighborhood who were doing that
said
mess,
woman. You
huh?
said woman. Now you're talking about kids. You weren't talking about kids then.
Anybody, man, human life, man.
That's not what you told us, though. That's not what you said.
Uh,
And the fact
your
that he's
point
still
is,
trying to say that we shut up. The fact that he's
you
still
shut up,
trying to
woman.
say that we said, no, I will not shut up.
Okay.
And guess what?
Hey,
Now you
listen
shutting
here.
up. The fact that he is still saying that we said it's okay for a woman to hit a man, not one person up here said that it was okay for a woman to hit a man.
Sir, are
Not
you a
before he
carer
said
to,
that story or after.
are you a carer to people or animals? Blacks can come on mute. Are you a carer for people or animals?
Say that again, because I was on mute. I
Are you a
didn't.
carer? Are you a carer for people or animals?
The human race, period.
No, your job as a
People.
carer. Do you care
Oh,
for people or
caretaker.
do you care for animals?
Guys on disability.
Oh,
So
you
you can
care for
say
guys
people.
on disability so you can steal their check?
Only men, because that's only what they allow.
Oh
With
yeah, oh
young
yeah.
boys.
Listen,
You
let me tell you
abusive.
something. I'm glad because you don't need to be nowhere around no fucking women
Oh,
at
whatever,
all.
man. But hey,
Period.
that's a whole different topic, but that's fine.
You don't need to
Because
be nowhere around no women caring for no disabled women at
I've done,
all.
that's how I got the position I got in the first place, was caring for women at group homes until I
At
learned about
all.
AFL.
Yeah, and you abused them, so they sent you to the men.
No, it's like there were times at group homes I'd go, I go in there, get some practice in, go in there and volunteer or substitute, whatever you want to call it. And I had to take care of women. And there was crazy women in there who would do what y'all talking about. But I had to, grab a book, grab something to block it. Sometimes I
But
couldn't and just
sir,
take it.
they're disabled. It's a
Exactly.
reason they're in a home,
Exactly. So that's why I just took
right?
it. And you missed that part when I said I just took it sometimes because I couldn't catch it in time or block it in times. But
That
then
was,
that's what I learned as part of the job. He's like, Bruce, now they're gonna be men to do that. And I'm like, all right, cool. I can take it. I used to be an amateur boxer. I can take it. And it's no problem.
What did you do to trigger them?
What did I do to trigger them? One time I invaded a girl's space. I didn't even know it.
Okay.
I tried to get her meds, and she she has one of them. She
You
doesn't talk.
invaded her. You're trying to give her meds, but you said you invaded her space.
Well, that in her mind,
I'm understanding.
that is one of her triggers. But I didn't know that. I'm substitute. I don't know her like that.
Okay,
So
so
it's like,
you do things to trigger women. Okay, I got
yeah, oh,
you.
yeah, we all do.
I don't.
Everybody has a trigger.
I don't do anything to trigger a woman. And if I do trigger a woman, I apologize immediately.
And you know what? That was one of our requirements. But at the time, I didn't know. Because I'm like, hey, what's going on? But it's like, hey, because my guy right now that's with me now, he's not like that. But everybody's different when it comes to disabilities. But I used to be like that. I battled. I was forced into special ed classes. I battled spiritual warfare. I used to have seizures. I went through a lot of that too. So that's how I can relate to them. And I'm like, oh, okay. There's gonna be more guys who might even do that to me. I'm like, okay. Do I want that? I'm okay with it because that's part of this. It's part of what you go through to help
Sir,
somebody in life.
Mr. Man, you don't make any sense.
You said what now?
You don't make any sense right now.
I just said I used to be, a little disabled.
You used to be a little disabled.
Yeah.
You see how that doesn't make any sense?
In other words, I what can I say? The same coaching mentors, I bettered myself from being like that.
That man didn't
just
better
be
you. That
silent.
man
All
didn't
three
better
of them
you
did.
at
All
all.
three of them did. Even though they passed away, all three of them did.
They did.
Did they
I'm so
hit
glad
you?
they did. I'm so glad. That way they
Yeah,
can't.
that's fine.
They can't. That way that they cannot tell that crazy shit that they told you to anybody else.
Hey,
Anybody else. Nobody else needs to hear that foolishness.
They
that's
hit you
fine.
too?
Only one of them. That was my grandmother.
And the other men were like, yeah, she's okay to hit you. It's okay for her to hit you.
I was like, well, Bruce, you can take the pain now. You can get shot later. Go to jail later, man. Which one is it? That was who was that? Chadwick. He was like, yeah, man, you can take the pain from your grandma, or you can take it from an officer. You can take it from someone in the street. But
But sir, that doesn't. As a matter of fact, we have
what's up, James?
empirical evidence to show that that adults that were abused as children have worse outcomes than those that don't.
That's true. My friend
They have
Tara
wor-
said that. She's
they
a
have
Muslim
wor-
now.
they have worse outcomes than those that don't.
My brother right now, he hasn't worked for over 20 years because of that. He took it the wrong way. He didn't take it as indirect love. He took it as you're
Because it's
torturing
not
the hell
Abuse.
out of me.
He
indirect
took it
love.
He
as
took it
When
as
abuse.
abuse.
it's
Yeah,
abuse,
abuse.
that's what it
That's
is.
exactly. That's exactly
What?
what exactly what it is too. Well, see me,
That's what it is. It's
Because it
abuse.
was.
hey, hey, at the time, I was one of the worst kids in the neighborhood at the time. But because I went through what I went through,
I promise you, you were not.
oh
I
shoot,
promise you. I promise you, you were one of the
well,
worst kids because you was around motherfuckers that every time you did something wrong, they would smack the shit out of you.
not true.
They turned you. You
My
just said
dad.
your grandmother used to beat you.
I didn't say she beat me. See, she goes exaggerating, playing out the truth. I said, has she hit me before? Yeah, she hit me. Every time I did something wrong in school, I had to go, go stay with her when
Okay,
my parents
well
were at
then,
work.
sir, what you mean every time you did something wrong in school?
Every time I got suspended, hey, come get your child, kind of thing. She didn't beat
So
me
she
every
will
time.
beat you every time?
Not every time. No, I said this time somebody asked me there, has she hit me before? I was like, have any of your mentors or helpers hit me? Yeah. Not every time, but have they hit me? Yeah, she hit me.
That's abuse, sir.
Oh, yeah, but it's not a daily, weekly, monthly thing
It's
she
still
did.
abuse.
It
Listen,
is, yeah, it was, yeah.
there's no reason for me as a 52-year-old to be hitting a child.
Hey, that's the way my dad's side of the family worked, and I'm like I said, that's the way they rolled in LaGrange. Laws have changed, people have changed, and a lot has changed since
The
then. This is the
laws
'90s.
haven't changed. The laws haven't
Oh,
changed.
well, I mean, back in them days, you could paddle a kid. These days, you can't even you can't look at a kid too hard. These days, man, it's crazy.
You can still,
People
yes,
were
I
yes, but
reforming.
mean,
people evolved and realized that they don't need to.
and the laws changed with it too.
The laws have not changed,
The
sir.
laws haven't changed. You still
You
can't abuse a
can,
child.
there
You
is
couldn't abuse a
still,
child then.
thank
Well,
you.
I mean, well, back then, if you got, I'm not sure what the laws were back then in LaGrange, but if you got what's it called, if the parent okayed it, then yeah, you could. That's just the way it was. But the kids who did not get the paddle, who fought the teachers and walked out of school, got suspended, those are the same kids when I go back now. They got 3 or 4 different baby daddy, baby mamas. A couple of them locked up. Some of them got the ankle bracelet on. It's like they go through hell because they didn't learn early enough.
Sir, you going through hell.
Oh, whatever, mom.
You going through hell.
Whatever. You crazy.
Listen, you the one coming here telling us your whole life and you
I
need
ain't
the
got,
3 jobs so you can give a motherfucker $5 and shit. That
oh
sound like
shoot.
hell to me.
That ain't hell.
That
That
sound
ain't
like
hell.
hell to me.
That's because you only hear what you want to hear. Me,
No, that's what you said.
hey, that's the way you want to take it. That's fine. How much do you give the kids that are not yours? Just curious.
Oh, I don't give to kids that's not mine at all.
Okay,
I spend
I
all my
give
money on
the
taking care
rest
of
of the.
mine.
Okay, well,
I spend all my.
well,
I
hey,
don't have no.
I ain't
I
mad
don't
at
have no
that.
leftover money. That's why she don't
I ain't mad at
steal.
that. I ain't mad
That's
at
why
that.
she don't
So
steal.
hey, I ain't mad at that. But see, back in the
I
day,
don't have no leftover
and
money.
that's something else. It's just giving from the heart. And there was one time I just gave from the heart, and it's like, hey, there's times people have returned the favor who I don't even know. I just give from the heart just to give, expecting nothing back in return. That's all. If I see, there was one time I went to IHOP. There's a girl there. I treat myself, and there's a girl there having a birthday, and her mom was there. And I'm like, how young is she today? She's like 7. All right, well, here's 7 for you. I just give from the heart. And there's some 56-year-old woman there because she saw me give her 3 $2 bills and a 1. And she's like, okay, I'm 56. She's like, hey, I'm 56. And her husband's sitting right there like, woman, usually we all just laughed. But it's like, hey, give from the heart, expect nothing back in
$7.
return.
$7.
Hey, when you do that to like 5 or 6 kids a day, it'll add up. But it's not just like I'm just giving you a story of one kid. Again, I'm down at a festival. There's times the same day I'll go to the mall, see a little kid. Hey, better than your girl who gives nothing.
This
But
man about
that goes over your head.
$7.
Yeah,
$42 $42 if it's $7 to 6 kids.
Every other day.
Oh,
That's not daily.
Every other day, right?
Yeah,
$42 every other day, right?
Every other day. And I'm not saying it's 42 every day. I'm saying sometimes it's only 15. Sometimes it's the most I've given in one day.
Exactly. Why
The
you
most
going around
I've given in one day
why
was
you
around
going
8.
around giving money to kids?
I asked their parents. I mean, because kids are just something I have a love, I have a passion for. What's up, Doc? It's just something I have a love, I have a passion for.
Who wants kids, Lords?
At least one do.
So you carry
At least
$2
one.
bills around to give to kids?
That and a little bit more. I may have a total of like maybe 1,000 on me, and only 100 of it is $200 bills. I mean, $2 bills. Damn, the $200
Electric chair.
bills. But hey, the first thing I do is I gotta ask the parent first. That's the first thing I do. I don't just give it to the kid. I like, hey man, is it okay to share something with you know, with little man, with baby girl? If they say yeah or nay, all right, cool, no problem. If they say all right, then I'm like, hey man, I go by their age. Whatever their age is, that's what I give them. That's just me. And it's like, no, it's better than, you know, than giving to the so-called church, man. But the more that is one thing I do acknowledge to be true, is the more you give, you know, the more you receive, as long as you give from the heart. It doesn't always have to be money, though. There's times I've given to the homeless, just, you know, some small things. And you're like, oh, I appreciate it, thanks. It ain't always got to be money.
All right.
Just so
No
like, you
matter
know,
what you give, no
I
matter
mean,
what you
there's
give, it
times,
won't.
Shut up. Fee's talking.
yeah, go for it. You shut up, mama.
You
Nope.
Hey,
can't you
You shut
can't.
up,
man.
you nigga.
I mean, you can't give enough to erase the patriarchy and the misogyny that's inside you. You can't give away enough $2 bills to erase the danger that you bring to anybody, specifically children and women that you are around, because of the harmful things that you think and the way that you see the world. So I don't care how many birthdays you give out, $7 or $3. Until you do the work internally to determine why and understand why you are a danger to society, you won't be able to balance those scales.
Not even once. Not even once.
I mean, hell, you may as well stayed in a Christian, because you still have very Christian-like ideas. You still have very limited scope in the way you think about things, and it's very, very much aligned with the Abrahamic mindset. So I'm not sure what you think you got away from. You might have
He
remixed
got
it.
away from white people, white supremacy.
It
Yeah, that's all.
He
mhm.
just
That's all
don't
he got
like
away from.
he don't like Christianity because he think it's white. That's all. That's it. Black. I was gonna call you blackish. Um, Blaxican. All right. Have a good one.
Don't.
You there? No, don't block him. Are you there?
Let me guess. That's what's her name?
Huh?
Keish. I knew it was Keish. I was about to say I bet that's Keish because I wasn't looking at the phone. That's why I said I bet that's Keish that say can we block him? Keish
How
block
they
finger
gonna
be
deconstruct if we
strong.
keep blocking all of them? They gotta deconstruct.
Between Keish and Pisces, we won't have nobody. Because the both of them be like, can we block him?
Brian, Bryant, are you there? Hmm. All right. There are subscribers in the guest request. If you are a subscriber, please remember to put a nerd emoji in the guest box. I mean, in the comments, so I know that you're in the guest box on purpose. Karma. Hmm. Larry Ballard, are you in the box on purpose on accident? Chrissy, on purpose on accident. Shine and Nitram, I see y'all in there, but I don't see a emoticon. All right, y'all, are we done? I'm about to take my ass to sleep. All righty. All right, y'all. I think we are done for the day. I'll see y'all on Thursday. Appreciate y'all so much for all the likes, the shares, and the comments. Thank you to the YouTube fam. Oh, no. Wait. Let me read the super chats. My bad. Hold on. Let's see. The avatar. Oh wait. Not that Bible Jason with the $10 super chat says mercy in the Bible is when the fake God character is a moral monster, complete idiot, commits atrocities, and then feels bad after and calls it mercy. Pure manipulation, cult trash. I think I agree with that. $2 super chat. Not that Bible Jason. This is what weak men do. Venus, a spirit is brain adjacent. LOL. The the spirit doesn't have a brain. I mean, the brain doesn't have a spirit. I mean, the body doesn't have a brain. It has a spirit. I mean, the spirit doesn't have a body. It has a brain. That's that's what it is.
So wait, what's
Is that a super chat? Is that the whole super chat?
like, hold on. That's the thing.
Is that
You
what it
sleeping?
says?
What's going
Word for word?
No, that's how they explain it. That's exactly how they be explaining it. Like, what
on?
is
I
it?
said, you good? Oh, that took me out.
TMFJ with the $2 super chat. Nelly, Selena, and Venus, much love. Not that Bible Jason. Quant dumb. Quantum. TFMJ, I'm hooked on you and your channel. I'm hooked on you too, TMFJ. Another $2 super chat. His projection should be fucking studied. Yeah. Avatar with a $9.99 super chat. Black, this isn't about you having kids. You are misogynistic, and that's something you should look into deconstructing. This is exactly why he was not blocked, Avatar. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I think I can help everybody. $4.99 super chat. Every time you challenge Black, he defects back to the Bible, but his points or beliefs are what he just said that is being challenged. Yeah, I don't think he knows what he believes. TMFJ with the $2 super chat. Love you, thinker. You are hilarious. Thank you, and I love you back. I appreciate y'all so much. For the support that y'all give the channel, the support that y'all give me, and all of the hosts in here. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for everything that y'all do to make the community what it is. I'm about to go and get some sleep. Auntie Charlene is live. I'll see y'all on Thursday. Thank y'all.
Get some rest. Love y'all. Bye.
Bye, y'all. Love y'all.
Yes.